One Piece, God of Space. At the age of 14, he inherited a dilapidated country from the older generation. With his personal ability, in just a few years, this country has directly transformed from such a situation to a country that attracts attention. How will he gradually become the master of the entire world? What are the secrets of the pirate world? Chapter 1. Genji Changnyo. Under the blue sky, a group of seagulls flew over, and the sound of cooing echoed directly over the sea. But right at the edge of the sea, on the beach, there is a different scene. The golden sandy beach is directly connected to the coastline, and the woods behind it are so lush that they seem to grow to the sky. On the beach, under a sun umbrella, a child who looked to be about 5 or 6 years old was lying here leisurely basking in the sun. He was completely naked and only wore a pair of short beach shorts underneath. However, there were 5 or 6 burly men standing behind him, and 2 or 3 girls were serving him. Here, the little boy looks particularly leisurely and comfortable, as if he is not disturbed by worldly things at all. Your Highness, is the sun too strong? Should we find another place to provide shade? While the little boy was concentrating with his eyes closed and still eating fruit in his mouth, a maid standing next to him asked in a low voice and cautiously. The little boy opened his eyes slightly, without any expression. He just glanced at the other person, then continued to close his eyes, and then said slowly, "Then you go and stand behind, go to the shade under the tree, and I will continue. Stay here and get some sunshine." The 3 maids looked at each other, and they all saw helplessness in each other's eyes. The sweat on the foreheads of the burly men behind them could not stop falling. But after hearing what the little boy said, several of them didn't dare to leave. They could only continue to stay here and serve him. However, for the little boy lying here, the thoughts in his mind have traveled an unknown number of miles, but his body is still lying here. Despite the enjoyment on his face, he is speechless now. It has been several years since he came to this world, and he still hasn't figured out what the specific situation is. Why does it suddenly feel like traveling through time? He still remembered that he was still eating in the restaurant, but suddenly, when he woke up again, he had turned into a child being held in someone else's arms? But it has been several years now, and I have already adapted to the current environment. But I have to say that the air environment here is really indescribably good. The little boy's name is Genji Nagano. He is a prince of the Toru kingdom in this world, and he is also the only prince of the Toru kingdom. The old king didn't have a son until he was 70 years old, so he doted on him very much. No matter where he went, he always had a few bodyguards with him. Just like now, he almost doesn't have to worry about anything, he just has to play happily every day. But Changnyo doesn't seem to be very satisfied with all this. Although he has been here for a few years, he may not have figured out which world this is. Why did you even come here? For him, he has long been tired of living this boring life every day, but for a former hard-working office worker, this kind of life is actually the kind of life he dreams of. The kingdom of True is not particularly big. It is surrounded by the sea, and the overall national economy can only be considered average. But Changnyo has never paid attention to these things. Putting aside the issue of age and these tiring tasks, the old king wouldn't leave it to him at all. Lying on the beach under the scorching sun can almost be regarded as synonymous with enjoyment. Everyday life is so boring, but due to his young age, he does not need to do many things. The only thing I can do now is to enjoy the delicious food and drinks every day, and there is no need to worry about the future anyway. Master Genji, there seems to be someone in the sea. While Changnyo was still immersed in thinking about life, the maid next to him shouted slightly loudly to the sea ahead. Changnyo, who was living a boring life under this shout, sat up in an instant, and then looked curiously towards the sea. As far as the eye can see, there is indeed a person floating there vaguely on the seashore. There is a floating board under him, slowly floating in this direction. After watching for a while, Changnyo turned his head and looked at the few burly men behind him. Those few people were still standing there with completely unmoved expressions. Changnyo was speechless, looking at them helplessly shouting, "Can't you move? Go and save people quickly." After hearing the order, several people quickly took off their clothes, and then rushed into the sea. After a while waiting for someone to rescue them, these sturdy men put on their clothes as quickly as possible. They continued to stand behind Changnyo, and they never said a word from beginning to end. Changnyo stepped forward and took a look at the man he rescued from the sea. Although he looked like he was dying, looking at the rising and falling chest, it was certain that the man was not dead yet. In this out-of-the-way place, there was such a guy floating on the sea. Chang Nyo was still very curious, and then he told the maid, bring some food over here. Sir, this man seems to be a pirate. Should we not rescue him? The maid noticed the other person's appearance, especially the clothes on her body, and quickly said to Chang Nyo. Pirate. Chang Nyo was stunned for a moment. After staying in the country for such a long time, he heard the word pirate quite often. Although he felt it was very familiar, he didn't pay too much attention to it. But now a living pirate floated out in front of them, which really made them look forward to it. The little guy didn't care so much. He smiled and continued, hurry up and get your things. What are you doing with all the nonsense? There are so many people here, are we still afraid of him? When the enchanting maid standing next to her heard this, she seemed to think it was really like this. Then she didn't pay too much attention and came over with 2 fruits. The guy lying on the ground was nothing more than a lot weaker. Although he had been staying in the sea, this person did not drown, he just fainted slightly. Chang Nyo squatted next to the pirate, raised the corners of his mouth, and then patted his face with his hand. Although it was not very hard, it still made the other person slowly open his eyes. When the pirate opened his eyes and saw a child squatting next to him, he slowly closed his eyes again, and then weakly said, is there anything to eat? Hearing this, Chang Nyo immediately smiled, and then put the 2 fruits that the maid had brought over to his mouth. This guy suddenly looked like a wild beast. He looked like he was dying just now, but when he saw the food, he sat up instantly, grabbed the apple and started to wolf it down. Others were squatting next to it, or standing nearby and watching quietly. The impact brought by this pirate did not show any image at all. I wonder how long he has been hungry? After a while, the man finally seemed to have some strength, but he lay directly on the ground again with his eyes open, looking at the blue sky above, and said to Chang Nyo with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth, thank you so much, little guy. You saved me, otherwise I might have died in the sea, so lucky. But how can I thank you? Then how do you want to thank me? Chang Nyo also smiled and asked. What an interesting little guy. In that case, how about you let me eat you? The pirate lying on the ground suddenly turned his face, revealing a twisted face, staring at the child Chang Nyo and said such words directly. The smile on his face could no longer be called a smile, it almost turned into a look of fear. When he suddenly saw it, Chang Nyo was really shocked, but what followed was a sigh. Chang Nyo stood up and looked at the pirate who had already stood up and sat on the ground. After sighing, he said to the burly men behind him, this guy is hopeless. Ahaha, do you know who I am? I am a pirate. The pirate recovered a little strength and stood up slowly, but he was still a little weak. However, Chang Nyo was a little curious. Where did this guy get the confidence to face so many people and still have the mood to say such a thing? But at this time, the maid standing behind him hurriedly stepped forward to hold him in her arms, and took a few steps back. The sturdy men also hurriedly stood in front of him, shouting at Nova. He shouted, Genji-sama, you better hurry up and get to the back. Pirates don't have any humanity at all. You have the time to chat, can you go up and deal with the person first? Chang Nyo said with a speechless expression. At this moment, he didn't feel nervous at all. Not to mention that there were many people on his side. Of course, it was also because of this. The other party was only one person, and he looked so weak. Anyway, no one knew where he had the confidence to say it. In this case, after receiving the order, these sturdy men immediately began to rush forward, preparing to beat up the weak pirate, but the next scene surprised everyone. The pirate moved his hands, and his body began to emit blue light. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees seemed to have received the response and began to attack them directly. Genji-sama, be careful, he is a devil fruit user. One of the burly men shouted to Nova, his voice also showing tension. Devil fruit. Chang Nyo now has 10,000 thoughts running through his heart. What is going on now? I have been here for a few years. Is it possible that this is a world in anime? Regarding devil fruit, the only thing he could think of was that this thing would only appear in the world among pirates, right? But the few burly men in front of them have obviously begun to fail each other now. Although that guy is very weak, he is a devil fruit user after all. It is really a bit impossible to kill the other person at this time. The maid hugged Chang Nyo and ran towards the back quickly. However, although Chang Nyo, who was in the woman's arms, enjoyed this feeling, she still said speechlessly, put me down, why are you running? The maid thought she had heard wrong, and said ah with a questioning look on her face, and then said nervously, Master Genji, there is a pirate behind you, and he is the kind of person who ate the legendary devil fruit. We need to go back quickly, otherwise. It's okay. Put me down quickly. Although that guy is a devil fruit user, he is so weak at the core. It's hard to say whether he can stand up. Chang Yo finally said a little angry. When I came to this world, everything was like a dream. Now I finally did something passionate, and the other party was still so weak, why did he run away? The maid felt that Chang Yo was angry, so she stopped and put it down. In Nova's eyes, the opponent is so weak now. If he doesn't take advantage of this time to deal with it, after he recovers all his strength later, no one in this group will be able to get out alive. Moreover, he didn't want to know the side effects of the devil fruit very well. Looking at the unfamiliar look on the other person's face, it was obvious that he had just eaten it not long ago, and he couldn't even use it well. There were just a few ordinary burly men, but he had already exhausted the boss's efforts. He hadn't killed any of them yet, but had only trapped one, and there were 2 or 3 others who were dealing with him. Seeing this situation, Chang Yo shouted directly, What are you all still doing? That guy is afraid of sea water. Get him into the sea quickly, otherwise you will all die in a while. After hearing this, the remaining 3 sturdy men rushed forward instantly. Although they knew that they could not defeat the opponent, it was true that as Chang Yo said, the opponent was very weak now. If they rushed up together, there would be some opportunities to do it. Kill each other. Facing the enemies that rushed up at once, the pirate still had a smile on his face. It was obvious that he didn't take them seriously. However, when one of them hugged this guy, he was just about to continue using his demonic abilities. At the same time, the other 2 had already begun to push him towards the seaside. He had just landed on the beach, and the sea was right next to him, so anything that took a little effort could be done directly. 3 people surrounded a weak devil fruit user. For ordinary people to witness such a thing, it was simply a miracle. But what a coincidence, this kind of thing did succeed. Although the pirates immediately controlled the wood and tied up the 3 of them, the key was that at this time, he was too weak to stand still and stepped directly into the sea water. In an instant, he fell down as if exhausted. Going down, the wood that originally bound everyone disappeared in an instant. Chapter 2 Devil Fruit. Now the pirate was lying weakly on the edge of the sea, and all the things that restrained those people had disappeared. It was only at this moment that these people believed that what Chang Yo said was indeed true. The pirate lying in the sea could only roll his eyes angrily at this moment, even though he no longer had the strength to speak. Chang Yo walked over slowly. Worried that he would still be able to survive after the sea water receded, he directly ordered the few big men who had just fallen down, kick him into the sea water again. This bastard, I will kill him. He saved me, but he didn't expect to want to eat me? I'm really not a thing. These bodyguards also lifted the guy's arms and legs without hesitation, and then threw them into the deep water. Now that there was nothing to worry about, Chang Yo also started to walk into the water, with a sinister smile on his lips. He looked at the people standing behind him and said, Go and get my fruit plate, and give me another one. Come here with the knife. Genji-sama, just let me do this kind of thing later. There is no need to dirty your hands. As soon as Chang Yo finished speaking, the bodyguard behind him hurriedly said. What nonsense are you talking about? Just do it. Chang Yo said. The others did not dare to say anything at this moment and could only do as they were told. After everything was done, Chang Yo had a sinister smile on his face and slowly approached the pirate lying in the water. He kept mumbling, I never expected to come to the pirate world. How come I haven't discovered this in the past few years since I came here? I don't know if it will be useful to give me such a good thing at this crucial moment. But after all, Chang Yo showed no mercy. If he couldn't kill this guy on the shore, the key was to do it in the sea. Everyone else was watching quietly, fearing that something unexpected would happen, but Nova stepped forward and stabbed the knife directly into the opponent's chest without mercy. At this time, the pirate couldn't make any reaction anyway. It's just like a cooked duck in the sea, and you can't just let others do it. When the knife was stabbed, even the maid behind him screamed in surprise, as if she had never experienced such things. But at this moment, Chang Yo was not in the mood to care about other things. After the knife penetrated the pirate's chest, he quietly observed the movement of the fruit plate. As the pirate began to vomit blood from the corner of his mouth, after a while, it had already begun to sink towards the water. Although he was very unsure in his heart, Chang Nyo directly picked up the fruit plate. There were several kinds of fruits on it, such as bananas, apples, etc., and he stared directly at it. Then, the results he wanted did begin to appear. Among the fruits in the fruit plate, one of the apples began to slowly change, as if it had been weathered. The red apple slowly turned into a withered state, and then formed a circle shape attached to it. Above. And the color and texture are the same as that of rotten wood. Genji-sama, what's wrong with this apple? A bodyguard behind him immediately shouted. They have never seen any devil fruits. Even in the Toru kingdom, few people have seen these things, but they didn't expect that they would appear in front of Chang Nyo like this. Chang Nyo did not reply to the other party, but stared at the apple that had transformed into a devil fruit in front of him in a daze, with a look of anticipation welling up in his heart. But before he could prepare to be surprised, a voice suddenly came out in his mind, "Ding, congratulations to the host for turning on the system, would you like to turn it on?" As soon as these words came out, Chang Nyo froze on the spot, and the little stars in his eyes could already be seen from the outside. The group of people behind him are still curious, what happened to him as an adult? It was just a matter of killing one person, and the key point was that he showed such a joyful expression. It was really puzzling for them. But how could this group of people understand Chang Nyo's excitement at this moment? After the words in his mind came out, Chang Nyo felt that the devil fruit in his hand seemed to have lost its fragrance. He quickly retreated to the coast. He had forgotten all about killing the pirates just now. The feeling of killing someone for the first time made him a little nervous, but in the end, the devil fruit that came out first had dispelled this worry, and now the sudden sound made him completely ignore what just happened. "Matter? Hurry back to the palace, we don't want to stay here anymore," Chang Nyo ordered loudly to the group of people. He can't wait to open the door to the new world in the future, but because he is worried that some kind of mutation will suddenly appear in his body, he has to choose to go back quickly. It's only a few miles away from the palace, so you can get there quickly by walking. The group of people following him all thought that Chang Nyo was excited because he was holding the mutated apple in his hand, so the others didn't say anything and hurriedly followed behind him and started running towards the palace. But before the halfway mark, Chang Nyo was already so tired that he could only let the bodyguards start carrying him and continue running back. But in the palace at this time, the people inside were also having headaches. There were many men wearing white robes with the word justice standing in the palace. They didn't know what they were talking to the old king. Chang Nyo had just come back, and he already guessed who the other party was just by looking at them. After all, since he already knew where in the world he was coming to, he guessed who they were. Naturally, it is not difficult to guess, which force does the person who carries the word justice on his body belong to. But now he couldn't care about these things. As soon as he arrived at the palace, he couldn't wait to rush towards his room, but how could the figure that just appeared disappear so quickly? "Chang Nyo, why are you running so fast?" When the old king saw his son coming, he didn't even care about the navy and ran towards his son with a smile. But at this time, Chang Nyo still held the devil fruit in his hand. As the old king shouted, everyone in the navy began to turn their attention to the child. But with just one glance, these people already recognized what he was holding. "Devil fruit!" A voice in the navy shouted in surprise, and other people's eyes began to slowly turn from the child's face to what he was holding in his hand. Even when the old king just ran to Nova, somewhat surprised and some curious. The old king obviously knew this thing, but in just a moment, the joy of seeing his son disappeared instantly, and all that was left was a frown. He is not doing this to his son, but because there is a navy here. It is difficult for his country to get such a good thing, but he turned his face and the other party is now staring at him like a wolf, so he definitely cannot keep it. "Tell me, little one, where did you get this?" The speaker was a man who looked to be in his 20s. He looked quite strong physically, and the expression on his face could make people shudder. "Chang Nyo, this is Rear Admiral Sakaski," the old king said calmly, but he was also a little regretful, but he still introduced it without any concern. "It turns out to be Mr. Sakaski. You were really rude just now. I picked this thing up at the beach. It looks a bit ugly, so I won't let Mr. Major General laugh at it." Chang Nyo lowered his posture, bowed respectfully, and spoke in a respectful tone. But in his heart he was thinking, "Mad, I didn't expect to meet Akainu here. This thing is really a dog." The other party frowned directly, obviously not wanting this matter to end like this, but when he was about to continue asking, another person behind him directly interrupted him. This man was also wearing a robe of justice, but he looked a little dark. Looking at this man's aura, he was obviously much more powerful than that Sakazuki. He stepped forward, patted Sakazuki on the shoulder, and then said with a serious face, "Do business first." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Changnyo, with a slight smile on his face, and said in a rough voice, "I didn't expect you to have such good luck, so take good control of what you have in your hands and use it to protect you in the future." National. Well, don't worry. Changnyo said with a smile. The other party said such a sentence, which at least proved that this newly obtained thing would not be snatched away by others. The old king also showed a happy smile at this moment. "Father, if you continue to talk about business, I will go in first." Changnyo looked at the old king and spoke directly in a childish voice. How dare the old king let his son stay here for a moment now? He hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, hurry in." Even Changnyo, who had already walked out of the crowd, could still feel that at least 2 or 3 eyes were still staring at him from behind him. This feeling of being out of control is really uncomfortable. It wasn't until he was far away that Changnyo felt that no one was paying attention to him anymore, and he felt a little relieved. However, none of the people in the hall were easy to deal with. Sakazuki even ran towards the general who blocked him just now and said, "General Zifa, what the little guy was holding just now looks like it should be. It's a natural devil fruit, why? Can't you figure out what's going on now?" Zifa said with a serious face. Hearing this, Sakazuki didn't say anything else. He naturally knew what was the most important thing here now, and as a major general, even though he had ideas about something, he couldn't say anything in the end. However, the old king heard the conversation between the two people very clearly. After all, in the age of the navy, even if they said such words in their own country, the old king would not dare to say anything. The whole person could only stand there helplessly. Zifa stepped forward and said, "King Genji, regarding the navy's operation, we are just informing you in advance. I hope you can understand." "Well, it's okay, as long as it doesn't affect our kingdom of True and other people living a normal life. I hope you won't hurt other people this time." The old king said with a smile on his face, "This is a weak country, even as a king, there is nothing he can do. King Genji, our navy has always been fair and strict in doing things. We will never kill innocent people indiscriminately. You can rest assured about this. However, the incident caused this time is relatively big, so I hope you can keep it strictly confidential and not leak it. Any hint of anything?" Sakazuki said. "Don't worry, we are well aware of this kind of thing, and we will never leak anything about it. You can just take action." Even in the face of such accusations from these people, the old king still did not dare to say anything disobeying, and he had to nod and bow from time to time. Even if the country's strength were half as strong, he would not be able to do this. Zifa had always had a cold face. After receiving the old king's answer, he turned around and left. Others also glanced at the old king, then turned around and walked out of the hall. After everyone left, the old king sat on his throne, but there was no expression on his face and he could only sigh helplessly. Seeing the departing figures of the navy, he knew that things might not end so easily this time, but what could be done? However, Changnyo, who returned to the room, was now eager to learn about other things. Even the devil fruit he had brought back was placed beside the bed. Sitting on the bed, Changnyo took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and recalled everything that had just happened in his mind, and it disappeared in an instant. "System, system." Changnyo started shouting in his mind, as if he was afraid that the other party would run away. If you stood next to him at this moment, you could almost hear Changnyo's heartbeat. He sat nervously and uneasily, quietly waiting for the reply from the voice in his mind. After a while, a voice finally began to appear in his mind, saying, "Does the host want to open the system?" Although the mechanical sound does not sound very beautiful, to Changnyo, this sound is simply like the sound of nature. Without the slightest hesitation, Changnyo hurriedly said, "Open it." After Changnyo's voice fell, a mechanical voice appeared again, "The system is opening, please wait." What followed was that a blue vortex seemed to appear in front of Changnyo's eyes, and the overall look was deep and mysterious. The vortex was spinning constantly, as if something was about to come out. In less than a while, Changnyo seemed to appear in another world, but in this space, everything around him was suspended there, as if provide him with options directly. As the system was perfected, the mechanical voice came again, "Answer, the system has been completed." The world where the host is located is the pirate world, and this system is the Wanja Mall, which can provide equivalent items in the pirate world for exchange. Chapter 3 System. Now Chongnyo is almost dumbfounded. All the scenes in front of him are like science fiction, which is really too exciting. Everything seems to be illusory, but everything feels so real. After all, suddenly coming from the original world to this world, everything already feels too illusory, but what appears now makes him even more confused about where reality is. But despite this, Chongnyo was still quite nervous and excited, and asked with a slightly trembling voice, "What does the Wanja system do?" Answer: the host can purchase Wanja products according to its own situation, or exchange them with equivalent items. The mall includes items, abilities, skills, as well as self-protection and self-attack. Listening to this mechanical sound, Chongnyo was deeply immersed in it, completely unable to extricate himself. The most important thing is that this thing actually fell on me. I am very happy just thinking about it. The important thing is that as a prince of a kingdom, if I use money to buy things, this thing is probably very simple. After staying in the system space for a while, the excitement began to slowly dissipate. At the end, Chongnyo asked curiously, "System, is there any initial reward, or a novice gift pack or something like that?" Answer: all items in the system mall need to be purchased with money. Do you want to use 1 bailey to open the novice gift pack? 1 bailey. Chongnyo was stunned for a moment because when he was 5 or 6 years old, he had almost never encountered anything that needed to be purchased. Now he didn't know how to calculate the expenses in this square world, but suddenly, he remembered that in the world of One Piece, all expenses were settled using bailey. Thinking about it, I felt a little excited and immediately said, "Start." Although he doesn't have a bailey, the key point is that there are too many valuable things in this room, and the mall does not have to use bailey to exchange. Items of equal value can also be exchanged, which is equivalent to all items. As long as it is exchanged directly for in the mall, the expenses he incurred will be directly displayed. Before Chongnyo exited the space, he saw the balance displayed on the space, with the remaining bailey being 353.4 million. Apart from being surprised, Chongnyo was also quite curious. What on earth was there around him that was worth so much? But as soon as he thought about it, he immediately realized one thing, that was the devil fruit next to him. But it's too late now. The system will identify the items closest to him that belong to him and exchange them for use. Until now, he still didn't know what happened to his devil fruit. Which series does it belong to? But one thing that can be confirmed is that the devil fruit must be related to the plant system, or plants. I was still thinking about such a good thing. Even if I don't use it, it would be nice to give it to others. But now everything is too late, but Chongnyo is not discouraged anymore. Now he looks expectant. He wants to see what is in the novice gift bag. As the sound of bailey being consumed sounded, a golden door suddenly appeared in front of him. When the door slowly opened, the system voice sounded again, "Congratulations to the host for getting an initial gift package. Do you want to open it?" When he saw this thing, it was glowing with golden light. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like a valuable item. Chongnyo quickly said, "Open it." Congratulations to the host for receiving a One Piece World package, which includes the top 3 colors of Haki and the 6th Navy training method. The sound of the system sounded, but at this moment, Chongnyo was not very happy or surprised. The most important thing was that among the words prompted by the system, there was a huge bracket at the end, which contained another item, that is keep running 10 kilometers, do 500 push UPS, and 1000 frog jumps every day for 10 years. Although these things are not too complicated, the key point is that people now have requirements that they need to maintain it every day. The key point is that for him as a child, running 10 kilometers a day can kill him, let alone what will happen next. Push UPS and frog jumps. Is this a gift package for newbies, or torture for newbies? This thing is really a question for discussion. Chongnyo was dumbfounded after seeing these things. Thinking about his life in the next 10 years, he would be in dire straits. But at the same time, he also understands that the people in this world are all strong perverts. If he doesn't work hard, he may not know what he will be like in the future. He is pretty good now. At least the old king is still in good health. He doesn't have to worry about anything in recent years. But if in a few years, the old king becomes ill, then this country will be in his hands. How should I complete this handover task? After thinking of this, Nova smiled. Although the novice gift package given by the system was a bit abnormal, it was not unacceptable. After exiting the system space, Chang Nyo smiled bitterly and looked at the empty bed next to him. The devil fruit had long since disappeared. Although he had been prepared for it, he suddenly felt a little disappointed. But at this moment, the old king suddenly pushed open the door and walked to Chang Nyo. He asked with great concern, "Chang Nyo, where did the devil fruit go? Because I still don't know what the function of that thing is, and what type it belongs to." The old king was afraid that his son would be in trouble if he ate another useless devil fruit. Chang Nyo smiled, and then said, "Don't worry, Dad, your son didn't eat that thing. It's just that it was left here with us. My son felt that it should be a disaster, so we threw it away." "Throw it away, throw it away. This thing is indeed a scourge. For a country like ours, we cannot afford the conflicts caused by this thing," the old king said with lingering fear, not feeling at all that his son was deceiving him. The Toru kingdom belongs to the South Blue Sea region in the world of One Piece. It can almost be said to be the weakest among the four seas. Chang Nyo is quite clear about this in his heart. "Ever since I knew that I was in the world of pirates, at least one thing is certain, that is, the weakest among the four seas is the South Blue Sea, but the strongest existence should be the East Blue Sea. But as the weakest South Blue Sea, it has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that when you stay in this South Blue Sea, you rarely encounter so-called pirates. But the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, every time a pirate comes, almost they can plunder a country." "Dad, what were those people from the navy doing here just now?" Chang Nyo asked curiously. The old king thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "It seems that it is unclear where exactly the pirate king's wife is in our country, and their navy wants to arrest her, so I came here to inform her." "One Piece's wife?" Chang Nyo couldn't help but start shouting. When he learned about pirates before, he almost always used the age of discovery as the time standard, but he had never learned about this time point, how many years, etc. He didn't expect that when he learned about the pirate world, it would already be at this time. But this is also good. At least it proves that the protagonist of the future pirate world has not been born yet, so in the future, there will be much more space for him to play and display. But he was so excited that Chang Nyo didn't want to meddle in these nosy things. What he wanted to do now was to seize the time to enrich his 10 years. Thinking about it made him go crazy. "Dad, starting from tomorrow, my son must start exercising. My son must become a strong man. At least from now on, we cannot be bullied by others, and we cannot let anyone come to our country to act unscrupulously," Chang Nyo said seriously. When the old king heard his son say this, he was really happy. The white hair on his head seemed to have turned black at this moment. He grinned and patted Chang Nyo on the shoulder. He said, "Good son, if you have an idea, as long as you want to do it, then do it well. Now that I am old and strong, I will not let you take over this mess in the short term. Looking at what you said, I can live for at least another 20 years. Chang Nyo said with the same smile. Let's not talk about what kind of situation this dad is in, but for Chang Nyo, after coming to this world, his dad is very considerate of his situation. He had never seen his mother since he was born, and Chang Nyo saw everything the old man did. In fact, there are not many people in the huge palace. The kingdom of True is not only very poor in terms of military strength, but also very poor in terms of economy. Almost all of them are in a state of not having enough to eat and starving to death. The country has always been like this, and has never had any good development. After all, no country in this world has it better. But being in the South Blue Sea, there is not only no good way out in terms of economy and trade, but also in other aspects. Before reaching this position, Chang Nyo didn't want to worry too much. All he could do now was wait, and he could only talk about the specific situation in detail in the future. Starting from the second day, Chang Nyo had gotten up early to start preparing. He was now fully prepared to face the next challenge. Fortunately, the True Kingdom is relatively safe and complete, and there is no need to worry about anything happening. But even so, when Nova was running outside, the old king sent a few people to follow him, for fear that something would happen to him in the middle. His routine every day was almost the same. He got up early in the morning and ran a 10 kilometers lap around the forest. For this child, it almost took a long time to run. Under such intense exercise, especially in the past few days, after finishing the exercise on the first day, he didn't want to get up at all the next day, and even felt like giving up, but in the end he persisted. After a month of this, the usual laziness that I felt every day seems to have eased a lot. I can at least run 10 kilometers a day and end it in one breath. Day after day, year after year, Chongnyo repeats the same actions every day. Even the people in the palace don't understand why they choose to abuse them in this way, even though they can live a very leisurely life. But his performance was also appreciated by many ministers. At least he could see a perseverance in him that refused to admit defeat and was not so weak. In terms of perseverance, Chongnyo has won everyone's praise. Recognized. But this situation did not last for several years. In the 7th year, the old king's health was getting worse day by day. After all, by his current age, the old king was already over 80 years old, and it was normal for his health to reach this level. After Chongnyo finished exercising, he gradually began to get involved in these state affairs. At least in the true kingdom, there was nothing worthy of special attention. After all, this is how this country has always been. They are poor, have no trade, no economy, and almost nothing, but because of this, no one cares about them. But everyone understands that if this continues to develop, what will the country look like? Now it has begun that the people are in dire straits, even worse than before. 5 years ago, the structure of the entire world had changed. The pirate king was executed in Rog Town, but his words before his death shocked the entire world. Many pirates have also appeared one after another in the South Blue Sea. Even in the Kingdom of True, where pirates are not seen all year round, pirates appear one after another in the sea. This led to a serious decline in the economic strength of the entire kingdom. Fortunately, most pirates are composed of ordinary people. The strength of the kingdom's only army can inhibit most pirates. But sometimes we encounter relatively powerful beings, and heavy casualties are inevitable. The age of discovery has now arrived, and many people's dream is to become pirates. This has resulted in the entire Kingdom of True becoming destitute. Chongnyo had already discovered all this when he first came into contact with state affairs, but the current situation was still a bit difficult for the entire True Kingdom to achieve the prosperity of the entire nation, at least in the short term. But for Chongnyo, who has modern thinking, it may not be very difficult to deal with all these matters, let alone that he also has a system. In the 8th year, Chongnyo is now 14 years old, and it is also the 7th year of the Age of Discovery. Chongnyo is now about 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned and strong physique. Even though he has not participated in any affairs in the kingdom, his lofty status has still attracted the attention of most people in the entire kingdom. The old king could only lie in bed dying every day and ignored the outside world. Apart from exercising and dealing with the affairs of the country, Chongnyo spent most of his time by the old king's side. Chapter 4: The Kingdom of True. Times are changing rapidly, and even the True Kingdom now has to admit that it is too weak. There are a total of about 60 countries in the South Blue Sea, and the Kingdom of True can only be regarded as a very inconspicuous country among them. On this day, after Chongnyo finished his run, he just arrived at the palace hall. At this time, there were already many people below waiting for his arrival. As soon as he sat on the throne, one of the old men below began to say, "Your Highness, the coastal areas of our country have been affected by pirates almost every month recently. Should we come up with a better plan regarding this matter? The national funds are limited, and the distance between the Kingdom of True and the coastline is too long. With our current military strength, we simply cannot take care of any place." Chongnyo also looked helpless, at least for now. The 14-year-old Chongnyo gave them the impression that he was very mature and stable, and he considered all aspects of everything well. Even for old men like them, he was very convincing. Although listening to their reports, this kind of thing didn't happen once or twice, it happened almost every time they discussed it. Chongnyo has been thinking about these issues in the past year or two, and they should indeed be focused on solving them now. At the same time, looking at the depressed looks of the group of people below, Chongnyo sighed helplessly, and then said with a slight smile, "I already have some plans regarding these things in our kingdom, and I may need your help in the future. Make a good overall statistical budget. Your Highness, if you have anything to do, just ask. We will do our best to serve the country and the people. It's time for us old bones to make our final contribution." A thin old man standing at the front said, "You are all heroes of our Kingdom of True. Next, my opinion is to plant all kinds of flowers and herbs in the entire Kingdom of True to create our own Kingdom of True." Characteristic attributes. Chongnyo stood up, walked a few steps down, and said to them. There were more than a dozen people standing in the entire hall. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what Chongnyo meant at all. Chang Yo could also tell that he didn't explain too much. Instead, he took out a bottle of unknown liquid from his pocket, but the exquisite decoration on the bottle made everyone look very interested. Chang Yo just sprayed it, and in less than a while, the entire hall began to be filled with fragrance. Smelling this smell, everyone couldn't help but sigh. This is the scent of tulips. This thing is called perfume. It is actually available in other countries, but compared to this, it is far, far behind. I have the method to make these. At present, in this country if you grow food, it may be snatched away by pirates soon. Instead of that, it is better to grow something that they cannot take away at all. This is also an idea I have conceived before. After everyone has planted vanilla, the remaining labor will be responsible for making the entire perfume. At that time, we will sell all these things overseas so that all countries can feel it. It is a specialty of the true kingdom in the South Blue Sea. Chang Yo continued to say with a smile. No one has raised objections now. They are all old and mature. Regarding what Chang Yo said, this group of people can naturally guess what the future benefits will be. Your Highness, if the people actually do this, wouldn't the source of food be lost? Said the old man standing in front. Don't worry, Mensi. I have already considered this matter before. From now on, everyone will be responsible for planting flowers and plants, and they must send people over to tell them how to plant them. After the harvest season, let them plant them. All the stamens are picked and sent here. We can pay a certain fee according to the specific situation, and they can be exchanged for food or other daily necessities. If you don't want these things, you can also pay a certain amount of money. This is what we can do. Let all perfumes be made directly in China, and provide those adult men with a job. Only in this way can this country slowly start to move towards prosperity. Chang Yo said with emotion. Others had already begun to nod, and they still agreed with the way Chang Yo said it. For this country's special situation, this is indeed what should be done. Even if we do worse in the future, it will not be worse than the current situation. Now Nova lacks nothing but money. Once all these things are in place, at least whatever she wants will be satisfied. Almost everyone else agreed with such remarks, and no one had any objections. This country is too poor and weak, not to mention that in such an era of great exploration, if you want to preserve a country's economy and people's lives, you naturally need a good leader to participate. Although Nova is only 14 years old, for these old men, he has become a very suitable candidate for king. Your Highness, I feel that I am getting old. From now on, I will leave it to you young people. It is time for us to follow the old king and retire. It is time to give up our position and leave it to these young people to fight. Just when the two parties had just reached an agreement on the future plan for the entire country, one of the ministers stood up and said tactfully. In fact, as they said, the ministers in the entire hall are almost all 60 or 70 years old, the same age as the old king. They have worked hard all their lives in this true country. At their age, it should have been time to enjoy peace and happiness, but because this country is too weak, it has led to the current state. Chang Yo is not unreasonable. They have no nostalgia for this position, but Chang Yo cannot do this. You have sacrificed everything for this country. It should have been a time for you to enjoy peace and happiness. However, this country is now like this. It may take at least a few years to fully develop. So in the next time, I still hope that if you can bear to wait for another 2 years, after a group of new people have been trained, I, Chang Yo, promise that I will definitely let you live a long life. Chang Yo walked in front of everyone, bowed respectfully again, and spoke in a sonorous, powerful, and serious tone. Your Highness is polite. We just feel that our ability and energy are insufficient, and we are afraid of worrying about His Highness's plans. However, if His Highness needs us, we will definitely stick to our posts even if we die. Chang Yo felt deeply after hearing this. After all, although these individuals did not make much difference in this country, they were still an indispensable group of people for this country. That's it for today. Everyone, go back first. As for the planning, I will arrange for other people to carry out it, and your help will be indispensable. Chang Yo said with a smile. In this palace under the dome, these old men don't know what to say. After all, they are already quite old. They naturally know how far their abilities can reach. The other party has already said this, so they must be sure. They have their own practices to arrange. After ending the communication with those ministers, Chang Yo immediately chose to return to the old king. After all, the old man was still his father no matter how much he said it, and some things that should be done still needed to be done. Now the old king's face was full of vicissitudes of life, and the wrinkles on his face were almost tight together. However, when he saw Nova coming over, he still held up his body, smiled, and shouted in a weak voice, "Come on Chongnyo. Already? Dad, how are you feeling today?" Chongnyo sat directly on the bedside and asked softly with a smile. "It's good. At least there are no problems recently." The old king smiled, and then said with frustration, "Just take over the position of king tomorrow. From now on, the kingdom of True will be handed over to you." "What are you talking about? After this period of time, the kingdom will still be waiting for you to preside over it. I am just helping. I know my father's situation very well. There is no need to say such comforting words. It is enough to live to this age. I just want to leave this huge country to you and it is still in such a dilapidated state. Dad, I feel guilty in my heart." The old king said with a smile with tears in his eyes. "Don't worry, my son will definitely make the True Kingdom prosperous in the future, and it will never remain like this." Chongnyo said comfortingly. "You have been different since you were a child. Dad believes in you. But from now on when pirates are rampant, Dad will still." Before he could finish his words, Chongnyo picked up a crystal ball placed on the bedside of the old king and put it directly in his hand. Then with just a little effort, the entire crystal ball turned into powder in an instant. Seeing this scene, the old king was not surprised. Originally, what he was most worried about was that his son might not be able to guarantee his own safety. Now that's better. The old king smiled and continued happily, "I see. If you feel pressured in the future, just join the world government. Don't worry about the future. These sons will do it. Relax yourself. Since you don't want to worry, then take a good rest. In the future, your son will definitely let you see a stronger True Kingdom." Chongnyo smiled at him. The old king said comfortingly. "That's good, but Dad can't see it anymore, but our Toru Kingdom is not without its merits." As the old king spoke, his hands began to tremble, and he took out a piece of parchment from under the pillow, and he didn't know what was drawn on it. "This is a treasure map that has been kept in the palace. Now it is handed over to you. You can follow the things on it to pursue it in the future." The old king said. Now this is indeed of no use to him, so leaving it to Chongnyo is the best choice. The kingdom of Toru is different from other countries. There are no so-called nobles in this kingdom. Almost all of them are poor. In recent years, due to the pirate incident, the people have been in dire straits. Chongnyo took the treasure map and didn't pay too much attention to the things on it. Instead, he still comforted and said, "I will just accept the things. Don't worry about the rest. My son is still here for everything." Chongnyo understood that the current old king's body would definitely not be able to support it for long, but even so, it would not disappear at any time. The arrangements for the entire country had already started 2 years ago. His so-called perfume idea was indeed a very good choice. After all, even if food is grown in this country, it is very likely that it will not be able to survive in the end. But planting flowers and plants is different. For outsiders, this thing has almost no effect. There is almost no money in the palace now. How to maintain the operation of such a large country is the main consideration next. The two chatted for more than half an hour, and Chongnyo walked out with a sad look on his face. His father's body really couldn't last much longer. According to Chongnyo's estimation, it would only last 2 months at most. But as soon as he walked out of the door, a guard hurriedly ran over from outside. The moment they saw Chongnyo, the guard hurriedly bowed and saluted, and said respectfully and panicked, "Your Highness, a large number of pirates have appeared in Nannuwa port. Master Junhee asked us to inform you as soon as possible. I hope you can get an idea." Faced with this sudden incident, Nova looked calm. Seeing the nervous look of the guard who came over, Chongnyo directly said, "How many troops are there now?" "Your Highness, there are currently about 500 people in Nannuwa port, but there are a lot of pirates, about 1,000. Let's go, I'll go over and take a look too." Chongnyo continued to say calmly, "Nannuwa port is not very far from the palace, and the country itself is not particularly big. According to Nova's current speed, it can be reached in about half an hour." At Nannuwa port, the two parties were almost confronting each other. Standing at the front was a young man who looked about 20 years old, with fierce and stern eyes. This person is Junhee, the most loyal person in the kingdom, and he is also considered particularly powerful in terms of strength. When Chang Nyo was 10 years old, he had already begun to train a number of people, using the training of the 6th form of the Navy at that time, and informed them about the practice of domineering, but the number of people in the end was not very large. But even if Junhee is one of them, he is also the most powerful one. Facing the 7 or 8 pirate ships in front of him, Junhee didn't feel nervous at all, but he also clenched his fists. Such a huge pirate group was really intimidating. The most important thing is that no one knows the purpose of coming to the true kingdom. What's going on now? Junhee was watching the arrival of the pirate ship, but suddenly a voice sounded behind him. When he turned his head and looked over, Chang Nyo had already appeared behind him. Chapter 5000 Pirates. Hearing the sound, Junhee immediately turned his head. When he saw Chang Nyo's face, he immediately said respectfully, "Your Highness, why are you here? Such a big thing has happened. What if I don't come?" Chang Nyo said speechlessly. Junhee took a deep breath, laughed directly, and then said with a serious face, "The other party has 8 ships in total, and it seems that there should be about 1,000 people. It is also a challenge for those of us. It's good to keep them all this time because the country is short of construction personnel." Chang Nyo said with an indifferent expression. Junhee and the others no longer knew what to say. What on earth was His Highness thinking? As the fleet got closer and closer, most of the 500 people in the army were a little panicked. After all, they were almost all a group of people who had never experienced combat. The one at the head of the fleet has a skull and crossbones logo hanging on it. As it gets closer, it looks more and more obvious. But before the army could react, the opponent's artillery shells had already hit. "How are you doing with the skills I taught you before?" Chang Nyo looked at Junhee and asked. "I've almost learned it, but didn't you say that I can't use it in front of others?" Junhee asked with a puzzled look on his face. "It doesn't matter if they are at your own doorstep. If you capture them all, we will really need them for the next construction of the country," Chang Nyo said with a smile on his face. The two people behaved extremely calmly without any panic, but the group of people behind them were completely different now. Among them, there are dozens of people who behave exactly like the two of them. The most important group of people are those trained by Chang Nyo in the past few years. The cannons on the pirate ship kept roaring, but their accuracy was a little too bad. The artillery fire roared for a long time, but in the end no one on his side was injured. This made the soldiers who were a little scared at first began to feel braver. "I'm watching here. You go and capture them all. If there is resistance, it doesn't matter if you kill them. But try to keep these pirate ships intact. Our country is relatively poor, so these things are still worth a lot money. Don't kill people if you can. If you train these people well, they will be the mainstay of our country in the future," Chang Nyo said directly to Junhee next to him with a sinister smile on his face. Junhee also laughed, and then replied forcefully, "Yes." After he finished speaking, he looked directly at the group of soldiers standing behind him and shouted loudly, "After training for so long, it's time to show off our own skills. Everyone, follow me." After Junhee finished speaking, he was the first to rush forward, followed by dozens of people, none of whom were timid. Under everyone's gaze, as soon as they reached the edge of the coast, they all jumped into the air and ran toward the pirate ship through the air. At this scene, not to mention the pirates on the opposite side, even the remaining hundreds of soldiers behind them were all stunned. These people were those who were specially selected from the army before Chang Nyo and were relatively young and physically strong. For these soldiers, such a scene is simply a fantasy. They have never seen such a situation. The group of pirates is actually the same. When they see a group of people flying in the sky, these individuals, most of the guys were scared to death. "Fire the guns, don't let them get close to the ship." The group of pirates could no longer hold back, but one of them still started to shout loudly and command. But the outcome of the matter has been determined, and this is not something that can be solved by just the number of people. There were a large number of pirates, and cannonballs were flying all over the sky, but in the end, almost none of them were encountered. Junhee and a group of people landed directly on these pirate ships. One by one, it was almost as if they were in an uninhabited land. They were all invincible and no one could stop them. Even their so-called pirate captain looked pretty much the same in the end. But just when everyone thought it was going to end, suddenly there was a person on the boat jumping directly to a height of 100 meters, and the speed was much faster than they could use the Navy 6 style shave. Devil fruit. Chang Nyo stood on the periphery and watched. This was obviously not normal. You could even tell at a glance that it was the effect of the devil fruit. But he is just one person, and for so many people, it does not require much effort. The key is that this guy accidentally started charging towards Chang Nyo. Do you know who I am? I am a jumping person with the jumping fruit. Uncle Defa Mo is also. This guy yelled while jumping. He was wearing a robe and looked like a second-rate guy. Moreover, this guy didn't seem to realize that he was in the same situation at all. When they landed on the sand, the pirate captain kept laughing and taunting them. But the moment he landed, a foot stretched out from nowhere and kicked him directly in the face. Before he could stand still, he had already flown hundreds of meters away. This time, the soldiers who stayed behind and watched were all stunned. They were even more shocked than when Jun and the others flew into the sky just now. Chang Nyo moved hundreds of meters in an instant, and with just one kick, he had already knocked the opponent's captain unconscious, which was really surprising. I thought he was such a powerful person. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Chang Nyo was speechless. There really was no one he could use to practice with him. Even after eating the devil fruit, he was still weak. However, such a rare devil fruit has actually been encountered twice in my own country in the South Blue Sea. This group of pirates has actually obtained such a rare thing. In less than 30 minutes, the opponent's pirate group of thousands of people have been beaten to pieces. If it weren't for Chang Nyo's order to preserve the pirate ship, it would have been about 10 minutes. It has ended. Junhee used moon step to fly back from the sky. When he stood in front of Chang Nyo, he said with a smile on his face, "Your Highness, the matter has been resolved." "Very good, let them check the supplies on the pirate ship. As for these people, take them back and take a good look at them. They will be used next." Chang Nyo said calmly. There is no surprise at all for this result, and I even think it should be natural. After all, I have put so much effort into cultivating these individuals. If in the end I can't even deal with a group of pirates, it would be a bit unreasonable. Your Highness, there are a lot of good things on board. Would you like to take a look at them? Junhee said. There's nothing to see. Just sort out all the valuable things and send them to the palace. As for the remaining things, especially this ship, take off the pirate flag on it and use it for civilian use from now on. Chang Nyo said. Okay, Your Highness. By the way, control that guy well, devil fruit user, there will be some use for him next. Chang Nyo said with a smile. The main reason is that he already understands the nature of the devil fruit on the other party. It is almost a scum and has no effect at all. In less than an hour since I came here, everything has been finished, which is really beyond everyone's imagination. Chang Nyo himself couldn't help but sigh. He didn't feel like fighting at all. After Chang Nyo left, the whole crowd started to become lively, especially the soldiers who had done nothing. Everyone was discussing the changes just now. Junhee himself was also a little surprised. He had already guessed that Chang Nyo's strength should be quite high, but no one saw how the other party acted just now, and it ended up like this. A devil fruit user cannot even take a kick, he is too weak. Go and serve that guy well. Don't let him die. According to His Highness's instructions, these people will still be of great use in the future. Junhee shouted directly to the soldiers. Yes. Everyone's uniform voices were sonorous and powerful. After seeing the power of these people, their inner sense of honor also rose collectively. Let go, uncle. Do you know who I am? I am a devil fruit user. Jumping. Bang. Before the Tide pirate captain could finish his words, Shunye kicked him directly in the face. Still thinking carefully about the state of Chang Nyo's kick just now, he still shook his head helplessly. You bastard are like this now, how dare you talk about being a devil fruit user? Junhee whispered with a speechless expression. Sir Junhee, everyone and everything has been cleared. A total of 951 pirates, 8 pirate ships, a shipload of food, and a large amount of gold, silver, and jewelry were captured. While Junhee was still standing there thinking, a soldier ran over and started reporting. All the gold, silver, and jewelry will be sent to the palace. As for these pirate ships, they will be remodeled and the pirate flags on them will be taken off. They will be used as cargo ships for our country from now on. Junhee said calmly. He also began to imitate Chang Nyo's more arrogant look. There were 500 people guarding nearly 1,000 people at the scene, which looked quite funny. But at this time, no one among the pirates had any unusual thoughts. After all, his own captain was already captured in front of him, so what did he have to struggle for? The main reason was due to the other party's strength. The appearance of those dozens of people really made them a little scared. Not long after we went to sea, we had already met such a group of people. They were really a bit of a loser. The surrounding people all gathered around one by one, watching the scene in front of them with interest. After all, such things are rarely seen in the true kingdom. All the common people's fear of pirates seemed to have disappeared at this moment. Junhee specially led these pirates to walk very slowly, just to let the people of his country see that today's pirates are just like this, and that their country has the ability to protect the safety of its people. Chang Nyo intends to start cultivating a group of young people. After all, after the future of this country is handed over to itself, some things and thinking still need to start to change as soon as possible. Now for the surrounding countries, their kingdom of True can be considered to have some simple self-protection capabilities, but if you want more, it is probably still early. Just 1 month later, a relatively big thing happened in the kingdom of True, that is, the old king died. No one was more hurt by this incident, even Chang Nyo had this idea. The old king is now 85 years old, which is a normal death of old age, and he was extremely peaceful before leaving. As his only son, Chang Nyo naturally succeeded him as king. Lord Genji, you will need to take over the position of king tomorrow. It would be better for you to rest early tonight. In the middle of the night, Chang Nyo stood alone outside the main hall, looking up at the starry sky above his head. What was he thinking in his mind? But at this moment, a maid behind him began to remind him. Chang Nyo glanced at the other party, but did not say anything. Instead, he continued to look up at the stars. To outsiders, he might be missing his father, but only he himself could understand the real situation. The news of the old king's death could not reach all the people on the 5th day, but what made them clear was that a new king was about to appear in the kingdom of True. Every citizen is looking forward to Chang Nyo's next performance, whether he can lead his kingdom to become prosperous and powerful. Bearing all the pressure, Chang Nyo did not go to sleep in the middle of the night, but stood here looking up at the stars. After staying for a long time, he seemed to already know his mission. He did not choose to escape. He just smiled slightly and then started walking towards the place where he lived. From now on, no one from above will protect him, and all creation can only be carried out by himself. Early the next morning, the entire palace is almost at its busiest. Whether it is the group of old ministers or the fledgling talents, they are all waiting for someone. Chang Nyo appeared at the end, wearing a completely different king's attire from the past, with a golden crown on his head. At the age of 14 or 15, he was still a little immature, but overall he looked very imposing. When he walked into the main hall, everyone began to salute respectfully, which could be regarded as congratulations to him as the new king for ascending to the throne. Chang Nyo stood under the throne and looked at the chair above quietly. He had done this before. When he was acting as an agent for the country before, he almost sat on it without any rules, but this time he sat on it. But it's completely different. The people below remained completely silent, no one opened their mouths to speak, and they waited quietly for what was to come next. Chapter 6 Demon Sword Muramasa. Call. Chang Nyo exhaled suddenly, and then began to walk up with long strides. The moment he sat down, everyone below bowed to the end and shouted together, "See your majesty." Chang Nyo was still a little uncomfortable with it, but at this moment, the system that had been silent made a sound at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ascending to the throne. To express congratulations, the system has specially sent a gift. Chang Nyo was still in a state of confusion just now, but now he has begun to be shocked. He did not expect that he would become the king, and the system could actually give him items. This thing is really surprising. Then he came back to his senses, looked at the ministers below, and said with a smile on his face, "You are all welcome, just as before, this kingdom is not my own, but belongs to everyone's joint efforts. You are just a leader, but you are the ones who really need the actual operation. Furthermore, this country will still need a lot of help from you in the future." Chang Nyo finished speaking respectfully, then stood up and saluted everyone. The ministers below were all a little surprised, but when Chang Nyo saluted, everyone bowed to the end again. It can be said that this time is completely different from before. The other party is already the king and the leader of the country. When people give gifts, they think highly of them. Everyone, the road ahead will be difficult, and it may not be as smooth sailing as we imagined. I hope you can all go hand in hand. I hope the future true kingdom will become what we imagined. Chang Nyo stood up and said again. Your Majesty, the Kingdom of True will definitely become what we want to see in the future, otherwise my subordinates will be the first to refuse to agree. Junhee said directly and carelessly. You have the nerve to say this. From now on, you will be responsible for the security of the entire True Kingdom. The heavy responsibility on your shoulders will be very high. I hope you can live up to this position and the trust of the whole country. Chang Nyo said softly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. As long as my subordinates are here, I will never let any pirates land on the land that belongs to our Kingdom of True. Junhee changed his playful smile just now and said with a serious face. Chang Nyo smiled, which was regarded as acknowledging the other party's attitude. There are indeed many things we will face in the future, so Chang Nyo plans to talk about the things directly today. Everyone, I believe you still remember the plan I said before. From now on, all the places along the coast of the Kingdom of True will be planted with flowers and grass. Our country needs to create its own brand and ensure that more than half of the people can have their own jobs and income. Now that the plan has begun to be implemented, everyone must have begun to understand that the construction of a perfume factory 10 kilometers away from the palace has begun half a month ago. This is only the first step. There is still a lot we have to do in the future, which may involve to textiles or other things. Therefore, in the future, everyone's burden will not be light. For the sake of the country and the people, I hope that you can take your work more seriously in the days to come. Chang Nyo said loudly. Anyway, the construction of perfume factories is not a secret in the country. Most people are already aware of it, and most people are already looking forward to having a job of their own in it. It's just that Chang Nyo's true thoughts are not just that. After he has money, he will at least be able to buy various things from other worlds, and he won't have to worry about anything else. What he has to do now is to quickly develop the country for the better. After all, this kind of thing is the top priority. As for his own affairs, Chang Nyo has never considered that far. Your Majesty the King, if your plan is true, the food of the people will become a big problem. The food supply of other surrounding countries is not very sufficient. How should we solve this problem? An old man below asked. Chang Nyo smiled, and then said directly, Don't worry about this, Mr. Dongwei. I have also considered these things. After all, once the people change their flowers and plants, food issues will definitely be the first choice they face. So you don't have to worry about that at all. So where should the people's food come from? Dongwei continued to ask. Master Dongwei, Your Majesty the King, I have begun to purchase large quantities of food from other countries, so you can rest assured about this. Junhee walked out and said. I think with the current situation of our country, it is better to join the world government directly. This will at least protect us from pirate attacks in the future. While everyone was discussing, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s stood up and spoke to everyone. He has a mustache and looks very smart. Chang Nyo smiled and said, You are indeed right. Joining the world government can indeed deter pirates in some respects, but the key question is, have you ever thought that the group of people behind the world government will come to us? What do you want? The man who was speaking just now was stunned for a moment. He didn't think about it that much. He just felt that the deterrence of the world government would at least make his country much safer. Everyone else also thought about it, and Dong Wa said with a serious face, the world government will never engage in any loss-making business. Let's not talk about whether there is anyone who can help us in the South Blue Sea. To be fair, their annual sky gold is enough for us. The standard of living in our country has dropped yet another level. Dong Wa is right. Our country is already like this. If we add the offering of gold from the sky, then our national life will be almost unnecessary. By then, why do we still need pirates to come and plunder? Chang Nyo also said. The middle-aged man who just spoke suddenly became silent. He could only look at everyone blankly. From his heart, he did not have any bad thoughts, but he thought that this method might be more correct. But he never thought about the issue of heavenly gold. It is true that the country has reached this level. If it continues to squeeze the people, then the country will almost exist in name only. Okay, everyone should follow the previous process first. Now the entire country's population has been collected. The first batch must meet at least 20% of the country's employment needs. We will find ways to improve the rest in the future. The current economic situation in the country. Chang Nyo stood up and said. Yes, His Majesty the King. No one has refused now. No matter what the situation is, they all want to see where Chang Nyo's performance will be next. Soon after, almost everyone in the True Kingdom knew about the decision made by the current king. But for ordinary people, few people raised objections, and they were even very happy with such things. At least they no longer have to worry about their own livelihood. They can grow flowers and plants. One person can at least operate several acres of land. The food obtained from these lands is almost enough for the whole family. After all, the ratio of exchanges has been clearly stipulated at the beginning, and the climate here is indeed very suitable for planting flowers and plants. At the same time, there is no definition of which varieties need to be planted. Suddenly, the entire True Kingdom was caught up in a new round of planting plans. Everyone is in full swing. Even people from other countries who come here are curious about what is going on with the people in this country. But for Chang Nyo, the only advantage he has now is that as long as he has money, food can be directly supplied continuously. With the system, the so-called food can be almost as much as he wants. In the palace hall, after Chang Nyo explained the details to everyone, including how to make it, he quickly left the hall. Now he has begun to be quite curious, what exactly did the system give to him after he became the king? After returning to the room, Chang Nyo couldn't bear it anymore and closed the door directly. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and began to feel everything in the spiritual world. But when he opened the system space, he was quite surprised. "System, where are the things you gave me?" Chang Nyo shouted directly in the spiritual world. Answer: the items given away by the mall system this time are for a lottery. The host can click to enter the lottery. The internal settings include all the items of the Wanja Mall. The details depend on the host's personal luck. The mechanical sound of the system sounded, but Chang Nyo was a little speechless. Just give something away, why do you need to draw the lottery yourself in the end? So far, anything is better than nothing. Chang Nyo was not discouraged and shouted directly, "Open the lottery." As soon as the voice fell, the style of the entire system space changed. The original sky blue space interface has now turned pink. And there is a button in front of him, as if he can get everything by pressing it. Without saying a word, Chang Nyo directly pressed the red button. As the space screen above his head kept rotating, when it finally stopped, even Chang Nyo couldn't help but marvel. What is frozen in front of him is actually a long sword, a tachi to be precise, and the name of the tachi is already marked on it. Almost everyone who has watched the anime knows that this thing is the demon sword Muramasa. Chang Nyo naturally knew the function of this thing, and it was a pretty awesome existence, but he didn't expect that the so-called 10,000 Realms Mall system could really transmit things from other worlds to his side. After he came to his senses, demon sword Muramasa stood upright beside Chang Nyo's bedside. The faint red scabbard and the hilt of a special material emit a faint red light, making it obvious that this thing is not simple. The most important thing is that it exudes an evil aura, which makes people shudder even if they get close. Chang Nyo stood up and grabbed the demon sword Muramasa. Suddenly, a special aura spread directly throughout his body, as if he was establishing a connection with himself. Chang Nyo was quite surprised. He didn't expect that the system could actually create such a good thing, and that it could directly allow him to establish the relationship between master and servant. Now that you have appeared in this world, you and I will be together from now on. In this world, I will definitely live up to your reputation. Chang Nyo carefully looked at the demonic sword in front of him and continued to mutter something. But after all, the key is that I don't know any swordsmanship at all. Even if I have such a famous sword, there is nothing I can do if I don't know how to use it. After thinking of this, Chang Nyo suddenly remembered that there were more than 300 million in expenses in his system space. When should he wait for more at this time? Chang Nyo placed the demon sword beside the bed and entered the system space again. He calmly shouted directly to the system, "System, is there a more powerful way to use swordsmanship?" As soon as the voice fell, the words Fishan Yujian Liu suddenly appeared on the blue screen in front of him. But looking at the amount of money required below, Chang Nyo, a poor guy, suddenly felt intimidated. But this time it was not impossible to buy it. The overall price of Fishan Yujian style was actually 500 million. This thing was really beyond his imagination. I originally thought that the 300 million in my account would allow me to squander it for a while, but I didn't expect that just a book of swordsmanship would turn me into a pauper in an instant. The key is that the cost is not enough. With a slight sigh, Chang Nyo exited the system space directly, and then stared at Muramasa who was lying calmly on the bed. "Don't worry, I will definitely let you see you again soon," Chang Nyo said with a smile. Demon sword Muramasa seemed to have felt Chang Nyo's thoughts. It originally emitted a faint red light, and the light on its body began to slowly disappear until it finally turned into an ordinary sword. The overall length of the demon sword Muramasa is about 1 meter, and the length of the blade is also about 70 centimeters. If he really gets the flying sword style, Chang Nyo can at least make a big improvement in his strength. But now he is a pauper and has no effect at all. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered what his father gave him before he died. That's a treasure left in one of these parts of the country. Although I don't know what is hidden in this treasure, at least what my father gave me before he died will definitely not be so empty. After thinking for a while, Chang Nyo felt that it would be better to take practical action. He opened his pillow and took out the roll of parchment. The specific location was clearly recorded on it, and even the specific mountain tops were clearly marked. This time the treasure is obviously not in the sea, but on a high mountain, and it is in his own country. After reading it, Chang Nyo was a little curious, why was his cheap dad unwilling to open it until the end? What is hidden inside is really unclear. But according to his understanding of the One Piece world, there are many places where he can get enough money, but at least he needs to reach his strength before he can start looking again. Anyway, almost everything arranged by the country is now in an orderly manner, and you don't need to worry too much. The only thing left is to sell the first batch of goods outside after they come out, but this process is estimated to be at least it takes a year. Chapter 7 Meeting Garp by Chance. At present, the entire country's palace treasury contains less than 200 million belly at most. For Chang Nyo, this amount of money can only supply the food needs of the domestic people. Therefore, even if the strength cannot be increased, Chang Nyo will not have any bad intentions with those things in the treasure house. After looking at the treasure map for a while, Chang Nyo was a little surprised, because the place names and places marked on it were obviously within his own country, but the key point is that Chang Nyo has not even left the capital of this kingdom since he was born. Have been out there, let alone know anything about other things outside. After thinking about it in this small room for a long time, Chang Nyo stood up, picked up the demon knife and walked out of the room. Ask Junhee to come over and see me, and tell me that I have something to ask him. Chang Nyo directly gave instructions to the maid who was standing guard at the door of the room. Yes, His Majesty the King. Now that all the details of the matter have begun to develop, it is natural to make a treasure map. It is not necessary at this time because it will not be used in the future anyway. After returning to the palace hall for almost half an hour, Junhee walked over quickly. When they first met, Junhee immediately shouted respectfully, "Your Majesty the King, I heard that you are looking for me here." "Yes, I would like to ask, do you know that there is a place called Taiwa Mountain in our country?" Chang Nyo asked directly. "Your Majesty the King, I have never heard of the place you mentioned. I don't know why you suddenly asked about this," Junhee said. Chang Nyo did not hide anything and directly took out the treasure map that the old king left for him and handed it to the other party. Junhee glanced at it, and then he was a little confused. He said to Chang Nyo, "Your Majesty the King, this should be Bat Lila, the place closest to the kingdom of Roha in our country. Is it far from here?" Chang Nyo asked. "It's not very far. After all, our country is only so big, but it will take at least a day to get there," Junhee said directly, and Chang Nyo seemed to have an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this place name, but after thinking about it for a while, he still didn't understand where it was. "Come here tomorrow morning, and we'll go together then," Chang Nyo ordered. "Yes, His Majesty the King." Despite this arrangement, Chang Nyo's tasks still have to continue every day. It's just that running, push-ups and frog jumps have been with him for so many years. For him now, it doesn't even take half an hour to complete them. It's only a 10-kilometer journey. If I had used my own abilities, I would have solved it in 2 minutes. But he won't end it so perfunctorily. This kind of training, at least many things must be done seriously. The next day, almost at dawn, they were already sailing on the boat. On this wide seaside, this was also the first time Chang Nyo left the palace. His expression looked very calm, but his heart had already begun to become restless. After all, in this world of One Piece, what most people yearn for is freedom, but can this kind of freedom really exist? Along the way, they almost always followed the coastline, and at the same time they were able to understand the living conditions of the people in various places. At least wherever they looked, they almost saw people living in dire straits. It is precisely because of this that Chang Nyo wants to change the current situation of this country. The ship they are on now was still used by those pirates at that time. This ship looks quite big. It will definitely not be a problem to accommodate 300 to 500 people. The most important thing is to change the flag of this ship. After a while, he looked much more domineering and majestic. However, those who originally belonged to the owners of this ship are now almost all engaged in the most basic construction work within the royal city's territory. The feeling on the sea is so good. After things here come to an end, I also want to go out and have a good sightseeing. Changyo said to himself while standing on the bow of the boat. His Majesty the King will definitely do it. At least we will all believe in you. The future of the country is in your hands. After Changyo finished speaking, a maid behind him said with a smile. Changyo enjoyed this feeling very much. He turned to look at the maid, and said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, the future of the country is in the hands of all of us. If I just rely on myself, I may not be able to do much in the end. His Majesty the King said it is true, but Lena is still honored to be able to follow His Majesty the King. Said the little maid. I hope everything is as we imagined. In this case, at least we won't have to worry about the future for a lot of time. Changyo said softly. This time, there were about 50 people who followed, and each of them had their own division of labor. Changyo didn't want to make things too ostentatious this time, so it was good to move forward in secret like this. But everything is not as simple as I imagined. Even in this calm South Blue Sea, there will still be unexpected surprises. Just when they were not even halfway to their destination, a naval warship came towards them. The seagull flag was flying on the mast above. It could be seen clearly even from a long distance away. The most important thing was not the mast, but the shape of the naval warship, which made Changyo start to feel surprised. Your Majesty the King, a naval warship is found ahead. What should we do? Junhee quickly ran up and asked directly. Don't do anything. Remember later, no matter what happens, you must not expose your abilities. Changyo said with a serious face. In fact, Junhee has always wanted to ask why, even now, after training for several years, Changyo still has not given an explanation to these people. Changyo stared at the navy warship that was about a kilometer ahead. The shape of the dog's head made him feel at a glance who should be sitting on it. Do your best to avoid the navy warship, and try not to have any contact with the people on it. Changyo ordered again. Yes, His Majesty the King. I didn't expect it to be Garp. It's really surprising that I can see Vice Admiral Iron Fist of the Navy here. Changyo stood on the bow of the ship and continued to watch, then whispered to himself. He doesn't want to have any conflict with the other party now, or even meet him. After all, he still doesn't know what will happen, and why the other party wants to come to the South Blue Sea is still unknown. The Navy warship was almost head-on with the ship they were on, but under Changyo's instructions, the huge ship began to slowly turn to the other side. When the two ships approached, they cleverly avoided each other. But things can't end so easily. Just when they were all about to breathe a sigh of relief, a middle-aged man in a suit stood on the ship where Changyo was, or on the deck to be precise. The robe of justice was draped on his back, which looked particularly obvious. With his strong muscles and this square face, Changyo had already confirmed that this was Vice Admiral Iron Fist Garp when he discovered it. Wow, haha! It turns out this is not a pirate ship. I almost beat him to pieces with one punch just now. It's a good thing I didn't do this. Garp stood on the deck, not paying attention to the eyes of others, and laughed directly. Changyo was speechless, but he still stepped forward and said respectfully, Mr. Navy Vice Admiral Iron Fist, Mr. Garp, I really didn't expect that I can still see you in the South Blue Sea. It really makes me feel lucky. You little guy actually know me? Garp asked curiously, but there was no malice in his eyes. Of course I know you, but you may not know me here. I am Changyo, King of True. When I was very young, I heard my father often mention you. I didn't expect to see you today. Changyo said with a smile. When Garp first appeared, Junhee and others were on guard, but after listening to the chat between the two, they began to let down their guard. Garp became even more curious. He looked at Changyo and asked curiously, I didn't expect you to become the king of this country at such a young age. It seems that the burden on you is not very small. Is your country not doing well now? Excuse me, Lieutenant General Garp, for your concern. I believe that things will get better in the Kingdom of True in the days to come. Haha, you little guy is really interesting. Do you want to come to the Navy and work under me? Garp looked directly at Changyo and asked. Changyo even rolled his eyes. The other party poached so blatantly, which really made people speechless. Lieutenant General Garp, if Chang Nyo were not king true, he would be very happy or willing to follow you, but as you can see, there are also many Chinese behind me who are waiting for me to lead them to live a good life. It seems that your request cannot be met this time. Chang Nyo said with a smile. Well, that's what you little guy said. After all, your country is really not that good. It's too poor. If you feel that being a king is not fun in the future, you can go to the navy to find me. I will definitely reserve one for you. Good location, Karp said with a smile. Lieutenant General Lao really cares about me. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely be willing. Where are you going? Let's see if it goes smoothly. I can protect you for a while. As soon as Chang Nyo finished speaking, Garp asked directly. Excuse me, Lieutenant General, for your concern. Your Majesty just wants to take a look at the current situation in the country to help you understand how to respond and solve it next. Before Chang Nyo said anything, Junhee opened his mouth and spoke directly at this moment. Garp's eyes were fierce for a moment, staring directly at Junhee, who was talking, but only for a moment. Then he returned to his original appearance, still smiling and wearing a dog head hat. After Garp observed the people on the ship for a while, he then said to Chang Nyo with a smile on his face, in that case, I will leave first. I believe we will see you again in the future. No one else has figured it out yet. What does this old man mean? Could it be that he came to his own ship just to convey these few words? But something that surprised Junhee happened next. Garp directly stepped on the moon steps and instantly flew into the sky, and then galloped all the way through the air, heading towards the navy warship where he was. It was only then that Junhee finally understood why Chang Nyo had not allowed people like him to show their abilities from the very beginning. If the guess is correct, these training methods and abilities must be inseparable from the navy. Back on the warship, as soon as Garp sat on the chair, an impatient voice appeared behind him, shouting, Garp, if you want to leave in the future, can you tell me in advance? Crane, don't be too nervous, I just went over to take a look. Garp said with a serious face. Did you discover something? He asked directly. She could sense from Garp's expression that the other party's ship might not be as simple as she imagined, so she began to ask with a straight face. The people on that ship are not simple. I didn't expect that this small true kingdom could actually have such fighting power. Garp said. What do you mean by that? Could it be that they are all devil fruit users? Crane asked worriedly. No, it's just that I suddenly noticed that their physical training structure is very powerful, and it can even be compared with the best of our navy. Garp said directly. So this is what you're talking about. For people in many places, as long as they strengthen their training, they can almost do it. What's so surprising about this kind of thing? He said indifferently. You don't understand even after I told you. It seems there is no need to talk to you about this anymore. Maybe we can meet that little guy again in the future. He is really an interesting person. Garp said with a slight smile, and then ignored the matter. After all, many times it is true as he said, if other people follow the training methods properly, they can also reach the status of those in the navy. He is not sure whether what he saw is right or wrong, so he just went to the other party's ship to test it out, but the final result seems to be almost the same as what he thought. But Garp doesn't care too much about these things. As long as the other party is not a pirate, then even having such strength is normal for a country. After all, he also understood very well that if a country did not have a few powerful beings, it would be almost one-sided in dealing with pirates. Chapter 8 Treasure. On the Kruha, the ship where Chang Nyo and the others were, everyone was still looking confused, looking at the navy warship that had begun to move away. Junhee walked up to Chang Nyo and asked, Your Majesty, do you know the old man just now? Of course I know him. He can be said to be the ceiling of strength in this world. More importantly, he is currently the most powerful person in the navy. Chang Nyo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and praised without hesitation. Really or not? But from the looks of his subordinates, he doesn't look very powerful. Junhee said with a surprised look on his face. You know Hammer, this old man is quite ferocious, and his opponent's perception is very strong. After hearing what Chang Nyo said, Junhee's eyes darkened. He wanted to ask something but didn't know how to say it. Seeing that Chang Nyo didn't seem to care about it now, Junhee hesitated for a while and asked, Your Majesty, is the method you use to train us related to the navy? Chang Nyo smiled, then patted the opponent's shoulder directly, and this time, he said without any taboo, "You are right, the training method for you is the training system that the Navy has never spread to others, and it is also the Navy's training method. The most powerful among them are the 6 style skills." "I see." Only then did Junhee understand why Chongnyo had not allowed them to show their strength to outsiders. Even the training results of their number 100 people had reached such a level, let alone those who stayed in the Navy. Training achievements. There was no surprise at all. Junhee just had some questions. Where did he, His Majesty the King, get these things from when he was 10 years old? But the key now is not the time to ask these questions. However, he only needs to know that he is loyal to the country and loyal to His Majesty. Stop thinking about it and set off quickly. We haven't even walked half the way yet, and we don't know if we can get there before dark. Chongnyo said directly to Junhee. Yes, His Majesty the King. Chongnyo, who had regained his composure, looked at the slowly moving ship, but was thinking about why Garp came to the South Blue Sea. This place was far away from their naval headquarters. It could be said that it was quite a distance. As far as the old man is concerned, there is definitely something going on when he comes to this place. The South Blue Sea is weak as a whole, and there are not a large number of pirates. It would not be possible for the strongest navy to come to this place. More importantly, the South Blue Sea has few countries that have joined the world government, so there is no need to come here. Stroll. It seems that the old man's purpose of coming here must be related to Batlila. After all, this is the birthplace of the Pirate King's son, and the burial place of the Pirate King's wife. Others don't know the relationship between Garp and Pirate King Roger, but Chongnyo, who has the eye of God and already knows the overall situation, is quite clear about the relationship between the two. The treasure indicated by the treasure map is also in Batlila, but the Pirate King's wife also stayed there. If there really is no certain connection, is it possible? At least that's what Chongnyo has been thinking all along. As the king of this country, Chongnyo still knows more or less what Batlila's situation is. The year-round population of this place is only about 20,000, and most places are surrounded by mountains. Although it is also connected to the sea, this island does not have many places for human survival. During the continuous sailing process, Chongnyo was not in any mood to enjoy the surrounding scenery, but this time, he took a stroll along the coastline of his country. The whole country is not particularly big, and it only takes a day by boat, not to mention that the current sailing speed is extremely slow. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a land of palm. When it got dark, the maid who had been staying beside Chongnyo reminded her, "Your Majesty the King, Batlila Island is expected to arrive in about 10 minutes. Master Junhee asked me to inform you here." "Are you here?" Chongnyo asked with a sigh. "Yes, Your Majesty the King, but it is already dark now. Shall we spend the night on the island first?" "Let's spend the night first. Let's inform them and stop 5 miles away from Batlila Island. Don't disturb the residents of the island," Chongnyo ordered. "Yes, His Majesty the King." Chongnyo finally came out. He didn't want to disturb the residents of the island again when it got dark. After all, a ship suddenly passed by. At such a specific time, it was likely to be mistaken by the residents of the island. "I think pirates, if this is really the case, will definitely cause them to panic." It was already dark anyway, there was enough space on the ship for everyone to rest, and there was no need to do other things. The next day, early in the morning, Chongnyo had already led everyone and began to move towards the location marked on the treasure map. The entire Batlila Island area is not very small, or in other words, it still has a large area. But most of the places are high mountains and forests. The place where everyone chose to go ashore this time has been specially designed to avoid the people living here. Walking in this dense forest, Chongnyo asked curiously, "Junhee, are you sure you can find the place so early?" "Don't worry, Your Majesty the King. If there is nothing wrong with the treasure map, the specific location should be not far ahead," Junhee said. Some people have been walking for several hours now. Except for those who stayed on the boat, there were almost 20 people who came with them. In this huge island, it is still very difficult to determine the location just by relying on a treasure map that doesn't look like much. Especially since this group of people are now walking in a dense forest, it is almost impossible to confirm their direction. After nearly an hour, the sweltering heat of staying in the forest was almost unbearable. "Junhee, didn't you say we were almost there? What is the situation now?" Chongnyo couldn't help but shout directly. "Your Majesty, this forest seems very strange. So far, I find that we have been circling in circles. I don't know what is going on. Junhee said with a helpless look. The sweat on everyone's foreheads has begun to slowly decrease at this moment, and the sultry environment makes everyone a little manic. There is no need for Junhee to say the words anymore. Changnyo has already discovered it himself. After all, it feels a bit weird here. Changnyo took a serious look at the situation around him. He had already said this. Only then did he realize that there were no sounds of birds in the surrounding area, and it was even as if there were no living creatures living at all. Your Majesty, please take a rest first. I will take the people to the tree to take a look. What is the situation? Junhee said respectfully. No, don't separate. It seems a bit complicated here. Changnyo said directly. After the voice fell, Changnyo walked straight to a big tree whose top was almost invisible. It was at least 10 meters in diameter, but Changnyo had seen this guy more than once. It seemed that all their actions revolved around do the same with this tree. System, can you find out what's going on? Answer, I'm very sorry to the host. This system is the Wanjamal system and is not responsible for other situations. Changnyo was speechless. Facing this situation, it really put them in a dilemma. But he could feel that there was definitely an area in this place that he hadn't noticed yet. No matter what, it is impossible for it to appear without reason, so the same is true for this place. Since the system is no longer useful, then at least you should be more careful. Your Majesty, have you discovered anything here? Junhee looked at Changnyo and walked up to ask. We don't have any clue yet. Changnyo said directly, and then asked, there is such a place in our kingdom of True. Is it possible that no one knew about it before? Sorry, my subordinates have not paid attention to this matter. Junhee said with his head lowered. Forget it, let's find a way out quickly. Changnyo said helplessly. Your Majesty, how about we just cut down these trees? A soldier stepped forward, swallowed and said. No, these trees are too big. It can't be done at all. Even if it is done, I don't know how long it will take. Junhee said. What he said may have some truth. There is currently no good solution, so let's try this first. Changnyo said. But Your Majesty, we didn't bring any tools before we came here. We relied on manpower, so there probably isn't a good way. Junhee persuaded. It doesn't matter. After Changnyo finished speaking, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and his whole body suddenly became fierce. Muramasa, it's up to you whether you can go out next. Changnyo said to the long sword in his hand. After the words fell, Changnyo slowly pulled out the demon sword, and his eyes began to turn red. Although he didn't learn any swordsmanship, just relying on his own strength, for Changnyo, using the demon sword Muramasa was enough to chop down the giant trees in front of him. Junhee and others were a little surprised and at a loss when they saw their king's current state. The aura brought by demon sword Muramasa made even these specially trained people look fearful. What on earth is this? Some soldiers couldn't help but ask. I think it's better if we stay away. Your Majesty is indeed Your Majesty, but it's different. Everyone has their own words, some are fearful, and of course some are admired. But Changnyo didn't hear a word. He concentrated on feeling the demon knife in his hand. This bloodthirsty desire that made it difficult for him to control was really too strong. Being the first time he felt this knife, Changnyo could only say with a cold smile, since you have recognized me as your master, you should obey my orders. The blade of the sword kept trembling as he spoke. If Changnyo hadn't held it tightly, it would have flown out by itself. The entire forest was almost filled with the evil aura of demon sword Muramasa. Changnyo held the handle of the knife tightly, trying hard not to let it escape from his control. But even so, the stalemate between one man and one sword continued, and each of the soldiers who followed them stayed far away, for fear of hurting themselves. Even Junhee, the strongest among these people, hastily retreated to other places, far away, quietly watching the situation ahead. The whole process lasted for almost half an hour. In the already sultry forest, the sweat on everyone's foreheads had already flowed to an unknown amount. During the stalemate, Changnyo struggled to maintain the status quo, and his physical exertion was far greater than that of the others. But this is not without any manifestation. At least after the stalemate for about half an hour, Yayadao Muramasa has begun to slowly relax. Until the end, the evil aura that originally exuded from Muramasa seemed to have disappeared at this moment. He quietly let Chongnyo hold it in his hand, acting extremely normal. The bright light on the blade was enough to reflect the dignity and extraordinariness of the other party. Muramasa, since you and I are partners, I promise to let you embark on your journey from now on and make you famous in this world. Seeing that demon sword Muramasa had completely stopped now, Chongnyo raised the corners of his mouth slightly and praised him. As soon as he finished speaking, Muramasa seemed to have felt Chongnyo's words, and the blade shook slightly again twice. A spiritual weapon will play a vital role in increasing one's own strength. Feeling the environment here, Chongnyo was already out of breath, but those people behind him were still waiting for him. Facing the current situation, Chongnyo had almost no strength at all. After all, in order to suppress this demon sword just now, his entire body had been exhausted to a great extent. Seeing that it is already afternoon time, if they don't go out quickly, they don't know how long they will stay in this sweltering forest, especially after nightfall. If the risks are revealed, then this group of people is very likely to. No one made it out alive. Even though Yayadao Muramasa has become peaceful now, none of the soldiers dare to come close. Chongnyo didn't pay attention to the performance of these people. He directly put the knife across his middle and looked forward with bright eyes, especially at the 10-meter thick tree in front of him. As he raised the knife and lowered it, it was just a normal slash, but the 10-meter thick tree in front of him was directly penetrated by the light of the knife. Just after the light of the sword penetrated the big tree, everyone seemed to hear the crisp sound of broken glass. Before the big tree fell, the sultry heat of the forest suddenly disappeared, and there seemed to be a breeze blowing around them. Chapter 9 The Face of the Treasure. Immediately afterwards, what appeared in front of everyone seemed to be no longer the original forest. Your Majesty the King, there is a road ahead. Junhee shouted loudly, and he could hear the excitement in his voice. After all, they have searched here many times, but they have never found a road in front of them. However, when the big tree began to slowly fall down, all the surrounding scenes seemed to have changed to another. Fan. Chongnyo had naturally noticed this change. He glanced at the road ahead, then turned to look at the big tree that was still falling. During the fall of the huge tree, it was unknown how many other trees had been broken, but the moment this tree fell to the ground, there was a huge movement, and even the ground began to shake. Junhee hurriedly ran to Chongnyo. Looking at the fallen tree, he couldn't understand why all the problems that troubled these people were solved when the tree fell. Your Majesty the King, what is going on? Junhee was curious and asked respectfully. Chongnyo was actually a blind cat trying to fool a mouse. He didn't even understand what the situation was. But he had indeed noticed this huge tree several times before, but he did not expect that after the tree fell, the barrier that originally troubled everyone would disappear. I'm not very clear. It seems that this treasure definitely has an unknown side. If there is more money, then our entire kingdom of True will have a much easier life. Chongnyo said with a smile. What His Majesty the King said is that now that the barrier has been opened, we should be able to arrive before dark, Junhee said. Then it's better to set off quickly. We'll study the specific reasons later. Chongnyo smiled and patted Junhee on the shoulder. No one can explain the changes in this area in a short period of time, and they don't understand it very well. After all, this situation does not feel like man-made, but the place here is definitely not as simple as it seems. A path almost 2 meters wide has now appeared in front of everyone, and no one knows where it connects, but according to the treasure map, open the barrier and the treasure will come. Based on this sentence alone, it is already certain that this road should lead directly to the location of the treasure. But no one knows yet whether there will be other dangers on the road ahead. Chongnyo put the demon sword Muramasa into the scabbard, stroked it all over, then hung it on his waist and walked forward. Your Majesty, please let me walk in front. I don't know if there are any other dangers on this road. Junhee looked at Chongnyo who was walking in front and said hurriedly. Don't worry, your life is life, and so is mine. There is no need to be too polite between us. At least my strength should be slightly higher, so just let me go in front. Chongnyo said with a smile. Your Majesty the King, you really think about us. From now on, whatever His Majesty the King asks me to do, I must do it without saying a word. Only such a king is worthy of our following. After hearing what Chongnyo said, every one of the soldiers behind him was so excited that they burst into tears and spoke words of praise without hesitation. But as they moved forward, the big tree behind them that had been cut down began to slowly disappear. But for the group of people who had gone farther away, no one could notice this silent disappearance. Your Majesty, you have worked hard for so long, do you want to take a rest? After the group of people walked for nearly an hour, Junhee rushed to Chang Nyo and asked. No need, let's end this trip quickly. Besides, this consumption is nothing to us. Chang Nyo said calmly. Junhee smiled, and then continued to follow Chang Nyo. The trail they were walking on was so long that they had been walking for an hour and still hadn't seen the end of the road. Moreover, the trees on both sides are extremely tall, but from a feeling point of view, something weird has been discovered. Although this Batlila island looks very big on the surface, it is already weird that these people can walk for an hour at their speed. And from the beginning to the end, these people feel that they have been walking up the mountain, but it is an hour's journey, no matter what, they should have reached the sky, but now something is wrong, and it feels like they are going in circles. Finally, after walking for 10 minutes, Chang Nyo completely realized that something was wrong. It seemed that he had encountered the same situation he encountered at the beginning. The atmosphere here felt very strange, and it was completely difficult to distinguish between east, west, north, and south. Junhee, use the moon step to go to the sky and take a look. What is going on? Chang Nyo said directly and seriously. It was just a treasure. In the end, it actually cost so many people so much effort. But now, to everyone, it seems like they have fallen into a bottomless pit and cycle. After hearing the order, Junhee stepped on the moon steps and ran to the sky step by step. When he looked down, everything seemed so normal. But on the other hand, they walked an hour's journey, but it seemed like they had only walked a few miles. After jumping down, Junhee said to Chang Nyo, Your Majesty, the location shown on the treasure map is not far above us, but we walked for nearly an hour and only walked 5 miles. On either side of the road. We can't wait anymore. Let them wait here first. You and I will go directly from the air. I want to see what kind of situation is going to be able to trap us for nearly a day. Chang Nyo was already a little angry at this moment. And his tone was not as calm as it was at the beginning. The key point is that this place is still in our own country, and no one knows at all. What is the situation here? As a so-called treasure passed down from an unknown generation of kings, he couldn't believe that no one had come to explore it until now. In addition, and the most important point is, why did the pirate king put his wife in this place, so he must know a lot about it. Almost all of the 10 or 20 people stayed in place and waited. Chang Nyo took Junhee and also flew towards the top of the mountain on moon steps. After reaching the sky, Chang Nyo also glanced down, and what he found was almost the same as what Junhee found. This area was almost full of weirdness, and everyone had no idea what was going on. So much time was wasted just by walking in circles. Ignoring those people behind, Chang Nyo took Jun and the two of them and started directly from the air towards the top of the mountain. The distance was not particularly far in the first place. The two of them could reach and even stand on the top of the mountain almost quickly by walking in the air. From the edge, they could still see the people staying on the path at the foot of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, Chang Nyo couldn't help but frown. This place was very different from what he imagined. It was completely unimaginable. There are no trees or weeds here, it is completely composed of stones, and you can even overlook the entire mountain at a glance. The most important thing is because the so-called treasure trove has a panoramic view and nothing suspicious is found. Is it possible that everyone has spent so much effort and ended up with nothing in the end? Your Majesty, I searched around and it seems that there is no place to hide here at all, let alone any treasures. After Junhee walked around for a while, he returned to where he was and looked at Chang Nyo and said directly. The things protected by kings in the past are definitely not that simple. If the location is correct, then it must still be here. Chang Nyo said. But he was also beating the drum in his heart. After all, the top of the mountain is so big, but the location shown on the treasure map is exactly here. But at a glance, there is really no place that can be called a space where something can be hidden. But even so, the two of them were still not discouraged and started to separate directly and continued to search. The space on the top of the mountain is not particularly large. Within a moment, they had completely checked it carefully, but they still didn't find any clues. Mater, could it be that the things guarded by kings in the past are just a trap? There are no ghosts here, and I don't know what they are guarding. No one has come to take them for so many years, so there must be nothing. Chang Nyo scolded angrily in his heart. The most important thing is that this ghost place is really far from what I imagined. I came here to check it out with full of joy, but the final ending is actually like this? Your Majesty, the inspection has been completed, but there is indeed no possible entrance or the like. Is there something wrong with the treasure map itself? Junhee asked doubtfully. Oh, I don't know the key. When Dad gave me this thing, we didn't even ask about it. Changnyo said helplessly. So what should we do now? What else can we do? Just go back. Changnyo calmed down and said directly. Anyway, there is really nothing to be found here. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to go back and think about how to make money. After Changnyo finished speaking, he sat down directly on the top rock. After all, he had worked hard for so long and started to prepare to return after taking a rest. But sometimes people's luck is like this, it always happens inadvertently. Up here. Just as he sat like this, Changnyo suddenly felt that the stone under his butt suddenly fell down, and the whole stone seemed to be suspended. Junhee also discovered this. After the two of them looked at each other, they both started to say nothing, and the joy on their faces expressed everything. It seems like this thing is under your feet. Move this stone away and take a look. Changnyo said with a smile on his lips. Junhee directly lifted a stone without feeling tired at all. However, when the stone was moved away, the two of them discovered that the entire mountain was almost empty, and all the stones were almost suspended in the surroundings. Because of the problem of too much time, it looks no different from a normal mountain from the outside. Your Majesty the King, let me go down and investigate first. No need, there shouldn't be any danger here, just go down. Changnyo said, and he took the lead and started jumping down. They just opened a hole. Looking down, it was almost bottomless, and it was quite dark inside. No one knew what was inside. But there is no need to think too much now. The only thing that is certain is that there is definitely good stuff down there. However, even if the two of them jumped into the mountain, some unknown object inside caused the suspension, causing the two of them to be suspended at the same time. Junhee, lean on the edge of the mountain and start to go down slowly. Be sure to pay attention to your own safety. Changnyo shouted directly and seriously. Yes, Your Majesty. Now the two of them have no idea what is going on inside. We can only rely on this method and slowly start to explore downwards. What exactly exists under the mountain? So far no one really knows. But just looking at the current situation, the only thing that is certain is that there are definitely unusual items down there. From Changnyo's perspective, it is not surprising that any situation exists in the One Piece world. After all, various situations can happen at any time while staying here. As the two of them continued to explore down the rocks on the edge of the mountain, although it was still pitch black, at least they could still feel the unusual movement vaguely. After reaching the bottom, the scene in front of him directly overturned Changnyo's cognition. Other than that, Junhee was completely stunned on the spot. The key to the so-called treasure is that the thing in front of you is almost completely incomparable to the one next to it. Your Majesty, what is this? Junhee couldn't help the doubts in his heart and looked directly at Changnyo and asked. However, at this moment, Changnyo was stroking this dark guy with his whole body, and the shock in his eyes was almost self-evident. Now there is no need to say anything more, he already knows exactly what this huge thing under his feet is. A huge capacity that can occupy the entire mountain, but it is not the so-called money, but the weapon that most people in the entire One Piece world are pursuing. Junhee, it seems that we have become prosperous this time, but in the end we don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. After we go out, we must not let anyone know about the things inside. If the news leaks out, our entire kingdom of Toru, I'm afraid they will all be in the flames of war. Changnyo said with a stern expression, his voice did not contain any emotion at the moment. He had already sensed the importance of the matter. How could the king who had been guarding him for generations hide such a big guy in the mountain? Your Majesty, what on earth is this? Junhee couldn't help but ask. Chapter 10 Ancient Weapon Pluto. In this dark environment, the two of them couldn't see the whole thing clearly. It was normal for Junhee to have such doubts. Changnyo didn't say it out loud, but he already felt like he was dreaming. It is really unimaginable that the Pluto weapon that everyone is pursuing actually exists in the kingdom of Toru. No matter what you think, you shouldn't. How could such an inhospitable place like the South Blue Sea store such a vital thing? There is almost no rust on this thing. A giant ship almost made of steel is displayed at his feet. For the technological products of this era, the appearance of this thing is really puzzling. You don't need to know the origin of this thing. At least for the time being, for you, me, and the entire country, all it can bring is disaster. Changnyo said with a frown. Then what should we do now? Junhee asked in disbelief. Go out and bury this matter here first. When our country has enough strength, take him out. At least it will make our entire country completely different. Chongnyo said. Okay, Your Majesty. It seems that Pirate King Roger also knows about this matter. I really didn't expect that this thing is actually here. Chongnyo said to himself in his heart. That is to say, after just one glance, Chongnyo immediately took Junhee and started flying upward. Needless to say, the magnetic influence produced here is emanating from this ship. Such a huge steel ship, let alone one that could have been built hundreds of years ago, even now, Chongnyo has reason to believe that it is definitely a product that transcends the times. Finally, the two of them climbed up. They looked at each other and saw serious expressions in each other's eyes. Junhee hurriedly blocked all the rocks where he should be. From the outside, it looked like, still the same as before, without any change. Standing on the top of the mountain again, Chongnyo sighed slowly and looked into the distance. The restlessness and uneasiness in his heart were directly reflected on his face. Your Majesty, do you need to send someone to guard us in the future? Junhee asked. No, just leave it like that. This thing has been left here for hundreds of years without being discovered. If we guard it too deliberately, we won't have the ability to deal with it if someone else discovers it. Chongnyo took a breath and said calmly. Understood, Your Majesty. Let's go, start going back now, and don't disturb the people on the island during the whole process. Chongnyo said. Originally, I came here with great joy and wanted to see if there were any treasures. It was originally expected that it might be a pile of gold filling the warehouse, but now it seems that it is such a useless item. At least for the current situation of their country, it has no effect at all at present. On the contrary, it will cause great disasters. Royal Palace. After experiencing this incident, Chongnyo and others never mentioned a word about their treasure hunting experience when they came back. Slowly, 2 years have passed since this incident. During these 2 years, Chongnyo continued to exercise as usual every day to complete the tasks provided by the system. At least during this time, I must quickly get what the system has given me. 3-color domineering, this is the most important thing in this kind of world. Chongnyo in the room looked at the now dark hand. This thing is now almost hundreds of times harder than steel, and whether it is in terms of strength or speed, the current Chongnyo is comparable to his former self. I don't know how many times stronger than it was already. At this age, Chongnyo has officially grown to 16 years old, and his height has reached about 1.9 meters. He is a handsome young man. Now he wears aristocratic clothes every day, but without the crown and short hair, Chongnyo looks particularly handsome. However, in the past 2 years, the entire True Kingdom has almost begun to undergo earth-shaking changes. Perfume trading has swept the entire pirate world from the beginning. Although the price of a bottle of 50,000 belly is daunting to many people, the goods are still not available in many places. Just a product of perfume has already made the Kingdom of True a lot of money, and it has also changed the living conditions of the residents of the entire kingdom. Nowhere in the kingdom can one see the same lack of food and clothing as 2 years ago. At least each of their faces began to be filled with smiles. The low cost allowed them to create such expensive goods. As for the cost price of a bottle of perfume, I am afraid it does not exceed 100 belly at most, and this thing is the most expensive in the entire Kingdom of True. The daily production amount is enough for the entire pirate world. However, relying solely on one perfume processing factory is not enough to support the improvement of the living standards of the entire nation. Therefore, after the first year, perfume processing has begun to become a side business, and the real main business is the Chongnyo system. Among the textile machines purchased nowadays, the cloth made from the entire Toru Kingdom cannot be found anywhere in the entire pirate world. Is that just because of the cloth, or is it more because all the silk threads used for textiles are purchased from the system space? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. In the room, Chongnyo was feeling his armed domination, but at this moment there was an urgent knock on the door of the room. After looking at his iron-black hands, Chongnyo immediately put away his domineering energy. After the black domineering energy on it was slowly withdrawn, the whole hand immediately returned to its original appearance. What happened? Are you so anxious? Chongnyo opened the door and looked at the maid outside and asked. Excuse me, Your Majesty the King. The news just came back from the National Guard said that a ship of goods shipped 7 days ago was snatched away by a group of pirates. Lord Gagoya and Lord Junhee, Please let me come over and ask you about this. My opinion. The maid said anxiously. Have you found out that any pirates stole it? Chang Nyo still asked calmly, without any expression on his face, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Your Majesty, I didn't tell you the specific situation, but Lord Junhee is waiting for you in the palace hall right now. I understand, I'll go there now. Chang Nyo said with a slight smile. Seeing Chang Nyo's smile, the maid felt as if she was a nymphomaniac. Her nervousness immediately disappeared, and instead she stared at the king in front of her with admiration. Chang Nyo didn't say anything nonsense. After looking at the other party, he started walking towards the palace hall. A ship's worth of goods can be considered relatively nearly a week's income for the people of the entire kingdom of True, so there really is no room for loss. Even though his face remained calm, Chang Nyo was still very curious in his heart. But in this era, it is not a surprising thing to think about the goods being robbed on the sea. After all, in the era when pirates were rampant, apart from the navy, almost all pirates were left on the sea. Where did the cargo ships come from? As soon as he reached the main hall, Chang Nyo saw Junhee walking back and forth in the room, and the uneasiness in his heart was already reflected on his face. Your Majesty, you are here. Although Junhee's face was very anxious, when he saw Chang Nyo's arrival, he calmed down his emotions and said hello respectfully. Where is Gago Ya? Isn't she in charge of the merchant ship? But such a big thing happened on the merchant ship, why can't she be seen? Chang Nyo asked calmly. Junhee lowered his head in obvious embarrassment, but clenched his fists, clearly looking angry. Your Majesty, Gago Ya was worried about His Majesty's blame. When she got the news, she had already ordered an investigation. Which group of pirates did it? I can't come here for the time being, so I came to consult, Your Majesty. Your opinion? Junhee said. There is nothing going on in the kingdom now, and it seems that someone is specifically targeting our country to prepare a ship. Let Gago Ya accompany me and go to the sea to have a look. Chang Nyo said. Your Majesty, let me handle this matter. The current True Kingdom cannot do without you. Needless to say, you stay here. Protect the citizens of the entire kingdom. Your strength is not weak, so don't let me down. Chang Nyo said with a smile on his face. He is indeed not angry about the cargo ship being robbed. This is completely unnecessary for him. However, the total value of the goods on an entire cargo ship is at least several billion baileys, which is also a large monetary value. Naturally, it is impossible to give up like this for no reason. Your Majesty, if you don't want me to accompany you here, as for the matter of guarding the kingdom, the group of people below are already very strong and can take on such a task. Junhee said again uneasily. I don't worry about them, so it's better for you to stay in the kingdom. I won't be out for long this time, so just stay well. Chang Nyo said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Junhee reluctantly agreed. For Chang Nyo, if it weren't for the incident in the True Kingdom, he would no longer know where he is now. For him who has always longed for life at sea, staying in the country is indeed boring enough. By the way, where is Gago Ya now? Let her find a ship and set off quickly. Don't wait until we find the place. Our goods will be gone long ago. Chang Nyo said again. Your Majesty, don't worry, your subordinates will go and prepare now. Junhee said and hurriedly left the palace. The world of One Piece belongs to my era, Changno, and it is beginning to come. Chang Nyo was now in the main hall, smiling and talking to himself. For Chang Nyo, this country now carries too many things for him. Since he has become the king of this country, he naturally has to pay attention to everything related to him. Now that the entire country has almost stabilized, it's time to go out and take a good look at what this world looks like. The world of One Piece is full of unknowns, but for now, the time is only 1908 in the pirates' calendar, and many wonderful people and things have not yet appeared, let alone other things. Sitting on the ground, Chang Nyo began to think about the protagonists of the pirate world in the future. He was 7 years older than the protagonist Luffy, and Ace was 5 years older. Therefore, at this time, the entire pirate world didn't feel as exciting as it did at the beginning of the plot. But it is precisely because of this that the so-called excitement is nothing more than what you create. As he thought more and more, Chang Nyo instantly felt how boring the world of One Piece was at this moment. Chang Nyo was traveling. In the Lakaka city where the royal palace belongs, almost half of the people came out to see him off. They learned that His Majesty the King was going to travel far, and everyone was very excited in their hearts. The most important thing is that this time their king is preparing to go to sea because of the loss of his country's goods. Both sides of the street are now crowded with people, and everyone's eyes are so innocent. For those children, looking at Chongnyo, this is simply their biggest idol. The carriage slowly passed by both sides of the street. Along the way, Chongnyo kept saying hello to the people. The king's guards followed behind. These people are now the strongest in the entire kingdom. As the entire country becomes stronger and stronger, the strength of the National Guard of the Kingdom of True has become much stronger than the same type of naval forces. This time the departure was from Nanhua port, and Gagoya had already prepared the ships needed to go to sea. After several years of development, the Kingdom of True has become much richer than before. At least now, the king's exclusive ship can still be built very luxuriously. It's just that Chongnyo has never seen this thing before since it was created. Looking at the huge ships docked in the port, at least 100 meters long in front and back, and the flag of the Kingdom of True hanging on it, it looked so solemn and solemn when it swayed in the wind. Your Majesty the King, this is your exclusive ship. So far, it has not been named yet. Please give it a name first. Junhee said with a smile on his face. There were two people standing behind him, ready to record, so that this scene could be left to posterity. Chongnyo stared at the big ship in front of him, thought for a moment and then said, "Let's call it the national ship, the true national ship." Very consistent. Junhee was stunned for a moment, and then said excitedly. "Stop talking about this, where are the Gagoya people?" Chongnyo looked directly at Junhee and asked. "Your Majesty, Gagoya is a little afraid to face your Majesty and is standing behind the crowd," Junhee said. But after hearing this, Chongnyo's face suddenly turned cold, and he said with an angry voice, "If everyone is like this, how can we maintain the country? It's not terrible to make mistakes, the key is not to dare to face it, this is ridiculous." "Sorry, Your Majesty, I will ask Gagoya to come over now." Seeing that Chongnyo was angry, Junhee didn't dare to say anything else, so he could only bow and speak quickly. Chapter 11 Leaving the Kingdom. Chongnyo watched Junhee leave, and he couldn't help but feel angry. He didn't show much concern about the goods being robbed, but he was very dissatisfied with the attitude of the person involved. After a while, Junhee directly pulled a girl who looked about 20 years old out. She lowered her head and didn't dare to say anything. "After what happened, is this your attitude?" Chongnyo said angrily. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. It's all my fault. The goods were robbed this time. Gagoya is willing to bear any punishment." Gagoya knelt directly on the ground, never daring to raise his head. "I put you in charge of shipping matters because I trust you. Even if anything happens, this is something I should consider. Now that the goods have been robbed, the first thing to consider is to trace them quickly, instead of hiding behind them like you. If you are like this in the future, how will the country do it?" Chongnyo roared directly, and Gagoya, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but shed tears. June and a group of people stood nearby, and no one dared to talk to him. This was also the first time they had seen their king look so angry. Gagoya put his hands on his knees and bowed his whole body to the ground. Tears kept falling on the ground. Seeing this scene, Chongnyo could only sigh helplessly and did not say anything excessive. "Get up, are everyone ready?" Chongnyo said to Gagoya. "Everything is ready and waiting for His Majesty the King to board the ship and set off at any time." Gagoya stood up and said quickly. "Let's go. After we get on the boat, tell us everything in detail. I want to know the whole process." Chongnyo said, then turned around and started heading towards the boat. Hearing this, Gagoya could only follow behind him quietly. As for the things that should be prepared on the ship, they have already been prepared. There were not particularly many people on board this time, but the king's guard still went with about 50 people. As the sails rose, the originally stationary national began to slowly start. The people standing at Nanhua port all stood there and waved to them. After getting on the ship, Chongnyo stood on the deck. At this time, he felt particularly relaxed. At least at this moment, he did not have to bear the heavy responsibility of the entire country. "His Majesty." Gagoya walked to Chongnyo and shouted softly. "Tell me, what happened when the goods were robbed?" According to the message from the people who came back, the robbery of the goods this time was entirely due to pirates. There was a problem from the upside-down mountain. At that time, we happened to meet a group of pirates who were preparing to go to the Grand Line, so this happened. "The problem?" Gagoya said. Have you confirmed which group of pirates committed the crime? Chang Nyo asked calmly. It's the red-haired pirates. Them. Chang Nyo was a little surprised. He didn't expect to come into contact with a group of guys like Shanks so soon. But think about it, he is a pirate, no matter what, he still mainly commits robbery, so how can he expect other people to behave better? Okay, don't worry anymore. In that case, it doesn't matter if we take a trip to the Grand Line. Chang Nyo looked at Gagoya and said with a smile. Your Majesty, you don't blame me? Gagoya asked in surprise. There's nothing to blame for this. Encountering pirates is unavoidable. Besides, the other party's power is beyond your control, Chang Nyo said. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty, but how should we recover that batch of goods now? Chang Nyo thought for a moment, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with an indifferent expression, why should we chase them back? We don't know where they are. In this vast sea, it is simply impossible to find a group of pirates. First, let's go. Let's take a look along the way. Yes, Your Majesty. Upside Down Mountain is a key place connecting the four seas. It is also the only way to go to the Grand Line from the four seas, and there is no room for negotiation. If the country is relatively developed, its strength reaches a certain level, or its technology reaches a certain level, it can also be crossed directly through the windless zone. In that case, at least half of the distance can be saved compared to reaching the Upside Down Mountain. It's just that the risks on the sea are much stricter than in other places. Chang Nyo stood on the deck and looked at the undulating sea. Perhaps it was this feeling of anticipation that made him feel that the sea was particularly beautiful now. At least in the South Blue Sea, it is a relatively safe area. The entire national was also built with a wooden structure, and the front and rear spans were very large. The giant ship, which was 100 meters long, was relatively large among the ships sailing in this era. It is driven by 3 sails, and at least 50 people are needed to operate the ship. In addition to some places to rest and eat, there are many entertainment venues throughout the country, including swimming pools. Even from a long distance, you can clearly see the whole picture of the national number. The flag of the Kingdom of True is shaped like a moon and is hung from the top of the mast. No matter which direction you look at it, the national is definitely a more luxurious and majestic ship. But traveling in this vast ocean, the space for all of them to move is almost exclusively on this ship. Your Majesty, which direction should we proceed from next? Should we go to Upside Down Mountain first or go to other places? Gagoya asked. Did you bring the record pointer? Record pointer? Gagoya obviously didn't understand what Chang Nyo said. Hearing this, Chang Nyo already felt the ignorance of this woman Gagoya. As the leader of the entire country's shipping team, in the end he didn't even know the record pointer? Forget it, go back and find another place to buy another one. In the land of the four seas, you only need a compass, but on the grand route, the compass is completely useless. You can only rely on the record pointer to reach the next place. These are all for you. You need to know more about things in the world that you need to know in the future, and don't act like you don't know anything like today. Chang Nyo lay on the recliner and said directly without caring. Yes, Your Majesty. Gagoya was immediately speechless when he was told that. He didn't know how to answer. After all, he really didn't know these situations. But this time they went to sea, they felt that they could indeed learn a lot. The ship is drifting in the wind, and the speed of this movement is simply ridiculously slow. It would be better if the wind is strong, but in such a quiet and windless situation, it can almost only stay here without moving. Fortunately, the purpose of this trip to sea is not very strong. Is it possible that we really want to recover that batch of goods? This situation is almost a no-brainer. Pirates are not like countries that can maintain their habitat in one place for a long time. They can wander wherever they go, and there is no fixed location. It is still quite laborious to find them. But luck is always hard to say. If it really happens, it can only be regarded as good luck. Let them exercise well when they need to exercise, and rest well when they need to. There is almost nothing on this ship. Wait until it docks, and then think of other ways. Then replenish energy supplies. Come out and let them learn more. Chang Nyo said to Gagoya leisurely. Now Chang Nyo's perception of sight, sound, and color can directly reach 10 kilometers away. He can detect whether it is safe on the sea with just a little seriousness. Okay, Your Majesty. In fact, the whole ship felt quite boring. After all, in the first day or two, it was probably out of curiosity and expectation that I felt a lot of fun. But after a long time, that feeling almost disappeared. After sailing for 3 to 5 days, what I saw on the sea was still the same as before. There were no special circumstances, and not even an island was seen. Changniu was lying on the deck chair on the deck, with a look of despair on his face. He had no pursuit at all, because the scenery he could see now was almost the sea and the sky, without any refinement or harmony. In terms of aesthetics, Gagoya was also lying on the deck. She had not been out to sea very often, or at all. She just asked him to be responsible for shipping matters. But this trip for so long made this big girl feel the same. Very tired. Gagoya, why do those pirates like the life at sea so much? Do you find it boring? Changniu asked lazily. Yes, Your Majesty, life at sea is indeed boring, and you can't eat well or sleep well. Gagoya said with the same laziness. What do you think the situation is today? The weather has suddenly become so hot and muggy? Are there any instructions from the navigator? Changniu asked. Your Majesty, the navigator already said last night that we may need to sail for 2 or 3 days to get to the upside-down mountain. There will be no special weather conditions in the 4 seas, but... Before Gagoya finished speaking, the sky began to change color, and dark clouds swept directly in their direction. And it wasn't just dark clouds that swept over, there were also huge waves dozens of meters high. Your Majesty, please enter the cabin quickly. It is too dangerous outside. After discovering this scene, all the soldiers who were originally very lazy suddenly became energetic. The scene in front of them made them feel that this life's journey had been completed. At this moment, the huge ship also began to turn around, and then prepared to start moving away from the waves, but at this moment Changniu stood up and shouted angrily, What is the navigator doing? How can you turn now? Tell him to face the waves head-on. Otherwise we will all die next. Changniu was speechless. This navigator was probably not even a third-rate navigator, and he didn't even understand the most basic and simple principles. I don't know how these people got here on this journey. After receiving the order, the bow of the ship began to slowly straighten, and then faced the oncoming huge waves directly. The width of this huge wave can no longer be seen, but for them, it has been boring for several days. Now, whether they are alive or dead, at least it has aroused the competitive mentality in their hearts. Even Changniu was like this. He stood on the deck and looked at the waves in front of him with his eyes attentively. It was no longer necessary to study why the waves came, and the dark clouds overhead made it clear that there would be strong winds and heavy rain. Go tell the navigator that no matter what happens next, the bow of the ship must keep moving forward. Changniu said slightly seriously. For the people of the True Kingdom, they had always been poor and could not even afford a boat, let alone sail on the sea. It's already amazing to be able to sail the boat to this position, let alone face such huge waves. Everyone, get ready, quickly put down the sail, and then hold on to what you can hold. Don't be washed away by the waves. Changniu shouted again. The group of soldiers behind them were all ready to welcome the coming waves, and everyone's expressions showed meticulousness. This huge wave is at least 30 meters high. Although their ship is relatively large, in the face of such a huge wave, just one blow is likely to cause their entire ship to shatter. Everyone at the back began to climb up the mast in a panic, and then cut the ropes holding the sails. Seeing that the huge waves were getting closer and closer, the anxious look on everyone's face was perfectly reflected. However, the navigator who was at the bow of the ship controlling the rudder was completely confused at this moment. It was the first time for him to encounter such a big wave, and he had no idea why his king wanted to directly ride on the wave. Changniu stood at the forefront of the deck alone, and then summoned the demon sword Muramasa from the system space, staring at the coming waves ahead. He didn't pay attention to the expressions of those behind him, and he didn't even notice Gagoya's shout. When the waves and the national were about to collide, Changniu yelled, Draw your sword and strike. Almost in the blink of an eye, completely beyond the range of human vision, the demon sword Muramasa, who was still in the scabbard, was instantly pulled out of the scabbard, and a huge sword light instantly penetrated the entire wave. In the eyes of everyone, whose jaws almost dropped to the ground in surprise, the wave was directly split into two. Due to the failure to control the force, a gap was cut directly in the seawater within a few miles in front. The national was able to pass through this wave without any danger, but because the water that had been cut open by the sword light was now gathering rapidly, the entire hull of the national began to shake violently under such circumstances. Got up! Fortunately, after a while, the ship began to calm down. Chapter 12 The Invited Navigator. Watching the huge wave begin to slowly recede, the entire crew on the national ship suddenly began to relax and fell to the ground one by one, with no intention of getting up. Even the navigator on the bow of the ship felt as if he had lost half his life at this moment. However, those soldiers who followed, after seeing Chang Nyo's powerful slash, the little stars in their eyes were almost ready to come out. This was also Chang Nyo's first time using a move from the Feitian sword style. Even he himself did not expect that he would be able to display such a huge power. The moment the sword slashed through the waves, even he was startled. "Your Majesty, you are really amazing. I was scared to death just now." Gagoya was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground. The fear in his eyes was very obvious. "Okay, it's okay, but after today, you need to hurry up and find me a navigator. It's best not to let such a third-rate navigator go to sea. There's no telling how big things will happen in the future." Chang Nyo was speechless. The navigator on his ship was simply too inferior. "Your Majesty, you are really amazing." "That's right, Your Majesty is indeed extraordinary." Listening to the praises of the soldiers behind him, Chang Nyo shouted helplessly, "Hurry up and check if anyone else is in trouble. Check to see if everyone on the ship is here." "Yes." The voices of dozens of people speaking in unison suddenly lit up the sea area. "Gagoya, where are we now?" Chang Nyo asked. "Your Majesty, the compass was broken in the impact just now, and now I don't know exactly where it is." Gagoya said in a low voice with some embarrassment. Chang Nyo was even more speechless. He really couldn't say anything more to this group of people. It was simply too speechless. "Tell me about it, is there just a compass on this ship?" Chang Nyo asked again in disbelief. After hearing this, Gagoya stared at Chang Nyo carefully and nodded in fear. Chang Nyo suddenly slapped his head. This was the first time he went to sea in his life and he encountered this kind of thing. Without a compass, it was really a dream to find a place to dock in such a big sea. But their luck won't run out so quickly, and it can be said that they are so sleepy that they come to the pillow. While the two were still entangled, a pirate ship suddenly appeared on the sea in the distance. And they are still moving quickly in the direction where they are, and my group doesn't even need to look for them. "Cheer up, it looks like the compass is here," Chang Nyo said with a sinister smile on his lips. Gagoya got up from a cold and lay on the railing, then looked in the direction Chang Nyo said. At this time, the pirate ships in the distance still seemed quite small to them. If they didn't look carefully, they would have been almost suppressed by the horizon. "Your Majesty, they are pirates," Gagoya said worriedly. "It's hard to tell if they are not pirates. Now that we have finally met a group of them, we are really looking forward to it," Chang Nyo said with an expectant look on his face. He became extremely excited, and even the soldiers behind him were gearing up. How could these people be afraid of pirates now? They are all eager to start meeting each other. As the distance between the two ships got closer and closer, the flag on the pirate ship could be clearly seen. There was a huge skull painted on the sail. Before they even got closer, they had already started to prepare. Fire! But now it would not be as they wished. When the distance was close enough, Chang Nyo disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already on the pirate ship. There were about 40 or 50 pirates on the ship. Among them, the pirate captain standing on the front deck was still shouting directly to the others, "Young men, it seems that a big business has come in today. Hurry up and shoot me." "Ship, Captain!" the younger brothers shouted with some trembling. After all, just as they approached the other people's ship, an unknown person came to their ship. The key was to sit in the original position of their own captain. The stupid-looking pirate captain turned his head impatiently and was about to curse when he heard his little brother calling him, but when he saw someone sitting in his place, his whole body changed. He suddenly froze in place. "Who are you?" The pirate captain looked at Chang Nyo and asked curiously. "I am the captain of the ship opposite. You just wanted to attack us with cannons. Shouldn't we settle the score now?" Chang Nyo sat there and said with a smile on his face. "How did he get here just now?" The pirate captain directly pulled the boy next to him and asked in a low voice and curiously. "Captain, the other party just appeared here suddenly without even seeing where he came from. It seems that the other party is probably a devil fruit user," the crew member said to the pirate captain. Many other pirates also ran to the deck with knives, and a group of people surrounded Chang Nyo. The pirate captain seemed to gain some confidence after seeing this situation. He shouted directly and arrogantly to Chang Nyo, "You are only one person. There are so many people here, how can I be afraid of you? Then look behind you again." Chang Nyo continued to smile. When the pirate captain turned around and looked in the direction of the country, more than a dozen people were already in the air, running towards this side. This scene didn't scare them to the point of peeing. The more arrogant look they had just now made their eyes pop out at this moment. "Captain, it seems we can't defeat these people. You don't need to tell me. I saw it myself." The pirate captain immediately started yelling at the crew, then looked at Chang Nyo sitting in his seat with a smile on his face, and said somewhat flatteringly, "Are you a pirate too? What did you say?" Chang Nyo looked calm, and the dozen guards who were originally on the National had now jumped onto the deck. Everyone on the pirate ship immediately gave up resistance and threw the knives on the ground with a crackling sound. "What kind of pirate group are you?" "Ah, our pirate group is called the Barlow Pirates. My name is Barlow. I am from the West Sea country. I am going to the New World. There are 51 people on the ship and almost 30 million Baileys worth of gold and silver jewelry. Are you here? You can take it all if you like, but please leave some food for us." Chang Nyo asked what the other party's pirate group was called. The captain named Barlow explained the situation on the entire ship very clearly, without omitting anything, for fear that the other party would be dissatisfied. Chang Nyo stood up and smiled. He was very satisfied with the other party's attitude, and he didn't have a bad opinion of pirates. Hearing that people had said this now, it made his group of people look like pirates, but even so, Chang Nyo still smiled and said to his guards, "Captain Barlow has already explained it so clearly, why not? What are you doing in a daze? Let's go and take back the 30 million belly money first." "Yes." The guards were also very happy and they started to search the whole ship excitedly. It was estimated that as long as it was valuable, even a pair of underwear would not be spared. Chang Nyo stood on it. After a while, the guards who went to search came back with a large box full of jewelry in their hands. "Your Majesty, it is indeed 30 million belly. This is the only valuable thing on the entire ship," said the guard. "It's good. At least we didn't waste time on this trip. It's really fast to make money this way." Chang Nyo stood there and started to think about it. Now the pirate captain named Barlow, looking at the other party holding his treasure, felt as if his lifeblood had been taken away. Even though his expression and facial features were twisted together, he did not dare to say anything. "Where is the navigator on your ship?" Chang Nyo asked, looking at Captain Barlow. "Navigator?" Barlow was stunned once again. With his height of 6 meters, he looked very funny. Before Chang Nyo could ask again, Barlow said blankly, "I am a navigator." "You?" Now it was Chang Nyo's turn to be surprised, but he still asked, "How did you escape that huge wave not long ago?" For this small boat, which is only a dozen meters long, the huge wave of more than 30 meters just now might be able to knock it directly into the bottom of the sea with just a little residual power. But judging from the appearance of the other party, it seemed that no one was injured, and there was nothing special about the ship. "You said it was the wave just now? It really shocked me. I didn't expect there to be such big waves in the 4 seas. It seems that the closer you get to the upside-down mountain, the greater the climate change will be." Barlow laughed. Said. "Am I asking you this?" Chang Nyo said with a speechless expression. "The wave just passed by like that. Anyway, it wasn't anything big. It was just rushing up along the waves. Originally, we were still dozens of kilometers away, and we just followed the waves to get here." Luo said. "It seems that your Barrow pirates have nothing to do. From now on, you might as well become my navigator." Chang Nyo said with gleaming eyes. The other party's navigation skills must be better than his own navigator. "I don't know much. The main reason is where he is going next." Chang Nyo really doesn't believe in the other party's ability. "Haha, don't be ridiculous, I'm a pirate," Barlow said with a smile. "This is His Majesty the King of the True Kingdom, and the underground strength is very strong. With His Majesty, you can at least go anywhere in the world, unlike you who lick blood every day." A guard standing next to Chang Nyo said. "His Majesty?" Barlow looked at Chang Nyo in disbelief. In his impression, almost every king he had ever seen had a fat head and big ears. Not to mention that the king was so young, and his strength alone made him look very handsome. He was in disbelief. Barlow turned his head and glanced at Chang Nyo's national, with a very reluctant expression on his face, but now was it his turn to make a choice? What is your aspiration? Chang Nyo suddenly thought that the entire pirate world likes to chase dreams, so he subconsciously asked directly. This sentence obviously made Barlow a little at a loss. Dream? It seems like he really doesn't have this thing. If it's a dream, it might just be to find my brother who has become a pirate. Barlow thought for a while and then said. It is indeed a very good ideal, but based on the strength of you people, let alone going to the Grand Line, you will probably be killed by others halfway. Chang Nyo said with a smile. Hey? What you said makes sense, but I still want to stick to my own opinion. Barlow continued. What's so good about your little broken ship? Isn't it just to find your brother? Come and be my navigator. At least this ship can go anywhere in the sea in the entire pirate world. Chang Nyo said, but looking at Barlow's eyes now, he was obviously looking at his crew members. So Chang Nyo continued to smile and said, as for them, if they are worried, they can directly arrange work above. The main reason is that the people in the entire True Kingdom have almost no sailing experience, and they have no control over many things on the ship. Just like how much effort it took to remove the 2 sails in the first place, everyone was in a hurry. So now he has a preliminary understanding of the sailing skills of the people on his ship, and he really feels that it is difficult to take on such a big responsibility. Not to mention that more ships will appear in the future. The Kingdom of True will definitely not remain in its current state. Therefore, navigation skills need to be improved to at least many levels to meet the country's future needs. It's rare to meet one today. As long as the other party doesn't have much influence, it doesn't matter if they get it on your ship. The pirates are not without their merits. Sometimes, at least their survival and emergency skills are much better than those of their own. Captain, since His Majesty the King has said so, shouldn't we really consider it? That's right, Captain. The crew below also began to persuade Barlow that at least if they stayed on the National, they would no longer be pirates and would not have to worry about survival every day. In fact, for Barlow, he has begun to feel a little loose now. Chang Nyo just wants a better navigator. After all, the next journey is still unknown. He relies on his current navigator to let him. The whole person felt very insecure. After experiencing the big storm before, such a small boat could actually survive, which is enough to illustrate the overall skills of Barlow, a relatively short man. In this vast sea, without a qualified navigator, even a ship as long as 100 meters long like the National is likely to capsize in a storm. Chapter 13, Upside Down Mountain and Countercurrent. We are still in the 4 seas now. If we were to go to the Great Sea route, in my impression, it would probably be cold by now. Seeing that Barlow was still hesitating, Chang Nyo continued to smile and asked, do you have any reward money now? Upon hearing this, Barlow instantly became energetic, and then said arrogantly, the amount of the reward I am offering is 300,000 baileys. Doesn't that mean you are just a small mobile money bag? But with your strength, you probably won't have to wait until you arrive at Upside Down Mountain, and you will have already been captured by others to exchange money. Chang Nyo said with a smile on his face. Yes, Captain, you forgot about the 2 bounty hunters we met a few days ago. We almost died. The 2 crew members looked at Barlow with prayerful faces. It was rare that they had such a good place to stay this time. Although a group of people also wanted to take risks, it just seemed that it might be much safer this way. How could Barlow not understand this thing? However, he also needs to give himself a higher level for many things and be responsible for these brothers. They are not extremely evil people in the first place, they just have a hard life, and they finally choose to become pirates. Barlow thought for a while, then stood respectfully in front of Chang Nyo, bowed directly and said, Barlow, the captain of the Barlow Pirates, from today on, I am willing to be your navigator, my majesty. It is normal to see Barlow compromise. After all, due to the powerful group of people, there is almost no choice for these pirates. Chang Nyo just wants to find a navigator as soon as possible and leave this ghost place. As for the future, we will talk about it later. Anyway, there is no need to worry about anything happening to them. But among this group of people, Chang Nyo was quite unexpected. Although their entire pirate group is very weak, they still do quite well in other aspects. Whether it is in terms of catering or sailing skills, he has almost crushed those on his own ship. When they set off again, the ship that originally belonged to the Barlow Pirates, just after Chang Nyo casually drew his knife, the entire ship became torn into pieces and then sank to the bottom of the sea. When the pirates saw this scene, they who were still a little cautious suddenly began to become more honest. On board the National, Chang Nyo continued to lie on the deck chair and be a leisurely salty fish. With Barlow and the others joining them, at least they no longer had to worry about which way to go. The voyage was quite smooth along the way, at least for now. From the South Blue Sea to the Upside Down Mountain, we did not experience any special conditions. However, when we saw the Upside Down Mountain, everyone on the boat began to be surprised. The backward flow of sea water is completely intertwined on the top of a mountain. The entire Upside Down Mountain seems to be at least 1,000 meters high, but for everyone, this situation is the first time for everyone to meet. Chang Nyo, as a man who had received decades of popular science in his previous life, looked at the scene in front of him and his views had been completely overturned. Although we had already known the reverse direction of Upside Down Mountain before, this situation was really surprising. Your Majesty, this mountain is really a wonder, but why is it flowing like this? Gago lay on the side of the ship and watched all this, asking with a look of shock and curiosity. You ask me, how did I know? I didn't expect that the place connecting the four seas is indeed quite spectacular. Chang Nyo couldn't help but sigh and said. Your Majesty the King, we are going to start crossing the Upside Down Mountain next. Are we going to enter the Great Channel directly, or are we going somewhere else? Barlow quickly ran over and asked Chang Nyo. Are you sure about crossing Upside Down Mountain? Chang Nyo looked at Barlow and said, after all, this thing is the top priority. Your Majesty, I am still somewhat sure about this. There should be no problem. Although the water is flowing backwards, except for the current being a little more turbulent, everything else is no different from a normal place. After hearing what Barlow said, Chang Nyo finally let go of his worries. Although he was not worried about being in danger, the key point was that the ship was very valuable and his country was really too poor. Barlow, we don't need to enter the Great Channel for the time being. Let's go to the East Blue Sea first. I heard that the Pirate King was executed in a town in the East Blue Sea. It's so close anyway, so it doesn't hurt to go and take a look. Chang Nyo said. Really? You really should go take a look. Barlow also said with anticipation. After all, after becoming a pirate, the biggest obsession in the hearts of all pirates is whether they can become the Pirate King. This is the supreme position in the world of pirates, and it can also lead an era. Even though they are no longer pirates now, the thoughts in their hearts still remain. What should be done specifically next? Just tell everyone that even if the ship is destroyed, no one can be injured or fall into the sea. Chang Nyo suddenly faced Barlow with a serious look on his face. Said. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Barlow responded with the same earnest and solemn expression. Chang Nyo's mentality of thinking about people like himself instantly captured Barlow's loyalty. But facing an upside-down mountain with such a shape, even Barlow found it a bit difficult. But for him with so many years of sailing experience, he could only return to the bow of the ship, work hard to control the rudder, and stare meticulously ahead, for fear of making any mistakes. Because if something goes wrong here, it is very likely that everyone will fall into the sea. Even for the trust of everyone, Barlow always kept his hands on the rudder. The huge rudder looked almost uncoordinated in his small body. Each of the other members of the original Barrow Pirates was doing what they should do, and each of the dozens of guards was standing ready. Even Chang Nyo himself was filled with excitement. Not to mention that many people like to become pirates. This sense of adventure is simply amazing. As the National began to slowly approach the current range of Upside Down Mountain, everyone could clearly feel that the ship was accelerating. Quickly furl the sails, everyone grab everything you can and don't let yourself fall into the sea. Barlow stood on the bow of the ship and shouted directly. Those who had already stood on the mast and were preparing to furl the sails jumped directly from above. Every 4 people controlled one sail. After jumping down, the sails were naturally raised to the top. Next, they no longer need to use the sails to move forward. The reverse current of the upside-down mountain is enough to support them to continue to move forward quickly. As they got closer, many people hurriedly grabbed something on the boat that could hold them in place, for fear of falling into the sea. On such a huge sailing ship, the rudder, which controls the direction of the entire ship, becomes extremely flexible in Barlow's hands. And at such a fast speed, it can also get stuck directly into the reverse flow of the upside-down mountain, which is not wide. After entering the waters of Upside Down Mountain, Barlow let out a sigh of relief. Even for such an experienced man, this moment felt like he was competing with himself. The boat is going up the mountain. Gagoya clung to the railing tightly, but he still screamed with excitement on his face. Changniu was also very excited. This kind of thing that has completely subverted scientific theory is indeed very unique and surprising to others. But while everyone was enjoying the beautiful scenery in front of them, Barlow ran to Changniu anxiously. Before Changniu could ask when, Barlow directly said, "Your Majesty, our ship is the king's. The ship is too huge. When we reach the top of the mountain, the currents from all four directions will converge at that place. I am worried that the ship may not be able to withstand the huge water pressure, and the keel may break at that moment." Changniu hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Now that we have reached this point, there is no way out. Why don't you just say, 'Keep moving forward, I will solve it when the time comes'?" Changniu said seriously. "But now we are about to reach the top of the mountain. The water collected from all over the world has formed a water column soaring to the top. For this ship built entirely with a wooden structure, it is really possible that it will not be able to pass this level. From a distance, upside-down mountain does give people a beautiful feeling, but when you get really close to it, it is full of dangers. As long as you are not careful, even a strong person who falls into the water will probably be in danger. It will most likely be cool." Changniu stood at the front, touching the shaped faucet extending from the main keel, and then gently placed his hand on it. Immediately afterwards, Changniu's hand touching the main keel began to turn black instantly. The armed domineering force instantly spreads along the arm to the main dragon skeleton, and there are more specific places to maintain the structural stability of the main dragon skeleton. As the ship continued to move forward, Changniu looked at Barlow who was controlling the rudder and shouted, "Just move forward, don't worry about the rest." Barlow didn't reply, but the firm look in his eyes said everything. He was holding on to the rudder of the ship with both hands, and his eyes were fixed on the place where the four seas gathered above him. He was now almost in a state of direct struggle. As it suddenly rushed to the top of the mountain, the huge national was instantly crushed by the water and made a creaking sound. If it weren't for the armor protecting the keel, the ship would probably have begun to fall apart at this moment. But in the end, they managed to survive without any danger and began to slowly enter the East Blue Sea. Changniu, who felt this scene, subconsciously felt in his heart that when he had money later, he would definitely buy a cruise ship from the system space. Not only was this wooden ship too slow, but it was also not useful. Just now they were running upwards rapidly, but now they were running downwards rapidly. Everyone on the ship didn't know what to say. Changniu looked helpless, and Gagoya also realized that his ship seemed a bit big, and the keel on the hull was not made of particularly good materials. But for a relatively poor country like the True Kingdom, this ship can be considered to be built with all the efforts of the country. When the boat dived rapidly downward along the current, the huge splash directly caused an impact. Fortunately, everyone managed to get through the upside-down mountain safely in the end. Changniu couldn't help but take back his hand and sighed slowly. As the aura of armament dissipated, the keel on the ship returned to its original state. "Your Majesty, you really scared me to death just now," Gagoya said excitedly with tears in his eyes. "It's not just her who looks like this now. Except for the guards, most of the people behind her have almost the same look and expression. Young boys, there's a big boat coming ahead. Get on board." Just as the national ship sailed into the East Blue Sea, there were already more than a dozen ships around, and the key point was that the flags hanging on each of them were exactly the same. It seems that this group of people's luck is not very good. They just passed the upside-down mountain and encountered a large group of pirates. "Your Majesty, he is a pirate," Gagoya said while looking at the dozen ships ahead. Moreover, the opponent's rhythm and shouts of coming to grab things can be heard even from such a distance. Everyone is ready to fight. The guards behind him had begun to shout, and the guns on the ship had begun to point at the pirate ships. "Don't fire, what if the ship is damaged?" Changniu said leisurely. Everyone else was already speechless, especially Barlow and the others who had just joined 2 days ago. It was a bit difficult for them to understand what their Majesty, the King, was thinking. Faced with so many pirate ships and so many pirates, he could still have such thoughts? "Your Majesty, I understand that I will go and pull the pirate ship back right away," one of the guards said respectfully. From before, they had understood that as His Majesty the King, he was never willing to let go of the opportunity to make money. The dozen or so pirate ships in front of them could be worth hundreds of millions of belly, no matter how hard they said it. Different as for the previous Barrow pirate's ship, it was too far from the shore and there was no need to consider it again. The key is that the group in front of them is different. They are originally on the East Blue Sea, and they are not particularly far from Rog Town where the Pirate King was killed. The guards understood and each one showed a smile. Let's not talk about the problem of their own goods being robbed by others before. At least they can rob the pirates' money every time they come out, but how is this possible? Of course, you have to grab the boat together to enjoy it. Before they have experienced powerful people, at least everything they do now, everyone is full of confidence in their hearts. Be gentle when you go there, don't damage the ship, and leave all their navigators to me. Our country is lacking in this area now. Chongnyo had a sinister smile on his face. He was already here anyway, so he would naturally take action to deal with the pirates when he encountered them. Chapter 14 Demon Pirates. But before they started to take action, the pirate ships had already begun to move closer quickly. It is estimated that this group of people had the same idea as them, and they did not want to directly shoot the ship to pieces and lose it in the end. The value of this ship. So they relied on the crowd, and many pirates were already standing on the deck shaking their heads and shouting. When they saw that the distance was getting closer, dozens of guards immediately jumped into the air, stepped on the air using moon steps, and quickly flew in their direction. But when the group of pirates saw this scene, they were not surprised as expected. Instead, they calmly began to mobilize their guns to attack. Chongnyo saw all this in his eyes. These pirates were obviously not like the Barrow pirates he had seen before. They looked more like a group of well-trained and battle-experienced people. On the largest ship, one of them was wearing a black robe and a black hat like a Western cowboy. He stood quietly at the front, staring calmly at the group of guards who had flown past. Chongnyo felt that the other party might not be as simple as he thought. The expression on the other party's face didn't seem like he was confident because of the large number of people. Have you found all the pirates with bounties that I asked you to find before? Chongnyo asked, looking at Gagoya beside him. We've found it, Your Majesty. The one opposite is called the Devil Pirates, and the captain is Camoron, but he should be on the Grand Line. I don't know why he appears here. Gagoya reported. Devil? How much is the bounty? Chongnyo asked again. Your Majesty, the reward for the Camoron is. Gagoya said and began to look through the reward order in his hand. After looking for it for a while, he continued, Your Majesty, the reward for the other party is 50 million belly. Gagoya couldn't believe what he saw. In this era of great pirates, the bounty of 50 million baileys was already considered extremely high. It's not like when the protagonist started, his pirates had already exceeded 100 million. In this era, pirates who have exceeded 10 million are almost all at the level of big pirates. Chongnyo looked forward with great interest. He was not in a hurry to take action. Anyway, he was not worried about his guards being easily subdued by the opponent. This Camoron can have a bounty of 50 million. Without much thought, you can already guess that the opponent is a devil fruit user. However, why did the person who was originally on the Grand Line suddenly appear here? With doubts, Chongnyo still looked ahead calmly. The soldiers who were walking on the air in the sky were all very energetic. Although they had not been close to their ship for a short time, they were not afraid. Can be damaged by some projectiles. Captain, the methods of use of these people are somewhat similar to those of the Navy. Could they be figures in the Navy? On the pirate ship, a man with a vulgar look and extremely long hair walked out from behind Camoron. He licked his lips and spoke respectfully to Camoron. Let's take a look first. Judging from their appearance, they should not be the Navy, but they probably have something to do with the Navy. They are just a bunch of bastards. There is nothing to worry about. Cameron showed a disdainful smile, looked at the guards who had been preparing to rush over, and said to the people behind him. I got it, Captain. The long-haired man showed a sinister smile and stared at the guard flying over, as if he had malicious intentions. Similarly, Chongnyo used his sense of sight to discover something strange in the other party's ship. There was a very powerful energy body on the pirate ship. It was really difficult to guess the other party's attitude and purpose of coming to the East Blue Sea in a short period of time. You guys stay on the boat and I'll go over and take a look. Chongnyo smiled and then disappeared on the national ship in an instant. Appearing again, Chongnyo stepped on the water at an extremely fast speed and instantly headed towards the ship where Camolong was. But just when he appeared on Camoron's pirate ship, a huge knife slashed directly at him. Fortunately, Chongnyo reacted quickly and jumped twice in an instant to avoid Camo Dragon's first attack. Snoring, 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 you really didn't expect that there are still strong people. Camo Long stared at Chang Nyo, who had just boarded the boat, with a strange smile on his face. He was holding a huge long knife in his hand, and judging from the attack power, Chang Nyo felt that the opponent was at least as powerful as a vice-admiral. Is it an honor to be called a strong man by a pirate? The bounty is 50 million belly. This is really a lot of money. I wonder if you are willing to follow me to the Navy headquarters? Chang Nyo asked with a smile. Snoring, snoring, snoring. You are really ridiculous. If you want me to go to the Navy headquarters, I have to see if you have the strength. If you have the strength, what's the harm in going with you? Camo Long still had a look of disdain on his face, looking at Chang Nyo and continuing to say with a smile. Then let's wait and see. Chang Nyo said. The two people looked at each other calmly. As for the other personnel on the pirate ship, they were hiding in different places to watch the game between the two. Camo Long didn't have the slightest bit of surprise on his face, he looked very calm, as if he was sure of victory. For many years, no one has dared to challenge me. You are the first one. I have been chasing stronger power on this sea. Then let me see what you mean by waiting and seeing. Like. Cameron said directly with a sinister smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the big knife in his hand slashed directly at Chang Nyo. The powerful force caused a relatively long gap to open on the deck of the entire ship. Although he dodged quickly, Chang Nyo still felt quite distressed. After all, he felt that the ship should be his own asset. Now that it was destroyed like this, it would definitely shrink a bit. The idea is this. Chang Nyo does not underestimate the man in front of him. Although he is relatively powerful, these things are given by the system. Chang Nyo does not have much practical experience. This time can be regarded as a big experience. Chance. As Camoron raised the long sword again, Chang Nyo did not sit still and wait for death. However, he also did not pull out the demon sword Muramasa in his hand. Instead, he wanted to use fists and kicks to subdue the seemingly powerful man in front of him. He rushed forward as fast as he could, using the 6th Navy skill. When Camoron was about to force himself, Chang Nyo shouted loudly, "Finger grab!" A finger quickly moved towards the door facing Camo Dragon. Feeling such a state, Camo Long directly drew his knife to retreat. This most basic attack could only play a tentative role for them. Although the finger gun is relatively powerful as a single target attack, it is single targeted and does not have particularly strong attack conversion attributes. As one attack failed to hit the opponent, Chang Nyo quickly began to retreat, and what followed was that Camo Long suddenly shot out countless small spikes. Chang Nyo didn't pay attention and was almost pierced by spikes all over his body. And these things are not as simple as imagined. As the spikes pierce his body, Chang Nyo clearly feels that his physical energy is declining, and his eyes have begun to sway. Snort, snore, snore, since you already know that I have a bounty of 50 million baileys, why don't you go and investigate who I am? I am the stinging person of the Devil Fruit Superman series, and I am exuding. The spikes also have a hallucinogenic effect. Camo Long burst out laughing, because now Chang Nyo would probably have a hard time standing up, let alone fighting him. Chang Nyo was also annoyed by his carelessness. He had already guessed that the other party might be a devil fruit user, yet he was still so careless. This is all due to his serious lack of combat experience. Sora has a relatively strong strength, but the key is the difference in combat experience. This injury perfectly explained his shortcomings, but even though he was injured, Chang Nyo still tried hard to persevere, at least not letting himself fall, otherwise, he would definitely have no chance. Camo Long is indeed a relatively powerful person, but his shortcomings are also obvious. He can't find anyone to fight with him for a long time, which makes him a little arrogant and does not put Chang Nyo at all. Inside the ice, Chang Nyo used up the last bit of strength in his body and directly pulled out the demon sword Muramasa. A powerful and sharp aura instantly swept the entire sea area. Flying sword-style dragon nest flash bite. Chang Nyo disappeared from everyone's eyes in an instant, not even leaving a shadow. But the powerful slash that followed almost shattered the entire ship. What he wants to do now is not to attack Camo Dragon. After all, Chang Nyo knows very well that as a devil fruit user, according to his current ability, the opponent cannot be killed in one hit, otherwise it is very likely to meet him. He died on the spot. That's why he chose to destroy the ship directly. After all, under such circumstances, as a devil fruit user, the first thing Camo Long must do is not to let himself fall into the sea. No matter what, he will definitely choose to go first. Retreat. In just such a moment, Chang Nyo jumped into the sea water. The sea water can not only make the devil fruit user incapacitated, but also lose the strength to resist. It is also the last step to release the devil fruit user's ability. In a good way. Chang Nyo, who jumped into the sea, began to sink slowly from the sea surface, but those sharp spikes on his body. But it slowly disappeared under the corrosion of the sea water. In less than a while, Chang Nyo was spitting out blisters, and then he struggled to swim upstream. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten a devil fruit before, otherwise he might not know what he would have become now. Lying down on the planks of the broken ship, Chang Nyo began to pant continuously. There were many pirates who fell from the ship in the sea water at this moment. Camo Long stood on another ship and stared at Chang Nyo angrily. Even he was a little surprised by the opponent's attack just now. He didn't expect that he could unleash such a powerful attack power. It was really underestimated. The other guards who were originally attacking the ship have all retreated back. It is completely useless to continue to entangle at this moment, and there are so many pirates that there is no need to fight head-on. More importantly, the opponent's captain's strength is not clear yet. Although it is said to be a thorn fruit, no one really knows to what extent it has been developed. Chang Nyo regained some of his strength and stood on the wooden board in the water looking at Camo Long. A smile slowly began to appear on his lips. The other party really taught him a lesson in combat today, and made him understand very clearly that if he wanted to make waves in the future, the prerequisite was that he could understand the other party well enough. Although Camo Long's eyes were quite angry, he stood there and did not say anything. Back on the National, Chang Nyo seemed to have no intention of entangled with the other party anymore. Gago Ya, who was standing next to him, was staring at His Majesty the King with a worried look on his face. Ready to go? Chang Nyo directly and calmly ordered the people next to him. Yes, Your Majesty. Gago Ya replied worriedly, and then began to signal Barlow to set sail. Barrow stood at the bow of the ship, turned around and shouted to the people behind him, raise the sails and set sail. As the words fell, everyone began to prepare for departure in a hurry. The group of pirates on Camoran's side seemed to understand it tacitly, and no one attacked again. Especially Cameron, he now knows very well how much strength the opponent still has, but he has not shown it at all now. Just the last blow has shown such huge power, let alone that he has recovered now. For Chang Nyo, who has a good mind and a little physical strength, he didn't want to take a group of people like him to take risks. Although the other party's ship was relatively large, it didn't seem to have many valuable items. Camo Long just treated his ship as a lesson and didn't go there again. Confused about this incident. Your Majesty, are you okay? Gago Ya looked at Chang Nyo worriedly and asked. Seeing that the distance between him and the pirates was getting farther and farther, Chang Nyo finally couldn't hold it back and passed out directly on the deck. Although the sea water has weakened the attack of Camorosaurus, the toxins left in the body are still there. It has remained in its original state just now, and it is nothing more than holding on. Now at least they don't have to worry about this situation anymore. The pirates didn't chase them, which surprised them all. But what they didn't know was that the demon pirates of Camoran didn't care about the 3 melons and 2 dates on their ship, but instead cared more about what was hidden under the water where they were. If it weren't for the things buried underneath, Camo Long probably wouldn't have let everyone on board the National go. Chapter 15 The beginning and end of Rog Town. Chang Nyo's sudden fainting caused everyone on the ship to panic, and Gago Ya froze in place, daring not to move. The two parties had been fighting for only a short time, but His Majesty the King had already been so seriously injured. Others began to sigh that the strength of the Camoran was indeed very powerful. When he woke up again, Chang Nyo was almost fine. Besides, no matter what the situation, Chang Nyo would only be seriously injured at most, and he would definitely not die. After all, there was still a bug in the system. Chang Nyo slowly opened his eyes and looked at the blue sky and white clouds above his head, and the huge ships floating in the wind on the sea. I was careless. Chang Nyo continued to lie on the spot, and these words suddenly came to his mind. After all, he was indeed careless this time. For such a simple reason, he had to make himself covered in scars in order to gain experience. But after experiencing this incident, Chang Nyo finally understood one thing. When he has money next time, he will first buy himself combat experience points. At least no matter what the situation, he will not be so passive and passive. Main idea. Maybe this situation will happen again next time, or some special circumstances may happen due to my carelessness. The key is that now he has no expenses, and only the tens of millions of baileys left on the ship are of no use to the system except to buy some food. Your Majesty, you are finally awake. Gagoya squatted next to Chang Nyo's reclining chair and shouted with tears streaming down his face. Ever since Chang Nyo began to fall into coma, Gagoya had been standing by him almost all the time, not daring to blink, for fear that something would happen to His Majesty the King. If that happened, he would not be allowed to be disturbed by anyone else when he returned to the kingdom. It was torn into pieces. What's wrong? How long have I been unconscious? Chang Nyo said with a smile on his face. Your Majesty, you slept for 2 days this time. Gagoya was scared to death. Seeing Gagoya crying, Chang Nyo smiled with relief, and then began to comfort him and said, Don't worry, I'll be fine. Is everything going to be okay? After you passed out, your whole body started to turn green. Even the ship's doctor felt that you were hopeless. Chang Nyo's comfort was a bit better. After hearing Chang Nyo's comforting words, Gagoya cried even harder. The other guards standing behind all had gloomy expressions on their faces, fearing that something might happen to their king, and the self-blame on their faces was clearly reflected. I'm fine, don't worry. Chang Nyo sat up and said, then looked around and asked Gagoya, where are you now? Ah? Let me ask. Gagoya was obviously stunned, and then started walking in the direction of Barlow. Looking at this stupid Gagoya, Chang Nyo closed his eyes helplessly. He really couldn't imagine how he left the shipping matter to such a woman in the first place. After Gagoya ran to ask Barlow, he quickly ran back, and then said to Chang Nyo, Your Majesty, we should be almost at Rog Town now. Okay, I get it. Chang Nyo was still thinking in his heart at this moment, why did Camo Long let these people go, and why did such a powerful man stay in the East Blue Sea upside down mountain? After other people on the ship saw that Chang Nyo had woken up, those who were originally members of the Barrow Pirates now began to show off their freestyle, and even roped in the National Guard belonging to Chang Nyo. The guards shouted wildly together and played and drank. Although they were not pirates, Chang Nyo did not stop them. After all, this method was a good way to vent the boring life on this ship. The only serious person on the ship so far is probably Barlow. He is the navigator on the ship and needs to control the course and direction of the entire ship. Although it can move forward automatically depending on the wind, there is a slight error on the sea, so the distance your own destination, the distance of error may become very far. The key is that there is no so-called navigation here. If you miss it, you won't know where it went. Almost 2 hours later, Gagoya stood on the deck and shouted, We're here. Chang Nyo lay on the recliner and opened his eyes slightly. The island in front of him was clearly displayed in front of everyone. Those who had been drinking immediately stopped the lively atmosphere. They had been on the ship for 7 or 8 days, and now they suddenly saw land, and they were really uncomfortable. The port of Rog Town has now docked an unknown number of ships, including merchant ships and, of course, more pirate ships. They were almost parked side by side, and the pirate flags on them could be seen from a distance. Although there are relatively few pirates in the East Blue Sea, Rog Town is their only and last supply station when preparing to enter the Grand Line. No matter how many pirates appear on this island, it is not an exaggeration. The era of great pirates has already quietly arrived, and the number of pirates in the 4 seas has even exceeded the number of navies. The pirates who come here are almost tacitly understood by every pirate group. No one will choose to directly fight or have conflicts here. Of course, there are some exceptions. Your Majesty, can I go for a walk after we get ashore? Gagoya asked cautiously. No problem, but don't run around. People like you who have no strength. There are too many pirates here, and they will be kidnapped by whichever pirate group you choose. Chang Nyo said calmly that since he came here, he definitely wanted to take a walk, but for Gagoya, Chang Nyo's words instantly made her nervous again. It's not that she doesn't understand anything. After all, she has seen so many pirate ships on the sea. What kind of situation might it be like in Rog Town? Then let's go with you. Gagoya said softly. Notify everyone that some of them will stay on the ship, while others will go down to replenish the supplies needed on the ship. Chang Nyo said. Okay, Your Majesty. Although many of them are not interested in the Pirate King, or even have no interest at all, since they have arrived in Rog Town, everyone still wants to see the place where the Pirate King was executed, and what the length of the Pirate King is. What does it look like? One person leading an entire generation of men does make people have some expectations, otherwise they would not have turned around and come to this hellish place. Rog Town does not look particularly big from the outside, and it is just a small island, nothing more than a military base of the navy here. But the difference is that the guards in Rog Town are very lax, at least for now. There are so many pirate ships outside, not to mention the island, but the navy here has actually done nothing, which is enough to show how bad the security in Rog Town is. As the 100-meter-long ship docked at the port, it immediately attracted countless people to watch. Most of them are almost pirates. Just looking at their eyes, you can already tell how much this group of people desires this ship. Most of the pirate ships docked here are almost only a dozen meters long, and even a slightly larger wind wave can directly overturn them. For the country that suddenly arrived and was nearly 100 meters long, it was considered this is the largest ship that Rog Town has ever received. The group of people standing at the edge of the port of Rog Town all had complicated thoughts in their hearts. "Captain, this ship is quite nice, and it doesn't look like a pirate ship. Should we replace our ship?" A tall and thick-looking man at the edge of the port stared at the national with a confident face and said to the man next to him, "Don't cause trouble here for now, otherwise it will be bad if we attract the navy. After he comes out, we will wait outside." The so-called captain showed a sinister smile and said to this tall and thick man, "In fact, there are many people who have this idea. For these pirates, which one is willing to give up the meat that has already reached their mouth?" As the national slowly docked, the huge size of the ship was revealed to everyone. Just after docking, the ship had begun laying decks to connect to the edge of the port. Chang Nyo slowly walked down with a group of people. Facing so many pirates at the port, he didn't have any so-called fear. "Brother, your ship looks pretty good. Do you want to share it with us brothers?" As soon as Chang Nyo got off the boat and was about to walk forward, a middle-aged man who looked rather short-sighted came out. He was holding a long knife in his hand and shaking it constantly, as if to highlight his position. "Ask, do they all have ideas in this regard?" Chang Nyo tilted his head and said to the guard captain behind him. Before disembarking, these guards had already begun to wear uniform blue combat uniforms, making everyone look energetic. These clothes are all fabrics made by the mechanical spinning machine that Chang Nyo got from the system space. They are customized according to the measurements. At least from the appearance, they are quite domineering. After receiving Chang Nyo's order, the guard captain looked fiercely and looked directly at the pirates around him and asked loudly in a bad tone, "Anyone who has the same idea as him can come forward. At least we can discuss it. How about distribution issue? Haha, we still like your attitude. Have a thought? It is estimated that the purpose of the people here is the same. Your ship is too eye-catching and is not suitable for your relatively low-key behavior. It is better to leave it to the elders to take charge of it for you." Someone in the crowd suddenly said such words, which immediately caused a roar of laughter among the crowd of at least 1,000 pirates. "Captain Haruya, are they all planning to come over and share the news?" Chang Nyo asked, tilting his head. "Your Majesty, these people do seem to have this intention," Zaya said with a grin. Suddenly, another scene seemed to appear in Chang Nyo's mind, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He stopped restricting the guards' actions and began to ignore the matter. "Then you all stay here and entertain us well. Those pirate ships are quite nice. When the time comes, we can remove the sails and auction them on the spot. This will save us the trouble of looking for a place." Chang Nyo thought for a moment and smiled. Said, "Now that this group of people have gone out to sea and want to make money without breaking the law, robbing pirates is probably a good way out." Zai, the captain of the guard, immediately understood what Chang Nyo meant. After all, he had been following him for so long. He also knew very well that he, as the king, did not understand the thoughts of His Majesty the King too clearly. After Chang Nyo finished speaking, he began to move forward, with Gagoya following behind. As for the king's guards, almost all of them stayed where they were. Not far after walking out, the crackling sounds of fighting began to come from behind. Although the pirates are numerous in number, their overall combat effectiveness is far inferior to those of Comoron. "Your Majesty, Rog Town is a naval station. Is this really okay for us to do?" Gagoya asked. "What is there to worry about? We are not pirates, let alone the navy. This is nothing more than a conflict between a country and pirates. The navy wants this, so how could it say anything else?" Chang Nyo smiled. Said, "So that's it." Gagoya finally began to feel relieved. Chongnyo would not know at all that this conflict with the pirates would happen in the near future, and the entire Navy headquarters would be very aware of what happened. But how can he care about these things now? The most important thing is making money. Robbing pirates is much faster than doing business. There are still many pirates on the entire sea, and some pirates even have as much money as the entire country. And in this process, not only will you be loved by the people, but you will also not cause or violate other people's bottom lines. At best, he is similar to a pirate hunter. It would be nice to catch a few pirates for fun. The streets in Rogtown are not particularly wide, but the commerce on both sides looks very prosperous. Pirates are indeed hateful in some aspects, but for a place like Rogtown with a naval garrison, they no matter what you do, you will almost always pay the corresponding funds. You first accompany the others to purchase the supplies needed on the ship. There is almost no need to worry about safety here. I will go to the center of Rogtown to have a look, and then we will meet on the ship. Changniu looked at Gagoya and said. But your majesty, didn't you say there are many pirates here? Gagoya asked. Don't worry now. Captain Haruya is cleaning up pirates at the port. Those who stay in Rogtown will naturally get the news and go there, so don't worry too much about this kind of thing now. All right. Gagoya had already heard the meaning of what the other party said, which was to get rid of his people and go to other places. She didn't ask too much about other things, and then followed Barlow and started walking in other directions. Chapter 16 The Revolutionary Army appears. Chongnyo stood there, watching Gagoya and his party walking further and further away, but his face showed extreme calm. I've been following you all this way, shouldn't I come out and meet you? Chongnyo was still looking at the direction in which Gagoya and his party were leaving, but a voice suddenly sounded. He probably didn't even know who he was communicating with, but he still said it anyway. In a dark backside of a house, not long after Chongnyo finished speaking, a man wearing a cloak and a shoe sole-shaped tattoo on his face came out. The man who walked out had a firm look in his eyes and gave people a sense of calm and self-power. After the powerful momentum is displayed, even Chongnyo can detect a different experience. You are indeed a young hero. Would you like to find a place to chat? The visitor spoke directly, and Chongnyo just smiled and did not respond to the other party's words, but he did not object at the same time. The two of them walked side by side like this, without anyone saying a word. Chongnyo knew very well what kind of role the man walking next to him was, and what kind of identity and status he had now. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach the beach directly. With the sound of the water hitting the rocks on the shore, the two of them stood on the edge at the same time. King of the Kingdom of True, I don't know why you came to this place in the East Blue Sea. The man looked at Chongnyo without any expression and asked in a very calm voice. But at this time, Chongnyo smiled directly and started to ask the same question, didn't the leader of the Revolutionary Army also come here? Of course, I don't know if our purpose is the same. I just came here to take a look at the excitement. I don't know what your plan is. When the other party heard Chongnyo speaking, his expression was stunned for a moment, and then turned calm. He was very curious and also started to be on guard. Looking at Chongnyo, he asked in surprise, you actually know my identity? I know, I must know this kind of thing, and I know far more than you think. But I didn't expect that I would see you on such an occasion and time, which is really surprising. Chongnyo said. Facing this person, although Chongnyo was a little surprised, he was not too surprised. Because the person standing in front of him now was Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. After seeing the tattoo of the broken shoe print on the other person's face, Chongnyo already knew the other person's identity. After all, in the entire pirate world, he is the only person with such a tattoo on his face. Chongnyo really didn't expect that in such a small place as Rogtown, he would meet Long, the famous leader of the Revolutionary Army in the future. The surprise was definitely a bit unexpected. But similarly, Chongnyo can also say with certainty that the current dragon is definitely not as powerful as it will be when the official plot develops in the future. But even so, the opponent's strength still cannot be underestimated. Long looked at the sea calmly, completely confused about the little guy standing in front of him. For the outside world, let alone knowing about himself, even the Revolutionary Army is an organization that only knows very few people now. But the young man in front of him actually told the truth and even knew his identity. King True, what do you think of the Revolutionary Army? Long asked calmly. Generally, an organization can't achieve anything big. It talks about ideals, but it's just based on the pain of others. Chang Nyo began to evaluate the organizational nature of the Revolutionary Army based on what he knew later. But the facts are almost the same as what he said. After all, the Revolutionary Army is an organization that others don't know much about, but as Chang Nyo, who has the eye of God, these things are really not worth mentioning. Even in many cases, the Revolutionary Army will use all available human resources, completely regardless of the consequences. King True, do you think it's really okay to say these words in front of me? The Revolutionary Army has its mission. Now the world is dominated by pirates and the Navy has nothing to do, so I want to build one that can allow everyone to live in a world without conflict. Long said affectionately, trying to use his words to influence Chang Nyo. How long has it been since you visited our country? The true kingdom is not what you think. I have no objection to the Revolutionary Army. Likewise, I have no interest in joining your Revolutionary Army. Since you have been following me from the direction of Upturned Mountain until now, is it possible that you just want to chat with me? Chang Nyo laughed directly and asked. If possible, I hope your country can also become an ideal place for our Revolutionary Army. King True. When Chang Nyo heard this, he couldn't laugh even if he wanted to. He was completely speechless. Long's thoughts were simply too naive and innocent. But just for such a thing, Chang Nyo has no feeling at all, let alone any ideas, and now he has almost no explanation. Mr. Long, I think you can still develop your power in the East Blue Sea and the North Sea. As for the barren land in the South Blue Sea, you don't need to consider it. Chang Nyo refused without even thinking about it. However, Long was not angry, but stared curiously at the young man in front of him. At the age of 15 or 16, people already feel that this little guy is very extraordinary. If he can really win over his camp in the future, it will definitely be a big help. Chang Nyo didn't want to talk to this guy anymore, he just took one more look at him, then turned around and started to leave. After he disappeared around the corner of the street, Long was still standing there, but now there were several more people around him. Why did you just let this little boy go? A man appeared with a huge face that was completely out of proportion with his body. In other words, he couldn't be called a man at all. If Chang Nyo was still here, he would definitely be able to recognize who this person is at a glance. The king of the human demon kingdom, Ambryo Ivankov, is also a person with devil fruit abilities, and his strength cannot be underestimated. At the same time, everyone else standing next to him can be regarded as a hero of the Revolutionary Army so far, and they will also be resounding in the future. The few people standing here were all staring at Long. After all, they also discovered Chang Nyo accidentally. After a little investigation, they found out that the other party was actually the king of the true kingdom in the South Blue Sea. But a few people were still very surprised that a king could have such strength. Long didn't rush to answer Ivankov's words, and looked at the rough sea quietly. After a while, he began to say calmly, "We can't keep each other." As soon as Long said these words, several other people also showed a look of astonishment. Not to mention how powerful they are, just speaking of Long's strength, he can already surpass countless people in the entire pirate world, let alone target. To a child. At 15 or 16 years old, Chang Nyo was indeed a man as big as a child to them. Even if he had some strength, to what extent could he reach it? After Chang Nyo left Long's side, he was still thinking about the tattoo on Long's face. Although they only chatted for a few words, he could still feel the aura emanating from Long's body. A person is walking on the streets of Rog Town. Because the fight between the guards and pirates at the port has attracted almost half of the people in Rog Town to watch, so the streets are almost deserted at the moment. Someone was walking back and forth. Rog Town can be said to be small and pitiful. Without walking very far, they already saw the execution platform where the Pirate King was executed in Chang Nyo's memory. A high platform made purely from an iron frame seemed to be only 5 or 6 meters high. At most, there were only 2 or 3 people standing on it, and a staircase spiraled up to it. In front of the execution platform was the only square in Roger Town. Chang Nyo stood in the center of the square, looking directly at the execution platform, as if he had seen the scene before Roger's death. The sky is bright and clear now, but for Chang Nyo, it seems as if he can feel the gusts of dark wind. The main reason why Roger Town is called the place of beginning and end is because Roger started here and finally died here. As a pirate king, he left an immortal myth to the world during his decades of career. As long as Chang Nyo stood alone in the center of the square, there were 2 people standing on the roof of the 3rd floor not far away observing. Wearing the uniforms of naval justice, they stared intently at the only figure standing in the square. At this moment, Chang Nyo looked a little thin, but his expression was still very natural. Colonel Kakuku, King Tru has caused so many things here, should we just ignore it? One of the two marines standing on the high platform said. Yulu, how many times have I told you that we should take care of those who should be in charge of us, and don't ask about those who should not be in charge of us? Pirates have flooded Rog Town in recent years. Although this is the Navy's base in the East Blue Sea, the key point is we are seriously short of troops. How can we fight against those pirates if we only rely on us? Since someone is willing to come forward, let them do it. Colonel Kakuku, who was standing in front and leaning against the fence, said with an indifferent expression. He is now also full of curiosity about Chang Nyo standing in front. A king from a country located in the South Blue Sea would actually choose to join in the fun and come to the East Blue Sea to watch the execution platform of the Pirate King. This kind of thing is really surprising. This is really the only situation that has happened since the death of the Pirate King. Colonel Kakuku, do you think King Tru has an ulterior motive? Should we go and investigate? Yulu asked. He really wanted to test Chang Nyo's situation. After all, Rog Town was his home ground. If you have that idea, just go by yourself. I don't have so much time now. Instead of being so tired, I might as well go back and have a good rest. It's rare that someone will help us clean up the pirates this time, so it's a pleasure to relax. Colonel Kakuko didn't pay attention to what Yulu said at all. Although Jano was not the king of the country that joined the world government, the key person was also a king. How could they investigate just because they said they could? After finishing speaking, Kakuko had no intention of staying here any longer, and prepared to return to the room with a leisurely expression. He seemed not to care at all about what was happening outside. Countless people are already lying on the spot at the port, and each of these guards holds a stack of wanted posters in their hands, tying up all the pirates who currently have bounties on them. And as long as they determine which person has the reward amount, they will directly put the reward order on that person's head or body. Anyway, it was convenient to stay here. By the end, the guards had begun to divide into several teams, and many of the remaining personnel on the ship also began to participate. Some of them went directly to the pirate ship to search. They looked like real pirates. Whenever they encountered something valuable, no one in this group could put it down. And for these dozen pirate ships, the amount of gold, silver, and jewelry that can be collected is really not a small amount. In addition, those lying on the ground have a combined bounty amount of tens of millions. Therefore, following this wave of His Majesty the King, for this group of people, not only can they get an improvement in strength, but more importantly, they can increase your opponent's actual combat experience. There really isn't much to see in Rog Town. The place looks just average now. Although there are a lot of things sold, most of them are basically supplies for the sea. This town has almost relied on pirates for its development until now. Judging from the luxurious architectural style around the square, it has proved everything. After staying in the square for about half an hour, Chang Nyo started to move. After all, he had been watching for long enough. He felt that he was a man who had talked to Roger, the Pirate King. Although the other party is dead, the content of the conversation is a spiritual connection. If it were before, the entire square would have been the place with the highest concentration of people, but now it was empty. People were standing everywhere at the port. They were all quietly observing the national and everything the guards on it did. Some were cheering and others were sad. After the thousand-handed pirates were finally caught by those with bounties on their bodies, no one else dared to say a word, let alone anyone who dared to rush forward and challenge them again. At least 50 or 60 people were now tied up in a group, escorted by 5 or 6 guards, and started walking towards the front. The people from Rog Town who were watching the excitement and finding it too troublesome were also following behind, wanting to see the excitement. It is true that since the execution of Pirate King Roger here, although the entire Rog Town has attracted many pirates, there has never been such a large-scale fighting incident as now. Chapter 17 Domineering and Domineering. The guards are doing their own thing, and the Toru Kingdom now looks like a real pirate. As for Chang Nyo, after leaving the execution platform in the central square, he started touring the entire Rog Town. It is indeed quite prosperous here. Compared to my own country, even the royal city is not so prosperous. The advantages are obvious, but so are the disadvantages. After all, this place is too small and has almost nothing to see. But just like this, Chang Nyo suddenly thought that the original protagonist was in the East Blue Sea. If he went over to take a look now, it should be okay? Anyway, we have already reached this position. If we go there, it won't take much effort. But how can things be so good? These people have just left the country for only 7 days. Just when Chongnyo had the idea of going to see the protagonist, the sound of porla porfer porfer came from his arms. When Chongnyo took out the thing in his arms, it was a thing that looked like a snail with a crown on its head. This is Chongnyo's exclusive phone bug. As a small creature that was cultivated together, from birth, the snail-shaped phone bug can communicate no matter how far apart it is, almost similar to the function of a mobile phone. Chongnyo pressed a small bulge on the outer shell of the phone, and heard a hiccup. And a voice coming from the other side. Your Majesty, are you His Majesty the King? I am Junhee, the head of the guard Junhee. Junhee's voice came from the other side, with a worried look on his face, and the phone bug also imitated the other side's expression. Chongnyo didn't seem to realize anything yet, and said in a calm tone, It's me, Junhee, what's going on here? It seems that it is really His Majesty the King. I have important things to report to you. Speak slowly, you are already the captain of the King's Guard. Can you not be so panicked when something happens? Chongnyo said with a frown. There is no need to say more now. Chongnyo has already felt that something must have happened to the kingdom, but he is not sure yet what it is. Junhee tried to calm himself down, and the phone bug also took a deep breath. Your Majesty, the royal kingdom has launched an attack on the true kingdom, and the other party has invited pirates to participate. The country is currently unable to support it. Junhee said as calmly as possible. Investigate clearly why the royal kingdom attacked. Your Majesty, the matter has been investigated. The main reason is that our kingdom has developed relatively smoothly in the past 2 years, so this situation has occurred. In addition, the pirates invited by the Roha kingdom now have many devil fruit ability users. The indiscriminate attacks on the kingdom have even begun. Junhee still said eagerly. How far have we come now? Your Majesty, the royal kingdom is still operating normally, and it is blocked by our army at the border. However, the pirates are different. They have started in various places. From yesterday to now, they have caused us huge losses. Junhee said. Chongnyo listened, and then tried to pretend to be calm and said, delay them for a few more days. Yes, Your Majesty. After hanging up the phone, Chongnyo's eyes were red with anger and he no longer had any emotion at all. He stood there, his whole body already becoming extremely angry. Then he picked up another phone, and when the call was connected, Chongnyo said in a cold voice, arrange everyone to get on the boat, let's leave as soon as possible. Just after saying this, he hung up the phone, then turned around and started heading towards the port. But at this time, the guards had already begun to escort the pirates with the reward amount, and set off towards the naval base. With the issuance of this order, they seemed to realize that something was wrong, and they did not even want the reward amount, and directly took them away. The earth is bound there. When Chongnyo arrived at the port, there were still quite a lot of people gathered here. Not to mention the pirates, there were already countless people from the aborigines of Rog Town who came to watch the fun. Walking to the edge of the port, Chongnyo quickly arrived on the ship without any pause. However, the procurement and personnel, including Gagoya, also rushed back to the ship as soon as possible. Although they don't know what happened, considering such an emergency, something special and abnormal must have happened. What happened to Your Majesty? Gagoya asked in a panic. The Kingdom of True was attacked just after I left for 2 days. Chongnyo said angrily. The hands placed on the railing have crushed the wooden railing to pieces. Gagoya knew the seriousness of the situation as soon as he heard it, and ran directly to Barlow without caring about anything else, shouting anxiously, Barlow, hurry up and set sail. Everyone else was still in a state of confusion. They didn't know what happened, whether there were bigger pirates coming, or because of something else. But now they could only follow the instructions and set off quickly. When I came to this Rog Town, I didn't even study it carefully, but now I was already so anxious to set off. If they had known this was the case, they wouldn't have taken another step in this direction. As the sails fell, the National had begun to travel slowly, and gradually disappeared on the sea level in the eyes of everyone's doubts. None of the pirates who had been captured before were able to escape in the following time, and all of them had been captured by the base adjutant and his men. So far, what was originally a good trip in Rog Town ended in a farce. Chongnyo didn't have the time to manage other matters, so he directly ordered the ship to speed up and cross the upside-down mountain. It took them 2 days to reach Rog Town from upside-down mountain, but now they don't even need a day. After all, Rog Town is almost the closest stop to upside-down mountain. However, after returning this time, they were a little surprised that Camoran and his pirate group were still here. They did not leave, but they seemed to be dragging something between the several ships. And what is certain is that the drag of this thing is relatively huge. At the same time, there are several pirate ships vigilant about the surrounding situation to prevent any unexpected situations from happening. Chongnyo has no intention of fighting with these people now, but it is no longer a question of whether he thinks about this thing, but whether the other party is willing to let them pass. The moment the National was not close to the pirates, the Devil Pirates' artillery fire began to spray intensively towards the National. The guards on the ship had to go out again to prepare for the battle. Everyone was greeting the cannonballs in mid-air, or kicking them away one by one. However, as he got closer and closer, the moment Chong Nyudang saw Camo Long, his whole body seemed to glow like a demon, and his voice was cold and gloomy as he shouted, "Camo Long, I am not in the mood to be here with you today. Make trouble, I don't care what you do, but I want to cross the upside-down mountain now. If your pirate group dares to stop me again, then don't blame me for being rude." Snoring, snoring, snoring. I really didn't expect that this guy like you would dare to come here. Now that we have got our things, do you think we will? Before Camo Long finished speaking, Chang Nyo, who was in a bad mood, immediately drew out the demon sword Muramasa, and the powerful evil aura seemed to directly devour everyone. Although Camo Long had seen the world before, he was still a little surprised when faced with this kind of sword power. For a 15 or 16-year-old boy, it was impressive to be able to display such strength. I didn't expect you to have such a good sword in your hand. It seems that you are also a swordsman, but it would be nice to leave this thing to me for safekeeping. Cameron had a sinister smile on his face, as if he had already made up his mind. With the confidence of winning for the first time, Camo Long naturally had nothing nice to say to Chong Nyo. The most important thing is that he has now got what he wants, and he doesn't have to worry about time at all. So many people in the demon pirates were all staring at the national ship, their eyes full of ridicule, and the laughter and curses were endless. Chong Nyo didn't want to talk nonsense at all. He planned to use all his strength directly and never give the other party any chance again. The armed domineering energy spread directly from the hands to the whole body, and the whole body was like black steel. Until this moment, Camo Long was a little scared. Other people on the ship may not know what domineering means, but Camo Long simply doesn't want it. What surprised them was not just this. Chang Nyo jumped directly to the pirate ship where Camoran was. When the other pirates were about to rush over, Chang Nyo just made a look, and the entire demon pirates group was completely destroyed. Members, most of them fainted directly to the ground. Overlord Color. Camoran was now extremely shocked. If he could go back to 2 minutes ago, he would never dare to stop Chong Nyo again. If a person can use his domineering power to such an extent, what else can he do if he can't surprise people? Camo Long already has some regrets, but now he can only bite the bullet. I don't know how many people there are in the entire demon pirates, but now there are only about a dozen people who can stand up or move. However, when these dozen people faced the guards on the king, almost all of them had no ability to resist. Camoran, you hurt me because of your carelessness before. Now I want to know, what else can you do? Chong Nyo said in a cold voice. On this blue sea, there is no wind at the moment, but it can make Camo Long feel like falling into an ice cellar. Don't think that just because you are domineering is a big deal, the key is your ability. Cameroon said. Then you can wait and see to your heart's content now. Since the previous battle is not over, I don't care if I waste some more time and let you have a good experience. Chong Nyo said with red eyes, he looked like a real devil at this moment. However, on board the National, Gagoya began to hurriedly give instructions. What are you still watching? His Majesty the King personally stepped forward to fight and bring up a portion of all the fruit varieties prepared in the cabin. There are no guards on the ship at the moment. They don't know what happened? Why is it so difficult to bring out fruits and sacrifice them? Gagoya didn't explain much, but since she had given the order, someone would definitely do what he said. Chang Nyo didn't show any mercy this time, and kept turning on the haki of knowledge, sensing Camo Long's every move from beginning to end. Camo Long also wanted to use the long knife in his hand to cover up his demonic abilities as before, so as to achieve the effect of killing him with one blow. But how could it go as he wished this time? When Changnyo came up, he held Muramasa across his chest. After gathering his momentum, he softly shouted, "Draw your sword and kill." As soon as the voice fell, a horizontal blade pierced through directly. Even though Camolong was careful, a large part of the brim of his hat was cut off. Prickly fruit, 1,000 pine needles. Camolong instantly used his devil fruit ability. From his palm, in just an instant, it shot out like thousands of silver needles, and the penetrating power of each one directly penetrated the hull. However, he didn't just do this action once, but under the circumstances, Changnyo was able to complete all evasive abilities in an instant. We don't need to look at it. His Majesty the King's strength is beyond our imagination at all, and that Camolong is really powerful and terrifying. He can use the devil fruit ability so well. Now seize the time to be yourself. Things. The demon pirates have been here for so many days, so there must be some big treasure. His Majesty the King is anxious to finish the matter and transport it to the National, and we will talk about the rest when we go back. Chief of the National Guard also started shouting to other guards. Anyway, there is no one who is awake on the ship. Since they are all unconscious, and he cannot intervene in the battle of his own king, instead of watching here, it is better to take advantage of this time to take away everything that can be taken away. There are more than a dozen pirate ships here, and even a search might take a while. But when the first pirate ship started searching, one of them screamed, "Captain Haruya, there are a lot of good things here." A guard shouted excitedly. Zaya ran down quickly with 2 or 3 people, and the scene in front of them really surprised them. The various gold and silver jewelry piled up throughout the cabin instantly made their eyes start to light up. There was at least 1 billion belly worth of treasure on this ship. More than a dozen people were very excited, and they had even started to pack it up. Chapter 18 Superman Space Devil Fruit. The National is still quite far away from these dozen pirate ships, but these pirate ships are almost all connected together. While they are fighting over there, they have already started looting here. In less than half an hour, dozens of guards had completed collecting all the treasures. Captain of the guard, there is a huge log about 100 meters long behind their boats. Should we also pull it back together? One of the guards ran up to Haruya and said. Zaya has actually discovered it, but they can't transport that thing back at all now. If they still have time, they should be able to get this kind of thing back slowly, but the main problem now is that these people don't have time. Pack up all the treasures and take them away. As for the tree, everyone should leave it alone. We don't have time to deal with these things. Zaya shouted. However, at this time, Changnyo was still fighting fiercely with Camo Dragon. Changnyo had already been able to defeat Camo Dragon, but he did not do that. Instead, he acquiesced in what his guards did. After all the guards carried all the treasures back to the ship, Changnyo asked in a calm voice, "Camoran, do you want to fight again? I don't have that much time to play with you now. If you don't let go, take over. When I come down, I can only take your 50 million belly head back." Camolong was somewhat out of breath. He had no idea that the little guy in front of him, whom he hadn't seen for just 2 days, would actually become so powerful now. Of course, he also saw the other party plundering the treasure on his ship, but what could he do? "Let's go. If we meet again next time, I will definitely kill you." Camolong said the most cowardly words in the most ferocious tone, and Changnyo didn't care about it. He had already wasted half an hour here, and he couldn't think of staying any longer. As soon as Changnyo left, Camoran immediately sat down on the deck of the ship, and big beads of sweat began to flow down his forehead. Is it true that Changnyo's 6th Navy skill can't deal with Camoran? But the sword skills of Fishan Yujian style can directly kill the opponent. Changnyo didn't want to push Camolong to death. Otherwise, if he chose to die together in the end, he might be fine, but others on the national ship would not know what would happen to him. No one understands the ultimate power of the devil fruit. Changnyo doesn't dare to gamble on it, so he can just take the other person's money away. Camolong just watched the people on the national ship disappear on the upside-down mountain, and he had no personal ability to stop them. As soon as they climbed the upside-down mountain, Gagoya couldn't wait to ask, "Your Majesty, why do you want to keep Camolong? We don't have time to target so many people now. The most important thing is that I don't want the Navy and the world government to pay attention to us." Changnyo said. For a big pirate like Camoran, if he dies, it will definitely attract the attention of other pirates, as well as the attention of the world government and the Navy. Let alone the fact that our country is still in its infancy and has not even grown its hair yet, How can we fight with others? Gagoya seemed to understand this truth for a moment. No matter what kind of thing he did, the final outcome would be to keep a low profile first. Changyo has already understood this truth. He knows better than anyone what kind of situation there is in the world of One Piece. If he was asked to abandon a country and become a pirate, Changyo might really be unscrupulous, but now he has too many people waiting for him behind him. Although the True Kingdom is not a very big country, it is also a place where he must wait when he comes to this world. In this world, there are only two ways to improve your strength, one is to train hard, and the other is to use devil fruits. But this time, the attack on the True Kingdom was a wake-up call to Changyo. Your Majesty the King, we really got 3 good things from the demon pirates. Xia brought 3 people with him. Each of them held a small box in his hand. He himself said to Changyo with a smile on his face. On this deck, Changyo looked at them with curiosity, especially when he saw the size of the 3 boxes. Changyo said inadvertently, "This thing, can't it be a devil fruit? How did your Majesty know?" She was obviously shocked. "What is there to know about this? For you to say it like this, it already explains everything. It's not like I have never seen the size of devil fruit before." Changyo said with a slight smile. "That's what your Majesty said, but I have never seen these 3 devil fruit types before." After Xia finished speaking, he opened all 3 boxes. What came into view were indeed 3 devil fruits, and each one had a different shape. Especially the one in the middle, it seems to be glowing with blue light. Is there any mention of this kind of thing in the devil fruit encyclopedia? Changyo asked Gagoya next to him. Your Majesty the King, the one on the farthest side has been found. He is the cigarette fruit of the Superman series. It can be said to be the most tasteless of chicken ribs. The one on the far right is the iron fruit of the Superman series. It can absorb everything it touches. It turns into steel, and the one in the middle is not even in the devil fruit encyclopedia. Gagoya started reporting directly. Especially when talking about the last one, Changyo was a little surprised. There was no devil fruit even in the devil fruit illustrated book, which was indeed a bit surprising. The demon pirates of Camoron don't know where they got these things from. Anyway, these things now belong to the Toru Kingdom. Changyo stepped forward and looked at the devil fruit in front of him with some curiosity. Apart from the iron fruit, the other 2 didn't even know what the cigarette fruit was. They were indeed useless. But this devil fruit with a faint blue light gives people an eerie and cold feeling. From the appearance, it is obviously not simple. Changyo slowly put his hand on it, then closed his eyes, and asked the system in his mind, "System, can you tell what series of devil fruits this belongs to?" The system needs to pay a corresponding fee of 10 million belly to answer the answer. Do you want to pay it? The voice of the system came, but it actually asked for money. Changyo was speechless, but he still said, "Pay." Ding! Sounded, and the originally small account balance was even more pitiful at this moment. The answer is that the Superman in the pirate world is a space fruit. It has powerful space abilities and can perform space defense, attack, and movement. After awakening, it can travel through space, fold space, and even travel across the world. After the payment was made, the system's voice sounded again, but this time it was completely different. Changyo didn't know what to say now. He didn't expect that he was so lucky. He had been thinking before that he would work hard to increase his strength in the future and never touch any devil fruits. But the thing in front of him has exceeded the limit of devil fruit, and he really doesn't know what to say. He made a lot of money on this trip. Although a ship of goods was robbed, it was nothing compared to the gold, silver, and jewelry he grabbed this time, let alone 3 devil fruits, one of which was a superhuman space fruit with space abilities. What's wrong? Your Majesty? Gagoya saw something was wrong with Changyo's expression, so he hurried forward and asked. Ah! Changyo was still immersed in fantasy. He immediately reacted after hearing the sound, with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. Are you okay, Your Majesty? Gagoya asked again. It's okay, I just thought of something. Changyo said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly picked up the devil fruit. The blue light looked a bit scary, but compared to the future, what are these? Your Majesty, we are still not sure about the power of this devil fruit. Are you thinking? Gagoya was a little surprised. He had already seen that His Majesty the King probably wanted to eat the devil fruit. It doesn't matter. As for the remaining 2 devil fruits, you can see if anyone is willing to eat them. If there is no one, you can put them up for auction in the future. Chang Nyo said with a smile. Okay, Your Majesty, but have you really thought about it? After eating the devil fruit, it means becoming a complete landlubber. Gago Ya said, still a little worried. Yes, Your Majesty, we have no objection to you eating a devil fruit, but this devil fruit is not even in the devil's manual. If it is a bad devil fruit, then it will not be available to you in the future. Another chance to change. Haruya also stepped forward to persuade, saying that they all knew that a person could only eat devil fruit once in his life, and no matter what the outcome was, he would have to bear it. The key is that these things they learned were all told to them by Chang Nyo. Otherwise, according to the situation in the Toru kingdom, how could these people know everything about devil fruits? Chang Nyo didn't say anything and just smiled, but in front of everyone, he opened his mouth and took a bite of the blue light devil fruit. Vomit. Just after biting it, Chang Nyo suddenly felt a churn in his stomach. Whether it was the taste or the smell, the devil fruit was completely unacceptable. Although he almost retched, the Chang Nyo man swallowed the bite. After eating, Chang Nyo's face turned green. He sat on the deck, breathing heavily. As for the remaining half of the devil fruit in his hand, he threw it away. However, others were not surprised when they saw this scene. Chang Nyo had already told them that all the devil fruit needed to be taken was one bite. The key is that after eating it, the so-called space ability of the devil fruit seems to have no feeling for the current Chang Nyo. Chang Nyo felt happier just sitting there thinking about the devil fruit with space ability. Your Majesty, how do you feel? Gagoya and Haruya both stretched their heads and looked at each other, wanting to know what the other person's experience was like after eating a devil fruit. You two are so curious. There are 2 devil fruits over there. How about you two eat one to taste it? Chang Nyo said with a speechless expression. I don't need it anymore. I plan to reach the top with my own strength in the future. I will definitely not eat things like devil fruit. Zaya shook his head quickly and said. This tastes really good. It's much worse than the most disgusting food in my imagination. Chang Nyo sighed and almost rolled his eyes. What ability? Gagoya looked expectantly and asked. You guess. Can you just say no, Your Majesty? Chang Nyo has no intention of telling anyone about this ability at all. Who knows what kind of people he will meet in the future. Now hide everything so that you can win with one blow. Although it is clear that there are relatively powerful beings in the entire pirate world, the key question is what kind of strength the leading figures in the world government have. This is not clear at all. This mystery is the biggest doubt plaguing Chang Nyo. So for him now, even though he already has the spatial ability of the devil fruit, he will not deliberately use it. Facing the two people's questions, Chang Nyo just smiled slightly, and then said, I don't feel anything yet. Let Barlow hurry up and start going back. Everything the country faces is still waiting for us to go back and solve it. Yes, Your Majesty. In this way, no one knows what kind of devil fruit Chang Nyo ate. What kind of abilities have you acquired? Even among the people around him, no one could understand him clearly. The National still started sailing on calm seas. Although the process was not very fast, the atmosphere now had a completely different feeling from before. According to their overall guess, it would take at least 5 days to sail from the upside-down mountain to their own country in the South Blue Sea. However, during these 5 days, they could only find out what the entire True Kingdom would encounter through the phone bug. However, at this moment, the Kingdom of Toru is under heavy siege from the Kingdom of Roya and dozens of pirate groups. Even the land of the Royal City now has to send more people to deal with pirates. As for the Royal Kingdom, there is no need to worry too much. It is precisely because of this that they can only deal with pirates. In less than 2 days, the entire Kingdom of True has lost 2 islands. Although the development in the past few years has caused earth-shaking changes in the economy of the entire Kingdom of Toru, and in terms of personnel strength, it is also stronger than that of the Kingdom of Roya, but it cannot stand it. It has to resist dozens of pirate groups at the same time. Stress issues. In a country with a small population, coupled with the current war, most of the people have begun to fear. The good thing is that almost all the plants planted around the entire Kingdom of True are flowers and plants, which are not of high value and will not be damaged by them. Moreover, most of the people in the entire kingdom are concentrated in the royal city. Chapter 19 Angry Group Killing. The battle between countries may be more humane, but these pirates have no such concept at all. Almost everywhere they went, they burned, killed, and looted, which had a very serious impact on the overall economy of the true kingdom. At the same time, no one knew how many people had died at the hands of the pirates. Junhee and the remaining members of the king's guards were resisting the pirates' invasion one by one, but the manpower of several hundred people was ultimately limited. According to their statistics, there are about 40 pirate groups that have invaded the Toru kingdom so far, and there are nearly 7,000 to 8,000 people in number. This has had an almost severe impact on them, and they are still struggling to deal with it. During the 5 days of Chongnyo's return journey, news would come from the royal city almost every 2 hours, but every time the news was almost infuriating. On the one hand, Junhee began to arrange people to retreat to the royal city, and on the other hand, he also had to organize people to resist the pirates in the royal kingdom. The hardships involved were indeed unimaginable. The kingdom of Roya began to attack the kingdom of Tru, which happened to be when Changnyo and the others arrived at Rog Town. Although the return trip only took 5 days, within these 5 days, many things were enough to operate. But the good thing is that by the time they had attacked the hinterland of the kingdom, the giant ship National had already appeared in the territory of the true kingdom. When he appeared at Nannuwa port, no one greeted Changnyo this time. He only learned through the phone that there are at least 30 pirate groups remaining in the kingdom. Their whereabouts are still unclear. But the only thing that became clear was that their purpose was the palace. Pour le pourfeur. Changnyo picked up the phone and dialed Junhee directly. After the other party connected, Changnyo asked seriously, "Where has the Roha kingdom reached now?" "It's your majesty." There was a noisy sound coming from the other side, but from the sound it could be heard that it was not Junhee, but rather other guards, who seemed to be quite excited. The phone bug also imitated their expressions, which was particularly exaggerated. "Your Majesty, we are currently guarding the royal city. There are almost 3,000 pirates outside. They are currently preparing to attack the royal city. June and the guard captain are currently resisting the attack of the royal kingdom." Hearing the voice coming from the other side, Changnyo suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. What he had been worrying about for the past few days finally happened. The pirates have actually attacked the royal city, which means that most of the other places have fallen. It has been less than 3 years since this country was handed over to them. Such a situation is really a dereliction of duty on their part. Changnyo's face was cold. He even felt that his good temper before had disappeared at this moment. He thought that he could not bear to kill the other party even after he made a mistake. He did not expect that his low profile would cause such a big disaster. After getting off the boat, Changnyo didn't wait for anyone and quickly left towards the royal city. The guards following him all rushed towards the royal city. As for Gagoya, she stayed on the king. After all, the total treasure on board now totaled 2 billion belly. If she left again, wouldn't there be no way out if pirates came over? There is none left. According to Changnyo's current speed, Nannuwa port is only 10 minutes away from the royal city. Moreover, the anger in his heart has become overwhelming and he can no longer hide it. He has no intention of letting anyone go who has committed crimes in his own country. As soon as they arrived at the edge of the royal city, they already saw a fierce gunfire confrontation between the two parties. The sound of gunfire could not be heard. There were literally thousands of pirates standing under the city, and everyone had an expression on their face as if they were determined to win. Changnyo saw that there were indeed several devil fruit users among the pirates. Although they were not very powerful beings, they were enough to cause some damage to his guards. It has only been 3 days since the war began, and the entire country has become what it is now. Changnyo is really unable to accept it. After all, they have been trained for so long, but the overall actual combat experience is too much. Worse. Kong has great strength, but in actual combat experience against the enemy, these guards seemed like ordinary people holding up guns, with no idea where to shoot. Looking at the pirate's appearance, Changnyo's expression instantly turned gloomy. The demon sword villager was already feeling the anger in his waist. The entire blade began to emit red light, and the blade that was ready to be drawn out was almost formed. It looks like a tornado. As Changnyo began to slowly enter the battlefield, the guards and people standing on the tower saw this scene and immediately began to roar. Everyone had excitement on their faces. No matter what the reason was, at least they themselves, His Majesty the King, is the spiritual symbol of the entire country. Changnyo stood directly in front of the pirates, and the momentum of thousands of pirates could not suppress him alone. "You bunch of bastards actually dare to enter my country, so from today onwards, I, Genji Changno, as the king of the Toru kingdom, declare you to be punished by death." When Changnyo said the word death penalty, the people in the entire royal city became excited. The royal city has a city wall that is almost 5 meters high. In addition to the guards, there are also many people who have come to help. Now everyone is staring down. They want to witness how powerful their king has become. To what extent? Of course, there are many people who are worried about this. Hundreds of guards also jumped directly below, all ready to start a fight to the death, but just when they were about to start, Chongnyo shouted loudly, "All of you, retreat, and protect the people in the city as your important task. These individuals, you bastard, just leave it to me alone." Chongnyo said in a cold voice, staring at the thousands of people in front of him as if looking at corpses. The demon sword village was shaking around his waist, and he could no longer hold back his bloodthirsty desire. Chongnyo gently put his hand on the handle of the knife and stood there without moving anything, but a gust of wind came out of thin air, and then Chongnyo disappeared in an instant. When they reappeared, they saw the pirates falling to the ground one by one, and before they could react, their whole bodies were already torn apart. The entire royal city gate instantly turned into a blood-stained land, and all the pirates who saw this situation were not afraid and frightened. There were so many pirate groups who were originally full of confidence, but all of them wanted to leave here in an instant. But since everyone is already here, how can it be so easy to leave? Young men, there are many of us now, don't panic, all of them rush forward for me. By then, the countless treasures in King True City will be ours. We have already reached this point, there is no way out. Just when the other pirates were about to run away, a loud voice sounded, tempting them with money, which gave them a little comfort in their hearts that originally wanted to leave. Chongnyo's whole body was now red-eyed. His behavior was completely indiscriminate. No one could see his trajectory clearly. He could only see rows of people falling down. This time he had no intention of leaving anyone behind. Since they had done such a thing in their own country, there was only one way waiting for them, and that was death. The people and guards standing on the city wall now can be regarded as the first time to see His Majesty the King so brave. One person can come and go freely among these thousands of people. Although the scene is bloody, for these people watching the battle, it is the most enjoyable kind of visual appreciation. After the guards on the national ship arrived, they were about to rush forward when they were stopped by other guards, and what Chongnyo said was told to them again exactly as they were. In less than 5 minutes, almost 700 or 800 of these thousands of pirates were dead, but in this short period of time, they also began to think of a better response plan. Fortunately, they are not a pirate group at all. The interests among them must not have been distributed evenly before, so there is some grudge in their hearts, which prevents them from cooperating perfectly. Although they are still relatively large in number, there are still some weaker pirates who are completely frightened and are slowly starting to retreat. For these pirates, they are nothing more than profit-oriented, but now they have to face heavy losses, and they still give priority to saving their lives. But now that we have reached this place, it is definitely impossible to withdraw. Chongnyo stopped in the crowd of pirates. There was not a trace of blood on his body. He was still the same as when he came here before, but his eyes turned dark red, looking quite strange and terrifying. After absorbing so much blood, the demon sword village has become quite strange. The blood-red light on the blade, although alluring, makes people feel scared. After seeing such a terrifying and weird scene, and at the same time feeling the powerful strength of the so-called King Toru, the remaining pirates no longer care about how much money they can get this time, and they all start to get involved one by one. Run! There are at least 2,000 remaining pirates, all of them scared out of their wits. Even those pirates with devil fruit abilities will end up looking the same. Chongnyo was not in a hurry to chase them, there was no need anyway. Looking at the mess behind him, with not a single intact body but all in pieces, Chongnyo also frowned and suppressed his nausea. This was the first time he had encountered such a wanton killing. Go and capture all those people. How these people are destroying our country will use their lives to build it for us in the future. Chongnyo stood there and looked at the pirates who had begun to leave and scatter. He shouted to his guards in a calm voice. Yes. Hundreds of voices suddenly sounded, and they had been waiting for this moment. If there weren't too many ordinary people before, they couldn't let go at all, for fear that something would happen again, otherwise they wouldn't let this group of pirates attack the royal city. Now that it's okay, these guards can let go and have a good fight. As for the Roha kingdom, they will probably retreat soon after receiving the news of the pirates' defeat. After the pirate left, this matter did not end, but was just the beginning. Chongnyo has never thought about invading other people's countries. It's good to keep his own place. The key is that there are so many people who don't like it and insist on doing some tricks, which makes him very uncomfortable and dissatisfied. There are currently about 3,000 people in the kingdom of Toru who have started training in the 6th form of the navy, but only 400 to 500 people have actually mastered the 1st form or above. Thinking about it now, all of these things must be taken up next. Agenda: a powerful country cannot rely solely on itself as the king. Not all the consequences of the royal kingdom's attack are bad. At least it has highlighted internal problems involving management, military and other aspects. All of them have been displayed in front of us and will be left to future management. Will play a big role. Now the land of the royal city is completely safe. Many joint pirate groups have fallen apart, and there are still king guards behind them to arrest them. So at least all the people in the land of the royal city no longer have to worry about their own safety. As the gate of the royal city opened, countless people swarmed out, everyone was shouting, and many people began to spontaneously go out to pick up corpses. Those things were too unsightly in front of the royal city. Chongnyo liked the enthusiasm of these people very much. At least 3 years ago, each of them had more expressions of indifference and lack of desire for life. They had completely lost confidence in their future life. But looking at it now, the smiles on everyone's faces are completely unfalsifiable. As life becomes more and more prosperous, Chongnyo's support from the entire True Kingdom has reached an unprecedented peak. Even though he is only 15 years old, at least for the old king who has been king for decades, there are still a few people who still remember his name. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! The voices came like an overwhelming wave, including women and children, especially those children whose admiration for Chongnyo was simply too high. In the world of pirates, it is almost extremely difficult for women to make money, but it is different here. There are 2 huge factories, one is responsible for making perfume, but most of them are hard work, so perfume factory manufacturing is dominated by men, but textile factories are different. Almost all of them are women. When the country is so wealthy, the next main purpose is to strengthen the entire population. Chapter 20 Naval Headquarters. For the first time, Chongnyo felt the importance of strength, but this was not enough. There are as many strong people in this world as there are carps crossing the river. If you don't pay attention, you don't know what kind of unexpected situation will happen. Seeing so many lovely people, Chongnyo felt an inexplicable sense of pride from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, in another place, it is full of dense buildings, especially the one at the front that seems to be at least 100 meters high, with the eye-catching word Navy hanging on it, and the Navy's logo in the middle. The logo is a seagull holding a scale in its mouth, symbolizing absolute justice. There are watchtowers everywhere, and the edge of the coastline is filled with giant cannons. This is a huge island on the seashore, but its interior is completely different from other islands. Inhabited here is the Navy headquarters that will be known as the 3 major forces in the One Piece world in the future and the strongest single entity. All the people living here are Navy and their families. Of course, the Navy's family members who can live here must have very high positions in the Navy. The entire Navy headquarters looks like a watertight iron barrel. Just a glance at it makes people shudder, and it is a solemn place. But at this moment, in the middle building, a group of people are sitting here, with serious expressions, talking about something. Everyone's sitting posture is different. Although it looks a bit like a meeting, the picking of the nostrils and the eating are not at all what a meeting should look like. Garp, you bastard, can you stop eating it? In a quiet environment, the crisp sound of Garp biting biscuits should not be too obvious. It is completely out of proportion to the more serious environment now. But because of this, the middle-aged man sitting at the top with a pigtail and a pair of glasses looked directly at Garp and yelled angrily. This man is Sengoku, now the Marshal of the Navy, a super powerful man. There was a goat standing next to him. After hearing Sengoku's roar, he also looked at Garp with a sarcastic look. Warring states, what do you say about your business, does it have anything to do with my eating? Garp said with an indifferent expression. You still have the nerve to say that you are talking about something now, can you be more serious? Warring States was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Now there are more than a dozen people in a room, all watching the excitement, but their expressions all show indifference. Can you please stop arguing about such trivial matters? Marshal Warring States, please hurry up. We all have things to do. He said directly and helplessly from the side. Otherwise, it looks like the 2 of them will be arguing for a while. This kind of thing has become commonplace. Warring States was also aware of this matter and ignored Garp's behavior, which could not affect anything anyway. But at this time, Warring States still asked, "Garp, you will take the position of Admiral this time. There is currently no one more suitable for you in the Navy. Don't shirk it this time. Forget it. There are too many things to do as a general. I feel like I can't bear it. It's good to be a lieutenant general. As for the general, you can let he do it." Garp said while maintaining a look of disdain on his face. "Garp, you old guy, can you please stop throwing things on my head?" He looked at Garp angrily and shouted, and then said to Sengoku, "Besides, there are several candidates for generals now. Is it possible that these three alternate generals, Lieutenant General Akainu, Lieutenant General Kizaru, and Lieutenant General Aokiji, cannot meet your needs?" However, these three people are now sitting at the scene. Except for Lieutenant General Sakazuki, Akainu, the other two people look indifferent. "Forget it, we'll talk about the general later. Let's talk about other things now." Sengoku immediately started talking about this topic, and then his expression began to change, and his whole person became completely serious. However, behind Warring States, a piece of white paper clearly displayed Chongnyo's head, and all the details were also displayed here. Looking at Warring States' appearance, the others began to look a little more serious, at least they were no longer as unformed as before. Garp also looked at Sengoku with interest. Warring States glanced at everyone, and when he saw that everyone had begun to calm down, he began to say leisurely, "Have you seen the person behind me? Genji Nagano, the king of the South Blue Sea True Kingdom. As a South Blue Sea country, the country and region should have been completely poor, but in recent years, the king of this country has abruptly changed this situation. I'm talking about the Warring States period. Isn't it good that our country has improved? It shows that this little guy is quite capable. Why would you bring such a thing here?" Garp said it directly without showing any mercy to Sengoku. "Garp, you bastard, can you just listen to what I have to say?" Zenguo immediately became angry again, and looking at Garp's appearance, he was furious. "That's right, Garp, since the Warring States Marshal has spoken out, there must be something hidden." He also said, "Let's stop arguing and let Marshal Warring States finish his words quickly. I still have things to deal with here, so don't delay these things." Sitting opposite Garp, a man who looked to be in his 30s, wearing a yellow suit, said directly with his mouth tilted. Kizaru's opening of his mouth attracted everyone's attention in an instant. Warring States stood up and looked at everyone present with a speechless expression. Then his expression became serious and he said, "What we need to care about now is not the economic strength of his country, but their capabilities in other aspects." After Sengoku finished speaking, he directly took out a phone bug. His two eyes glowed and were projected onto the wall. Then, all the scenes of the fight between the guards and pirates in Rog Town were shown before Changmyo and the others. "Come out. This kind of phone bug belongs to the projector type, and there are quite a few types of phone bugs. However, those with projection like this are almost only available to some relatively powerful people in big countries." When the projection appeared, everyone sitting here became uneasy. Even Garp, who looked indifferent, was now watching it seriously. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Mainly because the King's Guard of the Kingdom of True actually uses the sixth form of the Navy. For the current Navy, this thing has only just begun to become popular in 2 years. But now it is actually seen in the military of other countries and the Navy Type 6 is seen. How can this thing not shock them? Is it Zifa? Garp asked Sengoku with a serious look. This kind of thing can be regarded as the current trump card of the Navy. If it spreads, it is uncertain how much impact it will have in the future. The reason why Garp asked if it was Zifa's problem was mainly because this man was a naval admiral before, and he created all the 6 naval skills. However, the Navy as a whole is not yet familiar with this skill. It is not surprising that other countries have used it in actual combat. Warring States sat down slowly, and after thinking for a while, he began to say leisurely, "It shouldn't be Zifa. This thing has been popularized in the entire naval force since 2 years ago, but the other party's familiarity with these skills is likely to be far more than in the past 2 years. It is precisely because of this that this emergency meeting was held today to discuss who should go over to check what is going on next. There is no need to say more about the skills of Marine Type 6. These people must be using them. Whether it is from the finger gun or the moon step, these things can be clearly seen. At least they are exactly the same skills as Marine Type 6. But most of them seem to have more than one skill. How are these people trained? Is it really necessary to investigate carefully in the next step? Lieutenant General, he said directly and to the point. After all, the opponent is already so familiar with the Navy's training trump card. If he does not study it carefully, then the Navy's crisis is likely to arise. Marshal Waring states, no matter where these people got these skills, my suggestion is to directly wipe out everything they know. If they are allowed to develop, how can they be repaid in the future? Sakaski said directly with a fierce look. This is almost how he dealt with things. It's better to investigate first. After all, we don't know what the situation is on the other side. We have all seen the development of the True Kingdom in the past few years. Who is willing to accept this task next to see what this country is like? What's the situation? Waring States said directly. No one else had anything to say, including Garp, who had nothing to say at the moment. In his impression, he did meet Chongnyo once, and he already felt that something was wrong at that time. But now that this matter was brought up, he felt that something was wrong. The key point is that it was 2 years ago. If these situations had been discovered at that time, they might not have been so passive. Garp, you should be relatively familiar with that side of the South Blue Sea, so why don't you go over there and see what's going on? As soon as Waring States finished speaking, Garp immediately stood up and said loudly with a dissatisfied look on his face, no, I have to rest next week. How could I still go to such a far place? No one is watching my lovely and well-behaved grandson yet. Let the others be. Garp's refusal seems to have become a normal thing for everyone, and this time it is dealing with a national matter different from the pirates. Even if they send anyone there, they cannot use force blatantly. Waring States looked helpless. He knew that Garp wouldn't go and ask specifically, but after looking around in his eyes, he really couldn't choose anyone who was more suitable. The entire venue was silent for a while, and Akainu slammed the table and said, since no one is going, I'll go over and take a look. I want to know what kind of abilities this King Taru has. No, this is not against pirates. If we get involved in other people's national affairs, those old men from the world government will cause trouble for us. Sengoku refused. Everyone here knows very well what kind of situation Sakaski is in. They only have the justice of existence in their hearts and don't care about the lives of other people at all. But in the entire naval base, Sakaski is indeed the only man with absolute justice. It is precisely because of absolute justice that he often distorts the justice in his heart. This is why Waring States is unwilling to let him go. No one in the room of more than a dozen people answered, until finally everyone's eyes were fixed on one person, who was still leaning on the chair with his eyes closed, as if he didn't care at all about this matter. King Z, everyone else has something to do and you seem to be fine, right? I'll leave this matter to you. Don't act rashly this time. Find out the situation in this country first. Waring States said. Hey, hey. Marshal of the Waring States period, I also have something to do, okay? Don't leave such boring things to me. King Z quickly opened his eyes and looked at everyone and said. This matter has been settled, you are the one who has been appointed as the General. In the Waring States period, there was no choice but to say it directly. There is not even a general in the naval base now. The only general, Zifa, left 2 months ago. They really can't choose the right person now. King Z was originally on the list of candidates for General 1, and it's the most promising one. It's pretty good to use this incident to push the boat forward. Hearing what Sengoku said, Aokiji didn't know what to say anymore. He could only let out a breath of cold air and said in a leisurely voice, forget it, for the sake of the Navy headquarters, let me go there. The most dissatisfied among them should be Sakaski. He is also one of the candidates for general, but he didn't expect that just such a small thing has already decided the candidate for general. The others didn't say anything. Anyway, the matter has been settled. Aoji, the kingdom of Toru reported the situation yesterday. The neighboring kingdom of Roha is attacking. No matter what the situation is, you must not get involved in the war between countries. You just go to understand the situation. Take action. Waring States once again specifically ordered. He cannot let his navy get involved in other countries' wars, otherwise, he may not know what kind of trouble there will be. Marshal Waring States, the opponent already possesses the 6-style navy skill. What if another one with domineering power comes out? What will I do then? I won't be in danger. King Z said the most cowardly words in the most leisurely tone, but everyone still knew his strength quite well. Chapter 21 Kingdom War. When Qingji said this, others were not incomprehensible. A country has undergone such great changes in just a few years, and even the Navy's 6 style skills have been learned. 2 domineering people should also be able to do so. It's not something impossible. It's so scary. What if our Lieutenant General Aoki Pheasant dies there after we pass? Kizaru tilted his mouth and turned his head to smile at Aokiji. Kizaru, can you please stop making sarcastic remarks here? It's just a country in the South Blue Sea. There's nothing to worry about. Akainu said in a cold voice. Okay, let's decide the matter like this first. King Z, let me emphasize this matter again. You cannot get involved in their country's war. And after it is over, try not to take action if you can. Otherwise, if someone else is if we seize the handle of our navy, then it will be difficult to say. Warring States said again. Hey! I know Marshal of the Warring States period. King Z answered nonchalantly. At present, Chongnyo has no idea that the navy already knows about them. The key is, what can he do even if he knows? Now that he has begun to lead the king's guards out, Chongnyo is no longer worried about others knowing about this matter. They do not belong to the countries that join the world government, so naturally they do not need to worry about it. After coming to this world for so many years, he has a relatively clear understanding of the rules. But now the entire Toru kingdom is still hurriedly extinguishing the flames of war. But the only good thing is that since those pirate groups were destroyed, the progress of the Roha kingdom has completely stopped, and there are still faint signs of retreat. In the palace, Chongnyo sat at the top, looking at the people standing below with a very serious expression on his face. Different from before, most of the people standing below are young people now. Following the old king, a group of officials from the older generation have now begun to slowly retire, and the power has been handed over to these people. Lusta, as the current person in charge of the entire business, can you tell us about the current overall business situation? Chongnyo looked at a man about 30 years old standing below. He wore a pair of glasses and a more formal suit, and he had a completely gentlemanly attitude. Luasta took 2 steps forward, took out a small book from his pocket, and then said respectfully, Your Majesty, the current business of our country is mainly perfume and cloth, and after nearly 2 years of development, with the development, the perfume business has spread all over the world, and on the Grand Route, there are also channel agents who are responsible for the sales of our perfume. The other is cloth. Now it has just begun to open up sales channels all over the world, but it is not particularly obvious at the moment. Nowadays, the entire perfume production staff, including flower and plant cultivators, has reached about 120,000 people, and the overall revenue of perfume has remained at an average of 5.5 billion belly per month, which is completely enough to support domestic economic expenses. As for cloth, it has just begun. The monthly net profit is almost maintained at around 1.3 billion belly, and it is just the beginning. As for the next step of planning, I think we should start to expand beyond the 4 seas. I hope Your Majesty can give me some advice? Listening to Luosta's report, although he was still very unfamiliar with business planning and couldn't talk about important ideas at all, he couldn't help but work very seriously and carefully. Chongnyo didn't pay attention to the process. Now there is no need to worry about the attack of the Roha kingdom. What is left is to support the economy. I am afraid it is not enough to rely on these 2 alone. Chongnyo sat there and pondered for a moment, thought for a moment and then said, I have never thought about this aspect of the perfume business before, but how much is the inventory currently? Your Majesty, the inventory of perfume has reached nearly 1 million bottles, which is completely sufficient for our kingdom's current digestion level. Lusta said. This thing is now a high-end product. If you want to sell it in the world, it will take a lot of effort. After all, most of the really rich people are outside the world. Regarding this matter, your Ministry of Commerce should plan carefully. In the future, our domestic business will definitely not only have these 2 types. We will train all people with business acumen. We will talk about the other things later. Chongnyo said. Your Majesty, what are you going to do this time? Gagoya was curious and wanted to ask, but in this situation, what she wanted to say was swallowed back in the end. The Ministry of Commerce will come up with a plan as soon as possible, including the overall situation of the domestic population, geographical distribution, age brackets, employment and living security, etc. In addition, be prepared for expansion. Next, I decide to take over the royal kingdom, so I must be prepared for things in advance. Starting today, you need to be very energetic. Chang Nyo stood up and said seriously, the determination in his voice also made other people's blood boil. Not only that, Chang Nyo's words surprised everyone. The kingdom of Roya was much larger than the kingdom of Tru, but Chang Nyo actually said that he wanted to win over the other party. A group of people were suddenly at a loss and had no idea what their Majesty the King wanted to do. Your Majesty, do you want to declare war on the kingdom of Roha? Luosta asked with some confusion. What? Don't you think it's possible? Chang Nyo's tone was very serious. After all, since this kind of thing has happened once, it is likely to happen again in the future. Chang Nyo will not allow the royal kingdom to affect his plans again. Although the overall national strength has now improved, it still maintains its previous pedantic state, and there is still a big bend in the fundamentals of thinking that has not been reversed. Your Majesty, Luosta fully agrees with your wishes. It's a pity that he doesn't have much ability. Otherwise, he would definitely follow your Majesty to the kingdom of Roha. Luosta said with great emotion. Chang Nyo smiled politely after saying this. After all, it was good to have someone who supported him. Besides, he had already thought of a response plan before making this decision. Since the kingdom of Roya can fund the pirates to come and attack their country, it mainly means that their own strength is completely insufficient. Now that the entire King's Guard has arrived at the border, the next plan is probably to enter the kingdom of Roha directly. But changing a country's inherent mindset is not as simple as imagined. Lusta, how much money do we have left now? Chang Nyo asked directly. Your Majesty just made statistics here and found that there are still about 3 billion baileys that we can use now. This is the amount of money that can be used freely after we have put aside our national life. Lusta said. Chang Nyo sat in his seat and thought for a moment. Now the entire country still has so much money that can be mobilized. In addition, there are nearly 2 billion bailey funds on the country. Let alone want to win this battle. Almost everything can be done. Lusta, please go ahead and arrange the next plan, mainly for the kingdom of Euro. After we take over, at least we can quickly get the country back on track, and we won't be in a hurry to do things by then. Chang Nyo said. Okay, Your Majesty. Luosta adjusted his glasses and said. That's all for today. As for the rest, we'll discuss it then. Chang Nyo said directly. Now, things about the royal kingdom are almost clear, and there is no need to worry or care about other situations. In the entire Toru kingdom, the current strength of the overall strong men is not very weak. Shunye at least has the strength of a vice-admiral, and for others, most of the 6 skills have been mastered to 1 or 2. The current Toru kingdom is definitely no longer as submissive as it used to be. After Chang Nyo left the palace hall, he went directly to the palace garden. Here, not only is the environment more elegant and quiet, but the most important thing is that this is his own back garden, and no one will come in at all. But despite this, Chang Nyo still felt uneasy and directly used the visceral color to sense the specific situation around him. After confirming that nothing happened, he slowly withdrew the visceral color perception. Rather than saying that this is the entire back garden, it is better to simply say that it is a piece of virgin forest behind the palace. I won't say the exact size of the area, but a relatively large square was built inside. Standing in the middle, Chang Nyo's main purpose of coming here today is to get used to the ability of the devil fruit in his body. He has lost his life of contact with seawater, and what he hopes most now is to quickly master all the skills that the devil fruit can produce. But without even thinking about it, how could this thing be solved overnight? With a little force on his right hand, sky blue color appeared on his hand, but he really had no idea about these gadgets, let alone how to control the power of space. But since he can't figure it out and can't let others know, Chang Nyo still has the biggest trump card, which is the system in his body. Entering the system space, Chang Nyo felt the blue space that he had not been in for a long time. This kind of mechanical science fiction place really gave him an unprecedented sense of security. System, do you have a detailed introduction to the capabilities of Space Fruit? Chang Nyo asked directly. He now fully believes that this is the system space, and it is almost an omnipotent existence. But just when he was still confused, the system's voice jumped out directly, but this time it was not a voice but a prompt sound plus some information displayed on the panel in front of him. The capabilities and training methods of the Space Fruit are introduced in almost detail above. And the most important thing is that Chang Nyo discovered that the method of training Space Devil Fruit is mainly based on training mental power, and the direction of the development of Devil Fruit can be controlled based on the strength of mental power in the later period. The space fruit has all-round effects such as defense, attack, and movement. After the fruit's ability is awakened. Seeing that the abilities after awakening from the devil fruit were not introduced at all, Chang Nyo was a little disappointed, but these early things were enough for him to digest. Especially the mental power cultivation method mentioned just now really makes Chang Nyo a little confused. The cultivation method of seeing and hearing color is also based on mental power, and even Bawang color haki is also the same. Now he can't measure the spirit at all. What level of human cultivation is considered appropriate? He was a little embarrassed standing there, but he still subconsciously tried the ability of the space fruit. To what extent did it reach? He stood there and waved his devil fruit effect, and his abilities swept out instantly. A sky blue barrier shape suddenly appeared in front of him. This thing was almost completely transparent, giving people the feeling that there was no defense at all. Strength, let alone the so-called attack power? But is it really that simple? Obviously impossible. But on the same day, Gagoya sat in the courtyard and looked at the newspaper that had just been delivered to him. To everyone's surprise, the headline in the newspaper was about the situation in his country. With the special fighting method of the Toru Kingdom, all the pirates in Rogtown were captured. Just when he saw the contents of the headline above and then looked at the situation below, Gagoya was so frightened that sweat began to form on his forehead. The main reason was that she remembered Chang Nyo's previous reminder that all the methods practiced by the king's guards were naval skills. If they were leaked, they would most likely be hostile to the navy. But now it was shown openly in the newspaper. She didn't believe that only she had received one copy of it. After confirming the contents, Gagoya hurried towards the palace. At this moment, Chang Nyo was still practicing and learning his devil fruit abilities, and didn't even notice what was happening outside. It can be said that the entire kingdom of Toru is in great chaos now. Except for the royal city, pirates and wars in other places have not stopped at this moment, but all this has almost no impact on the lives of the people. The people in the kingdom of Tru now barely rely on farming for their livelihood. They were already extremely poor before, but now they rely on 2 factories, which is enough to support the living expenses of the entire country. After 2 years, these 2 factories have not only developed commerce in the Sahai area, but have also begun to gradually spread towards the Great Sea route. Not only that, they have also driven the development of the commercial economy around the factories, making the country more prosperous. The people, relying closely on the interactive economic strength brought by these 2 factories, are completely self-sufficient. Gagoya had been standing outside the door of Chang Nyo's room in the palace until night. When he saw Chang Nyo coming back, Gagoya rushed forward instantly. His face was serious and nervous, and he did not have the image of someone in charge of shipping. Chapter 22 The Arrival of the Blue Pheasant. Chang Nyo glanced at Gagoya who was standing in front of him, especially her nervous look. She had been waiting here for a long time. What's going on? Chang Nyo opened his mouth and asked directly. It was so dark now that he couldn't see the person's face clearly, but with the light in the courtyard, he could still see the other person's expression clearly. Your Majesty, what happened to us in Rogtown has already been published in the newspapers, and I think the Navy should also have discovered it. Gagoya said nervously. Go back and rest early. I've known about this kind of thing for a long time. Chang Nyo had indeed guessed a long time ago that as Rogtown is the Navy's base in the East Blue Sea, it is normal for many people to pay attention to it. But Your Majesty, don't you need to worry about this matter? Gagoya asked again. Don't worry about the Navy. According to normal time, it is estimated that the Navy will send people to investigate in the next few days. Regarding this kind of thing, even if it is exposed, there will be no problem. Chang Nyo still said calmly. I see. Gagoya put down the stone in his heart and sighed. But in the middle of things, she always felt that Her Majesty the King must be hiding many things from these people, but it was difficult to ask too many things. Chang Nyo just smiled slightly and said in a calm voice again, go back and rest early. Don't worry about other things. Then Your Majesty, you should also rest early. Looking at Gagoya's leaving figure, Chang Nyo still didn't take this incident seriously. Since he could drag his own king's guard out for a walk, he naturally wouldn't worry about being discovered by the Navy. After coming to this world, he has understood everything in detail. Is he not the only one who knows the 6th form of the Navy? Zifa has now left the Navy. As a former naval admiral, Chang Nyo knows very well what the other party wants to do next. But he still can't guess who will be sent to the Navy headquarters base and in what form. Anyway, his response plan has already appeared. No matter who comes, the result will not change much. This time, Chang Nyo had no intention of going to the royal kingdom's front line, so he could rest assured leaving all this to Junhee. In the entire Loya kingdom, Chang Nyo did not believe that someone could be summoned who was more powerful than Junhee. Although the area of the Roha kingdom is larger than that of the True Kingdom, the overall military numbers are almost the same. Although the weapons are pretty much the same, the kingdom of Roha is almost deficient in other aspects. The most important aspect is food supply. Changnyo has a system that can provide unlimited supply as long as there is money, but the kingdom of Roha is different. The king who just took office, in order to enjoy himself, almost made the entire country miserable, and the people were full of complaints. Among them, this kind of thing was the most common a year ago. Many people in the kingdom of Roha wanted to join the special army. Of course, some of the Lu kingdom has indeed come over. Most people have heard about the treatment and living standards of the True Kingdom, even some members of their army, and have no intention of going to war. Changnyo came up with a more damaging method on the battlefield. He used the system space to create hundreds of thousands of leaflets, all of which were sent to the front lines for distribution. Suddenly, the entire kingdom of Roha began to fall into serious disputes. Sometimes fighting does not necessarily require the use of force, and other aspects can still proceed normally. From the beginning to the end of the fight, Changnyo did not appear once. Junhee led the king's guard to attack the royal city of the royal kingdom in less than 5 days. This is already the closest position to the west of the kingdom of Roha. If the royal city is captured again, the kingdom of Roha will never appear again in the entire pirate world. The area of the True Kingdom has increased. This is not just an increase in land area, but more importantly, the number of citizens has nearly doubled. In this era, this is the most important thing. If you want to become the overlord of a party, the first thing you need is your own territory, and the second is the number of people in the country. As long as the number of people increases, there will be enough people to train, at least you don't have to worry that the next generation will not have strong people. The war has been going on for the 6th day, and the overall situation in the country has stabilized. At least it will never be the same state again. The economy among the people has also begun to show an upward trend. However, just as Changnyo continued to familiarize himself with the ability of his devil fruit, he suddenly opened his eyes and smiled slightly towards the sea. This was still in his back garden, and then Changnyo began to move directly towards the seaside. With the growth of mental power, the system of seeing, hearing, and color is already in an advanced form, but it is now more maturely used. He had already guessed that guests were coming without any special perception. After leaving the palace, Changnyo came to the seaside area. This is the beach closest to the palace. This was where he first obtained the system. After observing the surroundings, Changnyo sat on a fallen dead tree on the edge of the beach, waiting quietly, looking towards the sea in the distance. But the reality was exactly what he thought. After a while, a man came slowly on a bicycle on the beach. Under the bicycle, when the wheels rotated to every place, the sea surface would automatically form ice to support his entire weight. "Hey, little brother, I would like to ask, how should I get to King Tru's palace?" As soon as King Zi rode his bicycle ashore, he saw Changnyo sitting in the distance and resting, so he asked with a leisurely look. "I wonder what you're talking about here?" Changnyo asked with a smile. Aoki pheasant is almost 2 meters tall, at least a head taller than Changnyo. As soon as he landed, King Zi put his bicycle down there, and then walked to sit next to Changnyo. He sat there lazily, listening to what Changnyo said, with a look of indifference, but he still said, "I came to see your Majesty the King. I want to ask you something, so I don't know about you. Can you take me there?" King Zi had seen Changnyo's appearance before. At least that photo was taken recently. How could he not figure out who the big boy in front of him was? It's nothing more than a set of words. Anyway, the purpose of coming here is just to understand the situation. It's okay, but it's just that it seems a little inappropriate for the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters to come in this way. Changnyo said with a smile. It's not like he doesn't know Qingji, even if he doesn't know him, but the way he crosses the sea, he can even guess who the other person is with his feet. Ouch! I didn't expect you to know me. It's really surprising. Qingji said still lazily. He didn't have any curiosity about how the other party knew his identity, but now that he has reached this point, there are many things that no longer need to be said tactfully. Changnyo is also very curious. Even though he has never been to this world before, Chang Nyo still has a good impression of Qingji. Among the navy, he is one of the few people who can please him. The two of them sat together on a dead tree, and their conversation was very relaxed, and the conversation was normal, even as if they were two old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. On this beach, with the sea breeze blowing, it is not very hot. The most important thing is because Aokiji has the ability of frozen fruit. General Aokiji, are you interested in accompanying me to visit our true kingdom? Chang Nyo asked with a smile. It's too troublesome. If possible, I still want to lie there and have a good rest for a while, but since His Majesty King Tru invited it, it doesn't hurt to go and take a look. Aokiji said. Perhaps there is something that can satisfy you. After all, after returning to the Navy headquarters, you still need to report on the situation in our country. Chang Nyo should naturally take you to visit. Chang Nyo's leisurely words made Qingji become serious. Did he not expect that the other party had already realized the purpose of their coming? Of course, everyone who should be surprised has already been surprised once. Aokiji would not think that the king of the Toru kingdom was just relaxing here, and he met him by chance. At the same time, he also developed a strong curiosity about this true kingdom. Appearing again, the two of them were already walking on the streets of the royal city one after another. Along the way, people kept saying hello to Chang Nyo, shouting hello, His Majesty the King. It seems that you are very respected by the people in this country. I really don't know how you, little guy, did it. King Zi also saw this scene and asked curiously. He doesn't know how many countries he has visited like this, but the key is that none of them can do the same as Chang Nyo. The simple emotions of the people are definitely not fake. In this case, it either means that this king is really powerful, or that he is very good at winning people's hearts. 10 years ago, Aoki Pheasant also came to this country, but compared with now, it was completely different. The most important point is that even though he was staying at the Navy headquarters, he had heard a lot about the specialties of the true kingdom. Lieutenant General Qing Pheasant, the emotions of the people are very simple. What they want is not that complicated. They just want to have a stable living environment, a place where food and clothing can be provided, and a relatively harmonious and free country. It's just that I'm working hard to give them everything they want. It's being developed now, and maybe life will be better in the future. But all these things also need to establish a path for someone to bear the burden of moving forward. Otherwise, how can we ensure that these can continue? Chang Nyo said. As he spoke, he kept saying hello to the people around him. This street is not particularly wide, but the flow of people is very large. At a glance, there are almost all kinds of shops. Now most of the people in the entire kingdom of Tru have been concentrated in this royal city, which has turned into an economic cycle, and a large number of businesses have begun to sprout everywhere. Just one decision can change the fate of most people. You are indeed right, but why haven't you thought about joining the world government? Then there is no need at all. You want to say why I don't serve those celestial dragons? Before Qingji finished speaking, Chang Nyo took over directly. You can even clearly see the dissatisfaction on his face. Chang Nyo glanced at Aokiji and continued, by joining the world government, you may not be attacked by anyone in name, but the key problem is that the sky is high and the emperor is far away. We are in the South Blue Sea, and like our kingdom of Tru. If a small country is attacked by pirates or other countries, I'm afraid that the entire country will be gone by the time you finish discussing it. In addition, and the most important point, I will not allow my citizens to send heavenly gold to those Tianlong people every year. Instead of doing this, why don't I strengthen my own strength? But maybe there will be ideas in this regard in the future. Nothing is static, the premise is which one is more beneficial to us. King Zi may have nodded in recognition, but at the same time, he felt that the little guy in front of him seemed to be a little too dangerous. As a navy, you naturally have your own responsibilities to do, but for us as a small country, what you want to do is not that simple, and growing up is not that easy. In a peaceful corner of the South Blue Sea, all I can do is to provide these people with better living conditions and a more stable living environment. But now you have seen it, and you must have received the news a long time ago. The kingdom of Roha next door has united with pirates to attack our country, which has also made us miserable and made the people's lives miserable. Chang Nyo said it again, but Qingji's face turned green and red upon hearing these words. It's not like he doesn't know the specific situation. Someone has already reported the matter. Now the kingdom of Toru has attacked the capital of the kingdom of Roha. According to the current situation, in less than 5 days at most, the kingdom of Roha will be completely destroyed. Disappear into this world. But he didn't say anything until the end, but he was already full of infinite curiosity towards the little boy in front of him. So what are you going to do about the future direction of this country? Qing Pheasant asked directly for the first time. Let's just live with it. When everything is settled, at least take a good rest for a few years. Otherwise, I'm afraid your world government will be dissatisfied. Once the CP department comes to investigate, I guess it won't be as easy to talk to as you. Chang Nyo, he said with a smile. I didn't expect you know quite a lot, but this is not very good. Chapter 23 Invitation. Having only been exposed to this for less than 2 hours, Aokiji felt that what the little guy next to him already knew really surprised him. Such a remote country actually knew about the CP department of the world government, and it seemed that he also knew about it. S method. Even if you don't want to believe this kind of thing, there is nothing you can do about it. Why are you so sure of these things? Qing Ji asked. Is there anything I said? I'm afraid you, Lieutenant General Aokiji, are quite clear about the world government's intelligence department, from CP0 to CP9. I guess I don't need to say more about their moral character, right? But I also believe that whether it is the world government or your naval headquarters, no matter how important the matter is in our kingdom of True, you will have no time to take care of it. The situation on the sea is changing, and the great era of pirates is coming. How many troops do you think we have to deal with things on our side? Chang Nyo looked at Qing Pheasant with a sinister expression. Next, he needs to welcome the advent of the era of the 4 emperors on the sea. At the same time, it is estimated that the Shishibukai era will also come soon. The real great era of pirates has just begun. This is the main reason why he is so confident now. Reason? Qing Ji was really getting more and more worried as he listened. Chang Nyo seemed to have everything in his hands, which gave him a very bad feeling. But now that the conversation has reached this point, Aokiji has no intention of continuing the boring conversation. He asks seriously and directly, does your training method here seem familiar? The 6th form of the Navy has officially become a required course for naval training 2 years ago. It can break the limits of the body in terms of attack, defense, and movement. If combined with domineering, it can definitely become the Navy's biggest trump card. Am I right? Chang Nyo spoke out his words again without any attempt to hide them. Qing Ji's heart was as heavy as iron and he didn't know what to say. The only thing he can think about now is whether there are people from the Toru kingdom in his naval headquarters. But Chang Nyo's next words directly rejected his idea. Don't worry, Lieutenant General Aokiji, these things are not coming from your Navy headquarters. Our kingdom of True was a relatively poor country 2 years ago and we simply did not have the ability to send people to high-level positions in your Navy. In addition, and most importantly, I very much hope that your Navy headquarters can give you an explanation for what you did to our kingdom of True in the next few years. If the warring states marshal is not willing, I myself would not mind making this matter public. Then the majesty of your Navy will decline. This is definitely not a joke in this era of great pirates. Chang Nyo directly began to threaten, mainly talking about what happened in the True Kingdom 10 years ago. On Batlila Island, the place where the son of the Pirate King once came, more than 2,000 pregnant women were killed because of such an incident. This was completely the most tragic incident in the history of Batlila Island. King Z was also one of the people involved in that incident. Naturally, he knew exactly what Chang Nyo meant by what he said. But the two of them were walking on the street, and there were many people's eyes around them. It was difficult for King Z to express his feelings. He finally understood that before coming, warring states repeatedly explained that no matter what happened, in True the kingdom is a place where no action is allowed. King Z, who had always been lazy, suddenly became serious at this moment, and his eyes did not conceal his murderous intention towards Chang Nyo. Vice Admiral Aokiji doesn't have to look at me like this. Of course, I'm more optimistic about Vice Admiral Aokiji. Saikai O'Hara, I think you are still very impressed. What the Navy has done in recent years is somewhat surprising. Are you disappointed? Chang Nyo continued to say provocatively and with a smile. Oh my, it's really a headache. I didn't expect that little guy like you actually knows so many things. Isn't this really embarrassing? King Z continued to have the same lazy look as before, but looked at Chang Nyo seriously. These were supposed to be Navy secrets, but I didn't expect them all to be known to this 15 or 16-year-old kid in front of me. King Z's previous prediction of Chang Nyo became more and more obvious. I did not intend to use this information to blackmail the Navy headquarters, but what happened on Bartlila Island in my kingdom of True, your Navy must give an explanation for this matter. Chang Nyo looked directly at Qing Pheasant domineeringly, and the domineering look in his eyes was already a bit ready to come out. If it weren't for the people around, maybe they would have started to be released by now. Oh my, it's up to the Warring States Marshal to do this. I'll just be responsible for conveying it when the time comes. I can't make promises no matter how many things I do. It's really a troublesome thing. Qing Ji said lazily. On the surface, he didn't seem to care about this, but in fact, he had already begun to think about it in his heart. What happened on Batlila Island can be regarded as a shame for the Navy, and it is the kind of news that must never be made public. Now that the King of True Kingdom is talking about this matter, he naturally has some confidence. King Zi is very aware of the current situation in the sea as a whole, and just as Chang Nyo said, the sea is changing, and the Navy headquarters cannot spare any power at all to return to the small country of the South Blue Sea. Chang Nyo was a little proud. After all, Qing Pheasant's attitude might represent the attitude of the entire Navy. He is not so arrogant now that he feels that his country can fight against the entire Navy. If it hadn't happened to catch up with the era of great pirates, it is estimated that his country would have been defeated several times just because he was familiar with the six-style naval skills. It is precisely because of these reasons that Chang Nyo is not worried about the Navy headquarters sending people to investigate. Lieutenant General Aoki has come a long way to work hard. He will stay in our country for a few days and take a look at our local customs. By the way, he can also guide the future national seeds we are currently cultivating. Chang Nyo and Qing Pheasant had already arrived at the entrance of the palace. Seeing that the other party had no intention of leaving in a short time, he opened his mouth and said directly. It's rare to have some leisure time, so I won't disturb His Majesty King True. Look at what you are saying. I think it won't be long before you can become the general of the entire Navy. This is the supreme position of the Navy. There will be many places where the Lieutenant General can be troubled in the future. Chang Nyo said with a smile. I wonder where Your Majesty the King got this news from? You seem to know a lot. Aoki Pheasant finally began to ask the questions in his mind. From the moment I first came here, all my rhythms seemed to be under the control of the other person. Whether I was talking or doing things, I always felt like I was standing naked in front of the other person. King Zi had experienced so many things, but only in front of this 16 or 17-year-old boy, he showed a more cautious attitude. Or because I came here, no matter what I said, I was suppressed. After all, I was also a vice admiral. Facing a little guy, the feeling of being seen through was really uncomfortable. When I came here, from the moment I stepped into the territory of this country, I seemed to have an extra pair of eyes on my head. Even this person who usually behaves relatively lazy showed a very disliked expression. Chang Nyo smiled, not that his goal has been achieved, at least in his own country, this is his home court, and he will never be led away by others. I know a lot of things, even more than you can imagine, but so what? Chang Nyo spoke very simply, and they were already in the palace as soon as he spoke. Before Aokiji could ask any more questions, a guard came out from the side and said respectfully to Chang Nyo, Your Majesty, Jun and the guard captain have led the army to attack the capital of the Kingdom of Roha. The guard captain sent us a message. I want to consult here, is the next step to rush in directly or what should I say? Hey, it's already going so fast. Chang Nyo looked at the guard and said, then turned to Qing Pheasant and said, Lieutenant General Qing Pheasant, are you interested in going over there to observe? I don't have any objections. It doesn't hurt to go over and take a look. Qing Pheasant said. Anyway, the purpose of his coming here is to investigate the situation of the True Kingdom's army. It is estimated that the best time to witness it is on the battlefield. Tell Captain Junhee to wait for now. I will take our Vice Admiral from the Navy headquarters to observe. Chang Nyo said to the guard beside him. In fact, these things have already been arranged. If Junhee wants to consult on these issues, he can do it through the phone bug. There is no need for another person to pass the message through. No one can figure out what the king of his own family has in mind. Now the battle against the Roha kingdom is already guaranteed, and there is no possible crisis at all. But Chang Nyo had his own ideas. When he first didn't know that it was Aokiji who came to investigate, he had already thought of countless ways. Even the last thing he wanted to face was Akainu, but he also believed that the Navy headquarters would not send this guy here at all. The fastest way to get from here to the capital of Roha Kingdom is by boat, which will take at least nearly 2 days. However, it only took Junhee 5 days to attack the opponent's capital. Almost no one from the soldiers of the royal kingdom encountered along the way stopped him. In this way, we arrived at our destination naturally and smoothly. In fact, if they were willing, they would be able to rush directly into the royal city of King Roha without much effort at all. Among the dozens of countries in the South Blue Sea, the strength of the royal kingdom is not too bad. Although it is not outstanding at the same time, it is still somewhat remarkable in other aspects. This time when he went to the royal kingdom, Chang Nyo had almost brought the high-level officials of his country with him. The most important thing was to witness the situation this time. As the national ship started to set off, Junhee and others who were able to reach the capital of the royal kingdom directly this time were already waiting. This time, the total number of troops sent by the Kingdom of Tru to attack the Kingdom of Roha was only about 10,000. The other party's country and population were much larger than theirs, and the number of troops was also much larger than theirs. The difference is that after the King of Roya Kingdom took office, he was opposed by almost all citizens, even the army, who always lived in endless deductions. After just seeing the living conditions of the Kingdom of Toru, even the Kingdom of Roha, which has a larger army, has almost no resistance from its army. They directly open the city gates wherever they go, and there are even many places that have begun to welcome Toru. The kingdom's army arrives. Therefore, in terms of the whole journey, Jun and the others had no impact at all, and they had already arrived at the capital of the Kingdom of Roha. 2 days later, when Chang Nyo appeared here with Ching Pheasant, people saw a rather incredible scene on the city wall. Under the witness of everyone, the people standing on the city wall were not actually troops, but most of them were pirates. They used the people in the city as shields to prevent Junhee and others from entering. However, outside the city gate, there was no trace of any war intrusion. It can be said that from the beginning to the end, none of the troops brought by Junhee were lost. In the past 5 years since the new king of the Kingdom of Roya took office, the damage that has been done to the entire Kingdom of Roya is probably beyond description in words. The national ship arrived directly at the capital of the royal kingdom. When he saw the scene on the city wall, Chang Nyo actually smiled. What do Lieutenant General Ching Pheasant think of this matter? Chang Nyo looked at Ching Pheasant with a smile on his face and asked. Your Majesty, most of the troops in the city have been controlled now. However, the number of pirates inside is estimated to be beyond our imagination. Junhee said, standing next to Chang Nyo. What exactly is going on? Why are there so many pirates in the Roha Kingdom? Your Majesty, these are all related to the King of Roya Kingdom. Most of the pirates here come from the West Sea. The overall number of pirates is almost 8,000. There are only 2 pirate groups, and there are many powerful ones among them. When they first came to our country, they decided that as long as they could conquer the Kingdom of Toru, all the treasures in our king's palace would be given to these pirates. That's why so many pirates appeared to help the Kingdom of Roha. Junhee frowned and said respectfully. What do Lieutenant General Ching Pheasant think about this matter? Chang Nyo once again put the question to Ching Pheasant. Oh, King Tru, don't ask me about this kind of thing. I'm just here to watch, and I won't help you. Ching Pheasant said lazily. Are you ready? Chang Nyo looked at Junhee and asked. The other party immediately understood, and a mischievous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 24. A plan to trick only one person. It took so much effort to finally get Vice Admiral Aokiji from the Navy headquarters here. Naturally, he was not just here to watch. We are already prepared for this, how could we just ignore it so easily? Lieutenant General Aokiji, although I don't expect you to take action this time, I just want to trouble you about something. There are so many pirates in the city, I wonder if you can use your strength to break the city gate? Chang Nyo said. This is a troublesome matter. It would be bad if our marshal finds out. Qing Ji said lazily. Lieutenant General, I misunderstood. I didn't ask you to hurt anyone. I just wanted you to help me break the opponent's city gate. This shouldn't be a big problem for you, right? Chang Nyo said again. Said once. According to the strength of you people, it shouldn't take much effort to open a city gate, right? King Zi was not stupid, but he didn't realize where exactly what happened. But I can always feel that the little guy in front of me seems to be cheating me. Seeing that Aokiji was still hesitating, Chang Nyo said in a deep voice to Junhee next to him, next, take down Royal City at all costs. By then, all the pirates will not need to leave anyone behind. Kill them all. Your Majesty, those people. War will inevitably cause losses. Lieutenant General Qing Pheasant doesn't want to, so we have to do this. Chang Nyo said with a sad face. Okay, it's just a door. I'll just help you. Qing Ji listened to what Chang Nyo said and looked at the other party's appearance, and said with helplessness. I have enjoyed good food and drink here these past few days, and even doing such a thing did not violate what the Warring States Marshal said when he came. Destroying a door doesn't hurt anyone, so it won't have any special impact. Hearing that Qing Pheasant had agreed, Chang Nyo's smile immediately blossomed. Then he looked directly at Junhee with a look that you knew, and Junhee began to slowly retreat back. Just when King Zi was about to take action, several people not far from them were facing him with phone bugs. Not to mention how he could become a general, King Zi just pressed it on the ground, and instantly the frost began to spread towards the door. However, they are about 100 meters away from the gate, but this distance is not a problem at all for a person who is about to become a general. The entire gate of King Raja's capital was sealed by ice in just an instant. When the ice shattered, nothing could stop the people of the Kingdom of True. Of course, at the moment when the gate shattered, hundreds of the king's guardsmen on moon steps, and many others who were moving quickly, all rushed to the city wall in an instant. The people who were held hostage were also rescued in an instant. As for the pirates, at least none of them on the city wall could survive. However, every scene was recorded by the phone bug. This was Chang Nyo's plan. Early the next morning, the newspaper delivery gull had already started sending information about today's situation. And it also occupied the headlines of newspapers. The news that the Kingdom of Roya in the South Blue Sea was occupied by pirates, and the Navy headquarters admiral is working with the Kingdom of Toru to rescue the Kingdom of Roya, instantly aroused everyone's curiosity. The key is the scene where Aoki used his power to break open the gate of royal capital. A whole photo was displayed directly on the newspaper. Whether it is the newspaper headlines, the content, or even the photos, everything has proven the authenticity of the incident. Especially the photo of pirates holding people hostage highlights the authenticity of this matter. The reason why Chang Nyo did this was to provide him with a prerequisite for occupying the royal kingdom. First of all, the pirates captured the Kingdom of Roha. Their purpose of attacking the Kingdom of Roha was just to save the people here. The appearance and action of Qing Pheasant only increased the authenticity of this matter. After all, this thing is the best proof for the Associate General of the Navy headquarters. The witnesses, evidence, facts, and experiences are all displayed here. Even though the Kingdom of Roha has now become the territory of the Kingdom of True, no one from the outside world dares to raise objections. Even if it is the world government, he cannot hold an objection to this matter. Chang Nyo just wanted everyone in the world to know, otherwise Junhee would have been able to lead his people and directly invade the capital of the royal kingdom as early as the beginning. I stayed for such a long time just to wait for this plan to appear. Chang Nyo had every reason to believe in his own judgment. Even if the Navy headquarters sent anyone here, the final outcome would not change in any way. Even Akainu, who is the most difficult to talk to, may be 100 times more complicated than Aokiji, or even easier to talk to. Akainu is a person who upholds absolute justice in the Navy. He will never allow pirates to threaten in this way. Now all these goals have been achieved, and King Zi doesn't even know that he has been used by others. Lusta, count how many Baileys there are in the entire royal palace of Loya. When the time comes, all of them will be used by the people of Loya Kingdom. As soon as Chang Nyo walked into the city gate, he shouted directly to Lusta behind him. Arrive! The key point is that before the king's capital has been defeated, he has already begun to think about how to divide the money next. Even Qing Pheasant, who has always been relatively lazy, looks at Chang Nyo with contempt. Luosta walked forward gracefully, pushed the frame of his glasses with his hand, and said in a very gentlemanly manner, "Don't worry, my majesty, I am still willing to do this kind of thing. We are determined to win the royal capital now, and there are probably no obstacles. As for the devil fruit users in Royal City, June, and you are responsible for capturing them all, and keeping them all alive will be of great use to me then." Chang Nyo said to Junhee. "Yes, your majesty. What do you want those devil fruit users to do?" Aokiji asked curiously. "Of course they must be executed. These people have already caused me to lose many soldiers. Naturally, I need to pay the price they deserve." Chang Nyo said directly. It's just that he didn't say the purpose of doing this. In this world, there are really countless people with devil fruit abilities. Although no one knows where these devil fruits come from, the current Chang Nyo has at least one thing that can be done is to control a killed devil fruit user in the location where his devil fruit descends. Since possessing the space ability, Chang Nyo has been able to control a space barrier. Although this area is not very large, it is completely sufficient overall. King Zi looked at the little guy next to him. It was a bit unbelievable that he had already done such a trick at the age of 16. It was estimated that when he saw the newspaper, he would go crazy. Aoki appeared in the royal kingdom and saw the fighting style of the troops of the Toru kingdom. The most important thing that shocked him was that almost all of these people were trained in the sixth form of the navy. In addition, they were fighting team cooperation is much stricter than that of the navy. A country that was in such a state of ruin could develop to such an extent in just 2 or 3 years. The green pheasant is really unimaginable. What will this little guy become when he grows up? What he was more curious about, and the main reason why he had been following Chang Nyo, was to understand how Chang Nyo knew so many things about the Navy headquarters and the New World. The people in the kingdom of Roha did not resist as expected, especially those in the royal city. Some of them even danced and celebrated that Chang Nyo had brought the army to liberate them. After all, in order to prepare for this time, he spent a lot of money to create a single page of the Kingdom of True, so that each of them could understand the benefits they could enjoy after becoming a citizen of the Kingdom of True. Although the Kingdom of Roha does not belong to the World Government United Nations, in some respects, the people in the world government are still very concerned about the situation in the South Blue Sea. This time, if the Kingdom of True merges with the Kingdom of Roha, it can become the largest country in the entire South Blue Sea region. It's just that the Kingdom of Roha is like this now, and it's probably not sure how long it will take to recover. At least it will take more than 2 years for him to become what the true kingdom is now. Mainly because its population and land area are much larger than those of the true kingdom. Mr. Aokiji, I wonder what you think when you saw the guards of my Kingdom of True today? Chang Nyo asked as he walked and looked at Ching Pheasant. In this city of the royal kingdom, the two of them seemed to be walking in their own country, without any sense of disobedience. King Zi was even more stunned. He didn't expect that this little guy would actually ask him such a question. It is true that he originally wanted to investigate the situation of the army of the Kingdom of True, and what he discovered this time has surprised him. The Navy's sixth form skills seem to be used more skillfully here, and the training method seems to be better than the training method in the Navy is more effective. After thinking for a moment, Aokiji said leisurely, "That's pretty good. I hope you can maintain law and order here and prevent pirates from appearing in the South Blue Sea. This is your greatest ability. I think you can rest assured on this point, at least in the realm under my jurisdiction, such a situation will not happen." Chang Nyo said. "Oh, you said I encountered such a complicated thing this time, how should I report it when I return to the Navy headquarters?" Aoki said with a troubled expression. "So what if I tell the truth?" Chang Nyo asked curiously. "Didn't you say it before? It's just that this time when you merge the Roha kingdom into the true kingdom, the world government will definitely send people to observe you, and the CP you learned about will most likely come to your country." Ching Pheasant said. "Is this the kind of thing you are talking about? There is no need to worry about it. At least in our country in the South Blue Sea, there is nothing worthy of the world government's attention. In the end, at best, they just want us to join the world government. If there is nothing special if you join, you will join. Anyway, there will be no loss to our country." Chang Nyo said with a smile on his face. "I remember that this is not what you said 2 days ago? I didn't know who said it at that time. After joining the world government, it was to serve the group of celestial dragons and hand over the heavenly gold. It is very likely that it will lead to a more serious situation in our country. People are in dire straits." Ching Pheasant closed one eye and squinted at Chang Nyo with the other eye. "Does Lieutenant General Aoki feel that the Tianlong people are short of money? They are undoubtedly the most superior in terms of life. At least in terms of money, there is definitely no need to worry. When the time comes, I will give them 2 rare objects, and it will be natural it can replace the existence of gold in the sky." Chang Nyo said. "I really look forward to what your little guy will be like in the future, and even more to how far this country will develop in the future. But in this process, I don't want you to be able to touch the bottom line of the Navy headquarters. By that time, you can be safe in a country. I can't help you." Ching Pheasant said. "I'm not as boring as you think. I'm quite content staying in this quiet corner. There's no need to argue with your Navy headquarters." Chang Nyo said with a smile. "Then this is best. King Zi now really wants to know, what kind of strength is King True in front of him? Is the other party a devil fruit user? From the time he came here to the present, He had never seen Changniu take action in a week, and his behavior was extremely normal. This was what made Qing Pheasant feel abnormal. Unknowingly, the two of them had been following the army, and now they had reached the front of King Roya's palace. There was no resistance from the army along the way, it was just some pirates causing trouble. But after arriving in front of the palace, almost all the pirates who had been causing trouble had been arrested, including those with devil fruit abilities among the pirates. But this palace gave everyone a very bad feeling. If you look at it through sight, hearing, and color, you can sense that there is a very evil aura in the palace, as if it should not exist in this world at all. Do you feel it? Changniu asked with a serious look at Qing Ji beside him. Of course I feel it. I have a very bad feeling. King Zi put away his lazy look and said with the same serious face. Junhe, arrange for everyone to retreat immediately. Without my order, no one is allowed to come within 500 meters of the palace. Let everyone enter the first level combat readiness state and get up to 12 points. Changniu shouted directly to Junhe who was standing not far away, and then looked at Luosta and said in a low voice, Luosta, arrange for the people in the city to evacuate, and you must use the fastest time to do this. You must do it well. Chapter 25 Natural Dog. No one understood what happened. Although Junhe believed in His Majesty the King, he was still stunned after hearing these words. What are you doing in a daze? Take the time to prepare. Changniu yelled again. It was not until this moment that everyone realized that the matter had indeed developed to a very serious level. Level 1 combat readiness was not achieved even when attacking the royal kingdom. Even Aokiji, as a marine, had a sense of color that made him a little frightened. What was hidden in the royal palace in the kingdom of Roya? At this moment, all the guards of the kingdom of Tru who had been besieged here all began to retreat quickly, and Luosta began to command these guards, so that the people outside the palace began to leave this place. Now none of them know what is hidden in the palace, but the only thing that is certain is that the things in the palace must not be simple. The release of powerful energy directly makes people shudder. Junhe commanded all the guards and immediately began to assist Luosta in helping the people retreat. However, at this moment, a blue smoke began to emit from the palace. The huge smoke began to spread in all directions, and all the people in the palace began to run out as if they were desperate. Lieutenant General Qing Pheasant, have you seen anything? Changniu asked seriously. It should be a devil fruit, and the ability of the devil fruit has not been controlled yet. If this thing breaks out among the people, no one in the entire city will be spared. Aokiji also said with an embarrassed look. I came here just to investigate the matter, but now the situation is serious enough that I may have to take action. Junhe, Luosta, hurry up and arrange a retreat. After Changniu shouted, he started to prepare to rush inside. As the smoke continued to fill the air, those who had not escaped from the palace fell to the ground one after another. Those who had already started to run out began to scramble towards the outside. King Tru, this matter seems a bit troublesome. This is a matter between your two countries. It is not convenient for me to get involved too much. King Zi wanted to stand here and watch at this moment. After all, he really cannot participate in the affairs between the countries. Fight. All he can do now is to help those people avoid suffering. As for the rest, Qing Pheasant really can't do it. Changniu didn't force it but just smiled and said, I hope Lieutenant General Qing Pheasant can ensure the safety of these people. As for the rest, I think our King's Guard is capable of solving it. But after all, at this time, a dog-like creature jumped out of the palace. The reason why I say this is because this thing is simply astonishingly big. When he stood up, he was almost as tall as a building. He was about 20 meters tall, and the smoke emitted from his body made it impossible to describe him as a dog. Help! Who can help me? Suddenly, those who were preparing to escape from the palace were yelling as they ran. Mad, what on earth is the king of Loya doing? He's actually feeding devil fruit to dogs. Changniu looked at the situation in front of him with some anger. Fortunately, this thing doesn't know the ability to control devil fruit at all, so it can't use it with its own strength. But now that the characteristics of this creature are known, there is no need to worry about other things. The demon sword Muramasa instantly appeared in the hands of Changniu. Qing Ji looked at it with some curiosity. He wanted to see this person who had trained the country's king's guard to be like this. So what kind of strength did their king have? But when the demon sword appeared, Qing Pheasant was still a little surprised. As a person who has lived for decades, Qing Pheasant can tell at a glance that the knife in Changniu's hand is not simple. Changniu directly stepped on the moon steps and flew up, and then he was 200 meters away from the huge wolf dog in an instant, and then a sword flash flew out instantly. The powerful force didn't even take a second to penetrate this huge creature. But what happened next was beyond everyone's imagination. After the sword light penetrated the creature instantly, it seemed that it was not harmed at all. Natural fruit. Changnyo was completely speechless. If he were not here, his guards and the people would have died who knows how many times. A wild creature with natural energy, and it can't control the demonic energy emitted by its body. The key is natural energy, and ordinary people's attacks are useless. Now in the entire Toru kingdom, Shunwei is the only one who can skillfully use haki. But faced with such a situation, even if he has domineering power, there is nothing he can do. He cannot get close to this huge creature, so everything is in vain. The people in the city had begun to evacuate in an orderly and rapid manner with the cooperation of the king's guards. However, they all turned around and saw this huge creature. No one said that they did not feel fear. The royal palace came up with such a thing, and Changnyo had reason to believe that after this guy couldn't control the devil fruit ability in his body, everyone in the entire palace was probably already cold. I didn't expect this guy to be a swordsman. But if he didn't have domineering power. King Zi looked at Changnyo who was fighting, his eyes full of admiration, but at his age, if he could kill the domineering force, that would be the ultimate way to end the battle. But before he finished speaking, he already saw Changnyo's arms turning black, and his domineering aura instantly attached to Muramasa. Dragon Nest Flash Bite. A slash with domineering power flew out instantly. The black sword light once again flew towards the huge canine creature. The other party seemed to have felt the threat and started yelling at Changnyo. And accompanied by the blue smoke, it rolled towards Changnyo. But at this moment, the sword light has already attacked the opponent. Just one blow of the knife caused this huge creature to fall to the ground instantly. With the death of this canine creature, the devil fruit ability originally attached to him also dissipated instantly. At this time, the entire palace area had completely turned into a dead silence. No one survived, and every one of them even maintained the panic look they had before they were alive. Originally, I had just started to feel the huge accumulation of energy, which should be this thing, the devil storm formed after eating the devil fruit, but at this moment, there is no need to worry about other things. The matter between the kingdom of Toru and the kingdom of Roha is now over. In the end, no one from the royal family of the royal kingdom came out alive. The flying slash is really surprising. King Zi said to himself. No wonder he was so surprised. Even though the dog had eaten the devil fruit and didn't know how to control it, the aura and energy it exuded were definitely not something that ordinary people could deal with. For those who use swords, flying slashes are completely beyond the scope of swordsmen. To be precise, the current Changnyo is completely a swordsman-like figure. To have become a swordsman at such an early age is something that countless people cannot achieve in their lifetime. However, Qing Pheasant didn't know that this level of strength was just scratching the surface for Changnyo. After the battle with the dog, Changnyo jumped down from the air. Now that the kingdom of Roya no longer poses any threat to all of them, they only need to take over the territory belonging to the kingdom of Roya with their heart. But for everyone, this attack on royal capital was indeed a thrilling one. But the good thing now is that things are finally over. This time the battle will make the headlines of the entire newspaper. Thank you very much Lieutenant General Aokiji for everything you have done for us. Changnyo slowly walked up to Qing Pheasant and said to him. It's really rare. What King Tru said is really a bit uncomfortable. I was just a spectator, but I didn't expect King Tru to be really surprising. King Zi said calmly and lazily. I didn't expect that the Lieutenant General could say such a thing. In front of you, this is nothing more than wielding a sword. There is no real harm. It is nothing more than self-protection. Changnyo said with a smile. Your Majesty, now that the matter in the palace has been resolved, do the people in the city still need to retreat? Junhee stepped forward and asked Changnyo respectfully. No need for now, you and Luosta will count how many aboriginal people there are in the Roha kingdom. Follow the rules of the true kingdom. It must be accurate to the number of people in each family. Also, it's about their living conditions and current situation. In the future, these will also be our own citizens. Don't treat them with any mentality. Changnyo said. Okay, Your Majesty. Now it's time for you to deal with your country's affairs. I have learned everything I came here to know, so I won't bother you here anymore. It's time to return to my naval headquarters to report on this incident. Journey. Qing Pheasant also stepped forward and said. Changnyo, no matter what, the other party is still the master of the country, and the attitude and understanding that Qingji should have still need to be abided by. Why are you in such a hurry? Lieutenant General Aokiji rarely comes to our kingdom of True once. After a few days of good rest, let us do our best as landlords and entertain the Lieutenant General well. After all, this time on your side, too, it helps us a lot. Changnyo said with a smile. It's no longer necessary. Your place is now a place of right and wrong. It would be better for you and me to leave as soon as possible. Aoki Pheasant still said. As Qingji said this, he was already preparing to leave, not giving Changnyo any chance at all. Now that I have understood what I need to understand this time, I can give an explanation when I go back, which at least means I have completed the task. Watching Qingji leave, Changnyo showed a successful smile on his lips. The real fun is yet to come. Where are we now? Lusta, Lieutenant General Aokiji came to our Kingdom of True to help us rescue the Kingdom of Roha. We must do a good job in publicity to tell others about the friendly relationship between us and the Navy. Nyo said to Lusta, who was now standing next to him. Don't worry, Your Majesty, everything has been arranged now, and there will definitely not be any problems. Lusta adjusted his glasses and said. Let's go and take a look at this luxurious royal palace of the royal kingdom. Maybe we can move the location here in the future. It feels pretty good. Changnyo walked in front, looking at the entrance of the palace where corpses were still lying on the ground. The luxury of this place was countless times better than where he lived now. Your Majesty, do you want us to clean up the palace first? Lusta said. Is it necessary to care about such a thing? Living in this world, if you want to live well, the first thing you have to do is not be afraid of anything. Lusta, as a business leader, you will have to face too many things in the future. Nyo said. Yes, Your Majesty, I have remembered it. Lusta stopped and said respectfully. He didn't pay much attention to it. No one was going to clean up the things in King Roya's palace now. Most people had already gone to maintain order. Although almost no one in the entire Roha kingdom objects to the invasion of the True Kingdom, there are still many people who want to take advantage of the chaos. Changnyo stepped over the corpses and then walked towards the palace with domineering steps. Here, what you can see with every step you take can only be described as luxury. For a place as poor as the Roha kingdom, it takes a lot of hard work from the people to build such a palace. The highest point of the entire palace is about 100 meters tall. The facade of the building is somewhat similar to the European style, and the columns that appear in front of you are shocking. Just stepping into the palace gate and seeing the marble paved on the ground, even an inexperienced person can feel how expensive it is. The ground was polished as smooth as a mirror, and no trees were planted on both sides of the road. Instead, it turned into an unusually large lawn square. The green lawn makes people want to go up there and just lie down and have a rest. The road under your feet goes straight forward, and the details in every frame are quite extensive. And this road extends from the main gate of the palace to the main hall. This distance was at least about 300 meters away, and because of the demonic ability released by the big dog, the whole road was almost covered with corpses. No one has a detailed count of how many people there are, but there must be at least 1,000 people.